Excellencies, Honorable Minister, esteemed guests, welcome to Malta and France, Shared Histories, New Visions, hosted by His Excellency, the President of Malta, Dr. George Vella. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here this morning and be able to address the symposium, organized by the Presidency of Malta and the Embassy of France in Malta, where we'll be exploring Malta's unique historical and cultural ties. Lodwa Taiba, bonjour, good morning. So let me straight away invite Her Excellency Brigitte Crumi, Ambassador of the French Republic to Malta, to give us her views.
Your Excellency President Vella, Your Excellency Minister Bartolo, distinguished speakers and listeners, ladies and gentlemen, let me express my real happiness to be with you on this very special day for our two countries. I would like, first of all, to warmly thank the President of the Republic of Malta to have launched such an interesting initiative, and of course, to thank as well all his dedicated team who worked extensively with my colleagues at the French Embassy to organize these promising debates. France is very honored to have been the first country chosen to inaugurate those President Cultural Symposia. Indeed, our tumultuous shared region of the Mediterranean deserves such an interest. It's a fantastic history book in itself, to paraphrase Fernand Braudel. The renowned French scholar used to say that there is not one single Mediterranean sea, but rather a vast, complex, and expansive network of many little seas within which men operate. Such is our shared history, or histories, between Malta and France, a tapestry or mosaic made of many layers, many stories, many human interactions, many material and immaterial testimonies, of which we can find traces in Malta, as well as on the two shores of the Mediterranean. We will hear today about histories, literature, music, architecture, as well as identities and belonging. I'm personally always very happy and fascinated when research and diplomacy meet at some point, because this is very often for the better. That is what we are doing today. Indeed, we are lucky enough to be able to learn a lot from the contribution of renowned Maltese and French experts, exploring the richness of our common heritage, as well as some tricky historical moments that can help us build a better future together. This food for thought, out of the box of on a number of subjects, all related to the interaction between France and Malta, is for me, as a diplomat, and perhaps for many of us, a fantastic resource and the best way to make us serve better in our daily work. Today, this is more necessary than ever. It is a time where our region is confronting a lot and a significant number of challenges and difficulties, notwithstanding the effects of the pandemic. With this perspective in mind, let me thank again the President, his team, my team, and all the high-level experts who accepted to be part of this beautiful event. I wish you and all of us very fruitful and thought-provoking debates. Thank you.
We therefore move on to Honorable Évariste Bartolo, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Malta. I know he's always into education and beyond. One last comment before he joins us is that please, obviously, everyone needs to mute their mics. It's out of respect for the others, and obviously it tends to disrupt. So kindly, please mute everyone's mic unless you are contributing. Thank you once again. Your Excellency, Honorable Alvarez Bartolo, would you like to join us?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. George Vella, President of the Republic, Your Excellency Brigitte Courmy, Ambassador of France to Malta, Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends. It is indeed an honor for me to address this colloquium commemorating Malta and France's long-standing relations, which are steeped in history, common values, and neighborhood. Malta and France's common heritage as European and Mediterranean countries has led for the two countries to be connected for centuries. France was one of the first countries establishing bilateral relations with Malta following independence on the 21st of September 1964. It is significant that the earliest known description of Malta was written by 33-year-old Jean Quentin, born in Autun, France in 1500. This rare original eyewitness account of nearly 500 years ago influenced a lot of literature about Malta for a long time. So the encounter between France and Malta, in some form or another, goes back at least 930 years. Over the last 9 centuries, the relationship between our two countries has ebbed and flowed with the tide of the complex history of the Mediterranean and beyond. I still think that a proper, concrete, sober, realistic, and comprehensive assessment of the history of Maltese-French relations, without beautifying them or demonizing them, has still to be carried out. I augur that this colloquium will be a good contribution towards this. Ever since the establishment of diplomatic relations between Malta and France in 1964, Franco-Maltese relations have gone from strength to strength. Indeed, relations have been characterized by common political interests, robust commercial ties, as well as strong cultural relations over the past 60 years. As a regional and European partner, Malta has always sought to cultivate close ties with France for the mutual benefit of the citizens of both countries. Indeed, Malta and France's historical ties and shared heritage has led for both countries to seek to collaborate closely on matters of mutual concern. This is particularly evident in issues pertaining to the Mediterranean region, where we have sought to collaborate closely on issues such as the current situation in Libya, migration, and the Eastern Mediterranean, reaching a level of mutual understanding, even if, as expected, not always seeing eye to eye. France has always also been instrumental in the relocation exercises of migrants and refugees from Malta, whilst the exchange of assistance at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic has proven that Malta and France share common solidarity values as close regional partners. The intrinsic ties between Malta and France are also evident through the frequency and high number of bilateral visits. In this regard, it was an honor for me to welcome again my colleague, the French Foreign Minister, Jean-Yves Le Drian, to Malta a week ago. Furthermore, relations have been characterized by the signing of numerous bilateral relations and agreements, most recently the agreement on diplomatic cooperation between Malta and France in 2018. I'm proud to state that several initiatives have already been implemented as part of this accord, while several other projects pertaining to this agreement are currently in the pipeline. We have also collaborated closely in multilateral and international fora for the common good. Malta fondly remembers its close cooperation with France on climate change, and our collaboration was a contribution to the establishment of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Kyoto Protocol, as well as the eventual Paris Agreement of 2016. Furthermore, Malta has also actively participated in the Paris Peace Forum ever since its creation in 2018. Franco-Maltese relations have also been enhanced by Malta's accession to the EU in 2004. We have actively engaged and collaborated on regional fora such as the Med7, the 5+5, the Union for the Mediterranean, and the Summit of the Two Shores. Malta's accession to the OIF as an observer state in 2018 has also contributed to the strengthening of Malta-France relations, as we seek to reinforce and promote the Francophone values of peace, understanding and dialogue through multilingual and cultural diversity. Indeed, Malta proudly celebrated the 50th anniversary since the establishment of the OIF throughout last year. Finally, I am convinced that Franco-Maltese relations will continue to improve in the future, as long as sincerely and with goodwill we recognize and understand each other's specific national interests and, irrespective of our size, respect each other as sovereign countries and work for a world where justice and democracy prevail, where people can live free from fear and want, where conflicts are resolved peacefully, where we find ways to live together in all our diversity, and where might is not right. Thank you for your attention.
May your last sentences come through. Thank you, Erna. It was a pleasure hearing your input. We now welcome His Excellency Clément Bon, French Secretary of State for European Affairs, to kindly join us. Your Excellency.
Good morning to all. I wanted first to thank warmly President Vella for organizing this Presidency Culture Symposia series and to start this session with France, which is a big honor. And I think this series is extremely important for Malta, for Europe, for all our countries, to better understand our history, our environment, in the case of Malta in the Mediterranean Sea and in Northern Africa, and to have this open discussion on the link we have with our past. It's exactly what we are trying to do with President Macron in France. We've been doing so for more than 3 years with exploring all the sides of our history. It is very important to be able to understand better. It is also an achievement we are trying to reach in the framework of the Council of Europe. We have started this. Malta and France are taking part in this initiative of an observatory on history teaching in Europe, which is also a way to reconcile the way we understand our histories, to understand better the links between our countries, to understand the difficulties, but also the common elements of our history, our common European culture that especially the young generation needs to understand, to think about, especially when we try to give to the European Union a clearer identity. It will be also an element we will try to push during the French presidency of the EU Council next year, with an element of this presidency focused on the sense of belonging, common history, and a clear vision of our national histories. I think we have France and Malta other initiatives to take together because we have this very strong link and this willingness to have this clear vision. For instance, the old Valletta Consulate Archive Fund, which is in Nantes now, could be better explored. And I'm really willing to share with our counterparts in Malta, the Maltese government, all the ways, all the ideas we can have together to push in Europe, in the Council of Europe, in the European Union, these common initiatives for history, for common culture, common thinking in the months and years to come. Thank you very much for this initiative. I wish you a very fruitful debates all this day, and I hope that I will be in Malta physically in the coming weeks to meet you all. Thank you.
We wish that for most of you, actually. Let's hope normality resumes and we can all start visiting each other's countries. Thank you for your contribution, Your Excellency. And now it is with great pride and joy that I welcome His Excellency George Vella, President of Malta, to share his views. Good morning, Your Excellency. I believe you need to put on the sound. No, we're still not hearing you. Hello?
So, Excellencies, distinguished participants, Malta's geographical position could not but lead to it being wanted as a prized strategic possession by any nation that had or aspired to have power in the Mediterranean throughout history. The Order of the Knights of St. John's reluctant relocation to Malta in 1530 brought to Malta its first real protracted contacts with French nobility, language, customs, and traditions. This happened after the order spent 7 years kicking its heels in the Vatican, with Pope Clement VII, who was more concerned at that time with what was happening in the north of Europe with Luther and the Protestant Reformation, and also the threat of armies invading the Papal States, than what to do with a hapless military order which had somehow deviated from its original crusading or hospitalier functions. Following the direct intervention of Emperor Charles V, the order ended up in Malta, establishing thus the first real protracted contacts of the Maltese with French nobility, language, customs, and traditions. As a matter of fact, the Grand Master himself at that point was French, Jean Villiers de l'Isle Adam. I am sure that during this symposium, there will be ample coverage of the political and the cultural influences of French Knights of the Order, grouped in 3 langues, amongst whom I cannot but single out Antoine de Paul, later to become Grand Master, and whose country's residence is now the Presidency Palace, where I am addressing you from. This symposium intends to bring to the fore connections, contacts, and influences that have been mostly latent over these intervening almost 600 years. These were nevertheless active and formative, as reflected in our language, customs, heritage, and as evidenced in these studies presented by an array of eminent scholars dealing with various aspects of this relationship. During this symposium, these Franco-Maltese relations are going to be presented through history, through the arts, the sciences, and culture, as well as through human exchanges. The 270-year presence of the Order of the Knights of St. John in Malta, with its marked predominance of French knights during its stay in Malta, is the most evident part of this relationship, to be topped by the short but eventful 2-year period of occupation by Bonaparte's troops in 1798. It is therefore historically correct to say that the Franco-Maltese cultural relations go well beyond the few months of the presence of French or of Republican France in Malta. The interesting contributions in this symposium go beyond the evident influence that such episodes of direct or indirect domination did have on the Maltese population, and trace the lingering contacts even during the British colonial period. This interestingly also applies to present-day France, where mostly descendants of the Maltese diaspora of the early 20th century, who eventually moved on to France after the wars of independence in Algeria and Tunisia, and actually settled and remained recognizable as being of Maltese descent through surnames like Fenech, Darmanin, Pisani, and others. This is the first in a series of symposia planned to highlight the important part played throughout our nation's history by the impact that cross-fertilization has had on the molding of our Maltese identity today. Other symposia will deal with relations with countries that came and occupied, with countries to which Maltese people emigrated to in search of a better quality of life, with countries which provided good training opportunities, and with countries whose citizens at different moments in their history sought and found refuge on our shores, integrating with Maltese society and contributing to our cosmopolitan social fabric. I wish to thank all those who were involved in the organization of this symposium, starting off with Her Excellency Ambassador Brigitte Courmy and her team at the Embassy of the French Republic in Malta, as well as officials at the Office of the President and the members of the Scientific Committee. This is an excellent opportunity to expand and enlarge the sources upon which participants in this symposium have relied on to produce their papers: history, documents, correspondence, diplomatic exchanges, and printed books, besides loan words introduced in our language and architecture. In this symposium, we plan to put the short but tumultuous French period in Malta under the microscope and analyze it with the benefit of hindsight to put it in the right perspective. Shared histories contribute to our present as much as they contributed to our past. We have come to acknowledge culture as the cornerstone of sound and meaningful diplomatic relations that also serve the purpose of promoting peace and dialogue amongst nations. This is the spirit with which we launched a series of symposia as we seek to bring up to speed the historic and cultural ties that inform our diplomatic relations with countries and nations with which we share so much. Through this series, the presidency aims to reposition and consolidate historic and cultural ties at the center of the country's diplomatic relationships. It also aspires to promote dialogue and conversations amongst researchers and scholars working on shared histories and thus foster greater dialogue and mutual understanding. I wish you all success of deliberations and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's a real pleasure and so well done for this initiative for all those who obviously gave their contribution. We now invite Ms. Anne Brogini, historian at the University of Côte d'Azur. So she starts off the conversations, and may I also remind everyone that all comments, be it on Zoom or Facebook, would be noted and appreciated. Ms. Anne Brogini.
Thank you so much for your invitation. Firstly, I would like to kindly thank the Presidents of Malta and the French Embassy and all the organizers of this conference for having invited me to participate in it, because it's really an honor for me to talk to you today. Wait a minute. I think it's okay now. May you tell me if you see my screen?
Yes, we are. We're seeing like a presentation, a PDF.
Okay, perfect. So I will talk about the origins of the relationships between France and Malta during the early modern period, according to three main points: the essential role played by the Order of Malta, the role of Provence, in particular the port of Marseille, and the presence of the French people in the Grand Harbour of Malta during the early modern period. So firstly, the essential role of the Order of St. John. The relationship between France and Malta was mainly due to the presence of the Order of St. John. The Order of St. John had more than 700 commanderies in Europe, and these commanderies served to supply the convent which was located overseas since the Middle Ages, firstly in the Holy Land, secondly in Rhodes, and after in Malta since the 1530. These commanderies reserved part of their income to the maintenance of the convent. This part was called respensions. This part of respensions was in money or in goods, and it developed a commerce, a trade between Europe and Malta for these goods. In 1543, the respension for the convent were set at one third of the revenues of the commandery. And these respensions were exported by main Mediterranean ports: Marseille for the three French tongues of the order, Palermo, Messina, Naples, Venice for the Italian langues, Palamos, Barcelona, Mallorca, Cartagena for the two Spanish langues. you can see on this map all the trade between Europe and Malta, and between essentially, of course, Marseille and the France and Malta. Marseille was the principal exportation port since the period of Rhodes, and became the principal port of exportation of expansion for Malta at the beginning of the 16th century, in 1530. At the end of the 16th century, France represents an important way of supply for the convent and for Malta. You can see that 39% of the convent's income were French, 38% from Spain, but 39% from the commonwealth were coming from France. Marseille was also the principal port of embarkation for all young French nobles, which became Knights of Malta. We can see on this graphic, you can see that the French hospitallers became more and more numerous in the order, and of course in the convent of Malta. Their number was multiplied by 2 between 1584 and 1630. These few reasons explain this phenomenon, and especially a big attraction for the French nobility, of the French nobility for the Order of Malta during all the 17th century and the 18th century. Secondly, so we have more and more relationships between France and Malta, thanks to the Order of Malta. Secondly, Malta and Provence, a beneficial partnership. The supply of the convent gradually developed trade, a regular trade between Malta and Provence, especially with the most important port in Provence, Marseille. At first, relationships concerned only the simple transport of the order's goods, the respension and all military goods for the Order of Malta. For example, logs of wood, galley masts, bow sails, or textiles. Many textiles were exported to Malta, bales of cotton for knights' clothes, bales of cotton for slaves' clothes. And we observe that at the beginning of the 17th century, cottons were exported to be sold on the Maltese market. Not only the order, not only the slaves of the order, but every Maltese can buy on the Maltese market, can buy on the La Valette market, in fact, can buy textiles from France and from Marseille. So at the beginning of the 17th century, Marseille became an important commercial partner for the order, but also for all the Maltese people and the Maltese merchants. We can see that with the creation of official intermediaries for French trade in Malta. In 1602, the order created a French consulate, and the first consul in Malta was Mathieu Bonin from Marseille in 1602. And Marseille became, in the 17th century, the most frequented non-Italian port by the Maltese merchants. Of course, the first frequentation was Sicily and Italy, but after Italian ports, Marseille was the first stranger port, foreign port, frequented by Maltese merchants. Second creation is the creation of the King's Man, Homme du Roi. He was a Knight of Malta. He had an economic and diplomatic role more important than the one of the consul, in fact. And the third creation in Malta was the adjutant of the Chamber of the Commerce of Marseille, who replaced the French consul in 1744. Another reason, though, since the middle of the 17th century, Malta became an important port of call for Marseille's trade toward the Muslim shore, to the Levant or to the Barbary regencies. We can see on this tab that French ships are most important when they stop in Malta to go to a Levant shore or a Barbarian shore. the reasons of this presence of French ships in Malta in the 17th century. The first reason is the creation of the Lazaretto in 1643, a key element of the Maltese shore stopover for French ships. Why? Because the Maltese Lazaretto was cheaper than the Marseille Lazaretto, which had been founded later in second part of the 17th century, but it was the Maltese Lazaretto was cheaper. So Marseille, French ships preferred go to Malta instead of Marseille for the quarantine. Second creation in 1723, the Grand Master Villena published a custom pragmatic, and the taxes on imported goods were lowered to 1% instead of 6%. So many French merchants preferred come to Malta and let the goods in Malta for quarantine. We observed, so after the Lazaretto, after the custom pragmatic, we observe an immediate increase in the number of French ships coming to Malta. In Malta, they are coming with goods from the Levant or from North Africa, or goods from Europe. You can see on this graph ships calling at Malta during the 17th century, and you can see the role of the construction of Lazaretto. And after 1643, we observe a big increase of the French trade Malta in blue on this graph, and you can see the importance. During this period, 1655, 1665, there is less ships. It's because the War of Candia. The domination of French in the Maltese trade during the 17th century is so really in this graph. You can see the importance of French merchant, importance which continued during all the 18th century with this percentage of French ships calling at Malta. Almost half of Malta's foreign trade is therefore linked to the French. 42% of the foreign ships. I finished with my third part about French people in Maltese Grand Harbour. From the 17th century, the number of French people in Malta increased significantly with this commerce, with this presence of French people, not only merchants, but many corsairs, sailors, and all work you can have in Malta, in the port of Malta. Of course, all these French people were in the Grand Harbour, not in all the island of Malta, really in the Grand Harbour. So French in Malta from the 17th century, the number increased significantly. It's difficult to have a precise count of foreigners, but we can see that the increase of French people through the number of marriage between Maltese women and foreigners. And we observed, I studied that French people represented in the Grand Harbour 20% of wedding with a foreigner at the end of the 16th century, 40% during the first 17th century, and 43% of wedding with foreigners at the end of the 17th century. So I could calculate that there were about 3,000 French people in the Grand Harbour at minima, and of course 96% of them were from Provence and from Marseille. We must add the French hospitaller. We were in the majority of the convent in the 17th and the 18th century. We know that French hospitaller represented 48% of the hospitaller in all Europe in the 17th century. So if we have the proportion for the port, the Grand Harbour, Maltese Grand Harbour, we can think that 240 French hospitallers were living in Valletta during all the 17th and maybe the 18th century. So we have 300 French people and more, 2,000 French people, sorry, and 200 French hospitallers. So there are many reasons for this phenomenon. So many French in the Grand Harbour. They are attracted by the order, by the Knights of Malta, all the maritime activities, and we can see that what I was saying, the weddings between Maltese women and foreigners, and you can see that in Sanglea, Victoriosa, Bomla, and Valletta, French are the most important. 50% of the foreign weddings in Sanglea. Victoriosa had less French people because there were many Italians in Victoriosa and Greeks with the parish of the Greek Catholic in Malta. And in Bomla, there were many French, more than 50%. And in Valletta, French were most numerous, of course, 60% of foreign marriage in the 17th century. And in Valletta, there were almost the French hospitallers more. So French people were very attracted by Valletta because in Valletta there were all the economic activity, diplomatic authorities, the consul, the kingsman, the order. So many French preferred to live in Valletta, than in other cities of the Grand Harbour. We know that so I have a proportion. That's a proportion about the stranger living in the port. So 50% of the strangers in Valletta were French, 32% in Victoriosa were French, 40% of the strangers, of the foreigners in Sanglea were French, and 37% in Bomla. In the 18th century, we know that the French became the official language of the order instead of Italian. And so we know that in the 18th century, French was spoken fluently in Valletta. Not really in Sanglea, Bomla, and Victoriosa, but in Valletta, French was spoken fluently, even by the people and the Maltese people. What I was saying. So, in conclusion, I finished my presentation. Through all the early modern period, Malta and France were very close partners. That's a reality. This explains that the Napoleons had an interest in conquering the island at the end of the 18th century. Lost to the French in 18 and became an English colony during the 19th century, Malta never really lost its links with France. We can see the strength of these links today at this conference proves, thanks to history, heritage, culture, diplomacy, and now, of course, tourism and cruise in the Grand Harbour port, Grand Harbour Malta. Thank you so much, and sorry for my French accent and my English.
Merci beaucoup, Professor.
Thank you, Thank you, Ms. Brogini. Your accent was lovely, actually. It's very endearing, and I found your presentation to be very interesting, especially about the amount of Maltese women who got married to French. So when you think about it, we must have a lot of French blood, you know, and people, obviously, Maltese people perhaps find it even more interesting. Appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good day. We now start with the first module, and this would be Ms. Joanna Bella, historian at the University of Malta, who will be moderating through history. Ms. Abella?
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. I know that there are a lot of friendly faces out there, but perhaps for those who do not know me, I would like to introduce myself. I'm sorry. No, it wasn't. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, I know that there are many, many friendly faces out there, and I wave to all my friends. Basically, for the sake of those who do not know me, I would like to introduce myself. I am a PhD graduate at from the University of Exeter. I hold a PhD in maritime history, but many of my friends and colleagues know me for my work at the Notarial Archives. Basically, the archives are an essential part of my life, and I always endeavor to put forward the importance of archives. I would first like to thank the Office of the President for organizing the symposium and also for inviting me to chair this session with so many distinguished speakers. As the title suggests, we shall be going through history. Before giving the floor to our distinguished speakers, I would like to remind them that their delivery should not take more than 20 minutes, and I shall very kindly ask them to conclude 5 minutes before the end of their talk. So they will be given a little nudge. We shall be taking questions at the very end, all right, so that we flow with the presentations. I am sure you are all eager to listen to our speakers, and we start with a presentation by Nicolas Chiabeff. Nicolas is a diplomat and the director of the archives at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was also curator of the Année Croisée France-Russie and the researcher associated with the Raoul Dandurand Chair of International Relations at the University of Quebec in Montreal. Nicolas's paper is entitled The Archives of the French Diplomatic and Consular Representations in Malta, and will deal with the vast resources found in the collection of political correspondence between the minister and the French chargé d'affaires in Malta, starting from the 17th century. Nicolas, I pass the mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I first try to share my screen. I hope it will work, and then I will start a short presentation. Okay. Partager l'écran. Can you see the PowerPoint? I hope you can. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. So thank you again. And I must say, as a newcomer to the world of diplomatic archives, I've been appointed last August. I'm very honored and very glad to take part to this symposium. And I would like, of course, to thank particularly all the organizers and to pay a tribute to the presidency of the Republic of Malta and also to our embassy, which organized this symposium. So I think that we see that the gradual return to normal life is beginning to appear at the horizon. So the hosting of this seminar with such a wide array of topics is a pretty exciting openings perspective. So with regard to the field of archives, I will make a short presentation aimed to describe the wealth of sources to be tapped into in the French diplomatic archives here in Paris, in La Courneuve, and also in our center in Nantes. The center in Nantes keeps all the archives of our embassies and consulates abroad. So some of these archives are pretty well known by researchers, by historians, while others, and especially one in Nantes, remains to be explored. So this is particularly the case for what is called the old archives of the French consulate in Valletta. And this entire collection, and I will make a short focus on it, remains practically unknown. So, but before, I would like to start with an overview of the archives. And I will go into more details on the wealth of this ancient collection. And I must also add that we have with us Bérangère Fourcault. She's the curator at the Nantes Center and the deputy director of this center, and in charge of this very special and exciting collection about our consulate in Malta. So, starting with the overview, we can see, in fact, 4 periods in these 350 years of diplomatic and consular presence in Malta. The first one is the Ancien Régime. So we have vast resources with very well-known political correspondence, the correspondence politique collection, which is kept in La Courneuve here in Paris, 30 volumes spanning from the 17th to 18th century and containing correspondence between the French minister and his chargé d'affaires in Malta. As you know, the chargé d'affaires, the French chargé d'affaires in Malta was at the same time a knight of the order. Well, that's one part, the important part and well-known part of this correspondence. We had also a consulate, so we had kind of the embassy, the chargé d'affaires, and the consulate, and the correspondence of the consulate was sent not to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but to the Ministry of the Marine, the fleet. And so this correspondence is located not in the diplomatic archives, but in the National Archives in Pierre in the collection Affaires étrangères, Foreign Affairs collection. And we should add these old archives of the French consulate in Valletta, and I will speak about that in a minute. The second period is Revolution and Empire. As you know, these were turbulent phases for relations between France and Malta. And sources for this period are mainly to be found in the National Archives in France. The so-called, if we may call it so, the Napoleonic period archives, so it's 2 years, basically from 1798 to 1800, are also to be found probably in Malta, National Archives, and most of them are were digitized, and as you know, are available online at the Hill Museum and Manuscript Library at St. John's University, Minnesota. Regarding the diplomatic archives, the French diplomatic archives, as we will see, it's unfortunately unlikely that these years, especially the years 1802 to 1805, could be represented in the old archives of the consulate. But to shine a light on these years, we have in note the private papers of Pierre David. So Pierre David was first the deputy of General Vial, who was minister plenipotentiary, and then he became chargé d'affaires, and his private papers were acquired in the 1995-1996 at an auction in Paris at the Drouot Auction Center. And well, this is a very well-known collection now to historians, and it's stored entirely in microfilm. And this year, we are planning to digitize it, so it will be also available online on our site. website. Third period, it's a British period, if I may call it so. The first consul, Pierre Langron, was appointed in September 1814, and it ushered in a period of uninterrupted French consular presence, which is covered by archives in here in La Courneuve and also in Nantes. A noteworthy figure of this period was Xavier Gauthier. He was appointed in 1938 as a diplomat, and he was revoked by the Vichy government, and he became a delegate for Free France and delegate of the National French Committee in Malta in 1943. And then the fourth period, of course, it begins in September 1964, and the archives concerning our relations between France and Malta appear in the Foreign Ministry's Europe Directorate collections and those of our embassy in Valletta, so in La Courneuve and in Nantes. So let's.
Sorry, Nicholas, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes, so it's 5 minutes about the old collections of the French Consulate in Valletta. So it's called French Consulate, but it's in fact it's mostly the collection also of the for the 18th century of the embassy. So this collection is made of 194 boxes. It was repatriated in May 1960, and it spans a large historical period from 1672 to 1959. It includes a break between 1798 and 1840, the year the consulate was restored. So unfortunately, many of these documents are pretty damaged. This damage is dated to an earlier period. It was mentioned as early as in 1921, and even after World War II, our consul even requested permission to destroy the documents, and luckily this request was refused by the Archives Directorate. So we have only be able to restore till now 51 boxes, and we have surveys which can augur for an extremely rich collection, and I will just show you rapidly a few samples. So in the 18th century, what these surveys show is that probably we have a rich archives about the chargé d'affaires and his chancery, and it illustrates well the activity of the chargé d'affaires with many documents indicating purchase and buyback of slaves and hijacking of ships. So you have here an example of contract of a buyback contract for one slave. And the second aspect, which is very interesting, is of course not the correspondence between the chargé d'affaires in Paris, but mostly the correspondence with all the postings around the Mediterranean and our consulates and embassies. So,
Nicholas, you have 1 minute.
1 minute. And after 1814, the archives also contains a wealth of information on sailing. And to conclude, as I said, 51 boxes. Altogether, there are still 125 boxes to be restored. And I'm sure it would be very interesting for researchers, historians, to, if we could together reflect on the possibility of combining efforts and resources to complete the restoration. and make this collection available. Otherwise, of course, the current restoration in Nantes will continue, but at the pace allowed by our resources alone, well, the prospect of completion is probably between 10 and 20 years. So let's hope that we will find a way to accelerate this pace with combining efforts with other interested institutions which could help us in this project. So thank you
very much,
listening.
Nicholas. Thank you very much. That was really, really interesting. There I saw some Ottoman Turkish script, which I'm really interested in. And I think which we have some material also coming from Malta. So there is definitely going to be a discussion going on about possible collaboration on this aspect. And I now pass on to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Dr. Charles Faruja, who is Malta's National Archivist. Charles is a Commonwealth Scholar and holds a PhD in Archives Management. For the last 30 years, he has contributed towards establishing the National Archives of Malta as a professional organization. And in 2005, he introduced Archives and Records Management Studies at the University of Malta. Charles has published and lectured about archives both locally and abroad, and is also the chairperson of the European branch of the International Council on Archives. Charles will be talking to us about the main archival holdings that were created when Malta was under the French, along with other documents which shed light on Franco-Maltese relations. These sources will be discussed from an archival point of view and not a historical perspective. Charles will be highlighting how these can be made more accessible to the research community. Charles, I leave the mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much
Excuse me, Charles, can I just remind our audience that they can leave their comments on the chat? Perhaps even we might use some for question time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'll share my screen, and I appreciate if you confirm that you're seeing the screen.
Yes, Charles, we are.
Thank you very much. Okay, so basically, my presentation will deal about the variety of archives we have in Malta that can be used for research about Franco-Maltese relations. And basically, as we have already heard this morning, most of the archives can be used because there are so many connections. It is indeed a pleasure to address the symposium and to have served on the scientific committee for this event during the past months. It was a process that made me reconnect with some old friends and introduced me to scholars whom I have heard about, but whom I have never really met in person. Immersed as we are in our daily busy schedules, we are often deprived of the benefits of networking and of collaboration. And this noble mission is what basically this presidential symposia will foster amongst us. The theme of my shared intervention is a critical look on the archives, and in the limited time we have, I can only skim the surface of such a vast topic. The fact that the scientific committee decided to kickstart this symposium with a focus on archives has a special significance. Most of what we will hear today would not have been explored, processed, and communicated if it was not for the important role archives play in society. A good number of French and Maltese archives preserve centuries of contacts, commerce, trade, and interactions between French and Maltese people. These relations are still strong and active, and thus it is still a narrative in the making. Thus, I will split my presentation into two. First of all, I'll give very succinct overview of the main archival holdings that hold documents that relate to Franco-Maltese relations. Secondly, I will communicate a few reflections about current collaborations and plans for the future intensification of the tools of memory capture and dissemination. One of the repositories that hold archives of international repute is that of the National Library. The archives of the Order of Malta are rich in direct and indirect references to Franco-Maltese relations. One can say that such connections are found in each section of that archive. However, of importance is section 17 of the Miscellanea that relates particularly to the French rule in Malta. Related documents can also be found in the manuscript collection of the National Library and in the collections of the Treasury. In fact, one of the leading authors about the French in Malta, Dr. Carmelo Testa, whom I had the privilege to meet in my early years at the archives around 30 years ago, built considerable sections of his book from those manuscripts. But the archives of the Knights are important as they also give us a much wider perspective about Franco-Maltese contacts beyond the short span of the French rule in Malta. AOM 58 is one such exemplar, bringing together original letters from French sovereigns addressed to the Grand Masters of the Order. These records do not link directly to Malta, but mainly to the Order and its European role. These volumes include original signed letters from King Louis XIII, XIV, King Louis XV, as well as Catherine de' Medici. The notarial archives in Valletta also hold a depository of memory that can be used by historians to trace the long-standing Franco-Maltese contacts. Till now, most research was focused on the turbulent phase of the French occupation and the legal issues associated with that period. For example, Testa referred to the works of notary Ignacio Molinos, whereby there are various deeds dealing with the forced loans imposed on Maltese individuals by the French administration and forced sales of various items during the blockade. However, I am sure that there is much more to be explored in this repository and that the various documentation still preserved in these archives will yield further important discoveries in the future. It is worth noting that this repository is undergoing extensive restoration and the holistic project for its rehabilitation is underway. Dr. Abel already referred to this during her introduction. The archival community looks towards the day when this Center for Research will reopen, and I am sure that considerable discoveries will be made in future by scholars making use of the modern facilities the institution will soon have. When it comes to the National Archives, we do hold extensive documentation that shed light on Franco-Maltese relations. The main fonts is the Epoca Gallica, preserved at the legal documentation section in Empine, coincidentally the same place which hosted the National Assembly in September 1798. The fonts consists of 3 meters of shelving, originally paginated, which were, however, then bound in the late 19th century. This collection has been digitized, resulting in almost 40,000 images. There are other records that can be used to map contacts between Malta and France, not only for the years of the French rule, but for the centuries preceding the event. Records such as the Registrum Patentorum from the Magna Curia Castellania, also digitized and totaling 42,000 images, are testimony to the movement of people to a number of countries, including France.
You have 5 minutes, Charles.
Other records include the Amministrazione dei Beni Pubblici, Consolata del Mare, and at the main head office of the National Archives in Rabat, we do have a considerable amount of documentation. I can only mention customs passport applications that are very relevant to the study we are talking about. Another entity that holds valuable documentation is Heritage Malta. The document signed by Napoleon that was lately acquired by Heritage Malta can present us archivists with loads of debate about issues of provenance, original order, the right of reclaim versus that of auction, the value of military strategy and records, the issue of valuating records. But away from that academic debate, it was surely an acquisition that captured the imagination of the people and a good public engagement message in favor of the archives sector. When it comes to ecclesiastical archives, Malta holds treasure troves of documentation, awaiting further intensive research to unearth additional insights into Franco-Maltese relations. The Cathedral archives in Empine and the Diocesan archives of both Malta and Gozo have important collections related to the French occupation of Malta. The Cathedral archives possesses the Lettere Consolari fonts, which are the correspondence of the Chargé d'Affaires for the period 1664 up to 1807. Parish archives. Other relevant documentation is found in parish archives. With parish archives, we're dealing with births, marriages, deaths. We already heard about marriages and the statistics about marriages. And I am sure that parish archives still hold mines of information to be tapped in future. Religious orders. With religious orders, again, they are still repositories to be explored further, and that can shed light about life in Malta, not only during the time of the occupation, but also throughout the various decades. Private archives. In our private archives, we have another richness that is gradually being discovered. There are great discoveries still to be made in archives such as the Albert Ganado one, the Dapiro archives, the Olaf Golscher archives. But I want to simply focus a bit on band clubs. Band clubs do have archives that also depict, for their earlier existence, correspondence about people who moved abroad, and also documentation that maps the links Malta had with other countries. A word about Gozo. The National Archives Gozo section has some documentation related to Malta under the French. Amongst these, one can find some documents dated using the Republican calendar as part of the Acta et Negotia of the Universitas Gaudisi. There is also the interesting artificial fonts coded ZM02, bringing together material related to the French occupation of Gozo. A word about current projects. One main ongoing project that will have an impact on the study of Franco-Maltese relations is that led by the Malta Study Center within the Hill Museum and Manuscript Library. The project was triggered on the 220th anniversary of the expulsion of the Order of St. John from Malta by the French. Under the name France and Malta and the Age of Revolution, this preservation project will digitalize and catalogue records dating from 1775 to 1815. Using HMML Reading Room, HMML's Malta Study Center will digitize and catalogue records from various repositories in Europe and the United States. The project has four main goals. First of all, digitizing these records. Secondly, collection of Franco-Maltese rare books and manuscripts to facilitate research, and coordination of conferences and public exhibitions. The Malta Study Center already has verbal agreements in place with the National Archives of Malta, National Archives of France, Heritage Malta, and other institutions to take forward further this initiative.
Please conclude, Charles.
By way of conclusion, the future. My final observation is basically about the future. In my assessment of public and ecclesiastical archives, I emphasize the need of more focus on the creation of finding aids, which will allow historians to conduct their research with better expediency and results. It is for this reason that the Department of Library Information and Archive Sciences at the Faculty of Media and Knowledge Sciences will be launching a new master-level archival course aimed at more specialization and training of our archivists. When it comes to bilateral and international networking, I'm proud that the archival collaboration between the French National Archives and the National Archives of Malta has been strong, and there were innumerable cases of joint activities that we embarked upon in the past. through the International Council on Archives, the European branch of the International Council on Archives, and other European fora, we have maintained strong collaboration. My last point, as we now head towards the building of a new national archives that will serve as an icon of national memory and hopefully will provide the right environment for both the holdings and the users, the National Archives of Malta has joined forces with the French archiving authorities who are willingly sharing their expertise about archival buildings. I close by thanking the Ambassador, Her Excellency Brigitte Courmy, and her team for supporting us throughout with their support, especially on this new national capital project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. That was a very interesting walkthrough through Maltese archives, which not only has shown the richness of our archives, but the need to invest more in archives and also in human resources to ultimately tap what there is in our archives, because if they remain on the shelf, we don't know what they hold, the stories they hold inside. So a lot still needs to be done as well on that aspect. Our next speaker is Professor Hélène Blondy, a colleague and a friend as well. Good bonjour, Hélène, who is Professor Emeritus and who until 2018 had taught the history of political ideas and the history of the Barbary Mediterranean at the Sorbonne. Professor Blondy's paper shall deal with the great misunderstanding of the Bonaparte years, which, unlike the presence of other rulers, such as that of the Hospitaller Order of St. John or the British Empire, have met with an aggressive and disproportionate, according to Prof. Blondy, response from the Maltese. Prof. Blondy, I leave the floor to you to tell us all about the Black legend of Bonaparte in Malta.
Thank you, Joan. The main thrust of my presentation is to try to understand how the 6 days that Bonaparte spent in Malta continue to have till this very day a resonance which is disproportionate to his presence on the island, and also how the French Republic presence here, 3 months on the island and 2 years in the confines of Valletta and the 3 cities, seems to have a louder echo than 2.5 centuries of the order of domination and 1.5 centuries of British one. This short introduction evacuates at the outset the colonial trauma since prior to 1840. Malta was but a mere fief of the Crown of Sicily before becoming thereafter a British colony. Therefore, if the Maltese conscience experienced the French presence as a violation, that is not due to France's stranglehold on the country. Thus, one must look for other motives. Malta at the end of the 18th century. All European observers who visited Malta towards the end of the Ancien Regime made the same observation, though it was positive for some and negative for others. Maltese society lived in a deep state of backwardness, neglected, if not despised, by the order under the total domination of a bloated clergy, which was untrained or poorly trained in theological matters, and which instilled in the faithful an outdated superstition pietism. Members of the Maltese intelligentsia who were receptive to the European ideas of enlightenment either went into exile or were subjected to close and suspicious monitoring by the Inquisitor, the Bishop, or the Court of Rome, as was revealed by Franz Chaparra on enlightenment in general and on Auditor Niccolò Muscat more specifically. Malta's elite in the 18th century was therefore less intellectual than their counterparts in mainland Europe, and it was made up mostly of merchants, ship owners, and cotton growers who wielded almost exclusively economic power. The political leverage of the island's government was built upon one syndical principle, i.e., intervene as little as possible so that the common people may go about their business and businessmen conduct their affairs without hindrance. The only instance of weariness that the economic elite voiced in respect of the order was induced by an economic crisis, which was itself due to the fact that Malta aligned itself with the Kingdom of Naples, at war with France since July 93, what led to the closing of the French market to Maltese products. In 1797, Malta's debt amounted to 2.5 million scudi, and the debt service alone represented no less than 80,000 scudi annually. The Order of St. John sold all its vessels, save for one ship and one frigate, laid off many Maltese workers, while wages were reduced by half and the prices of commodities kept increasing. As early as 1797, Malta business elite, intellectuals such as Vasali and the most enlightened knights considered weighing in on the order dominance. The idea was also gaining traction in France, where the succession of Rohan was being prepared by seeking to elect as Grand Master an ally in the person of Godoy, then Prime Minister of Spain. The case took a turn when in Italy, Bonaparte, who defeated Austria, was given proof that the order was negotiating with Tsar Paul I. The general informed the Directory immediately. Yet one of the permanent features of the French diplomacy since Louis XV was to ensure by all means that the Russians were kept away from Malta so as not to hasten the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, an ally and one of the main suppliers of France. As early as 1760, the Versailles court placed the order almost under its full tutelage in order to thwart the remote maneuvering of Catherine II. With this backdrop, Paris decided in 1797 to outpace the Russians. Why did France intervene? What accelerated the decision was that Bonaparte was like a thorn in the Directory's side. Adulated by a section of the army, the young general was, however, disliked, if not hated, by most of the French political establishment, as they were worried he might morph into a liberticidal dictator. After his triumphant return from Italy, the 5 members of the Directory assigned him to a low-level position, and politicians despised him openly. They had to get rid of him before he posed any danger for the Republic. That is when Talleyrand unearthed the scheme that was thought out under Louis XV to attack British India from Egypt once the latter country was conquered. Bonaparte agreed to lead the expedition instead of languishing in Paris. There remained, however, a major problem. The Directory had no money to spare. However, to wars of conquest, the Directory preferred deceptively spontaneous uprisings of local patriots who would establish a sister republic and thus become allies of the great nation. That was why a revolution was instigated in the canton of Bern in Switzerland, and with its immense treasure, France was able to mount a triple naval squadron to conquer Egypt. All that remained was to secure the wage bill of the soldiers for the initial month until such time when the Egypt establishment could provide the funds. To achieve that, the Directory was hogging the treasure of the order. Bonaparte was tasked with organizing an unprompted revolt, just like that was done in Bern, but Poussielgue, whom he had sent out in 1797, gave only bad news. The Maltese display in respect of France a disproportion more favorable than any other nation, but we ought not to expect a helping hand from them. At the most, we could count on their inertia in the event that the French attack Malta. It is absolutely important to forego any idea of having, within the city or the island, among the knights or the people, a party that would collude with the French with the aim of surrendering Malta. The capture of Malta was thus decided by the 5 members of the Directory on the 5th March of 1798. And Bonaparte received order to seize the archipelago while en route to Alexandria. The matter was not an open secret. Hedney, English consul in Leghorn, wrote to Nelson on the 20th April, "From what I can hear, I feel confident that the expedition is intended first for Malta, then Sicily, in order to secure that granary, then Naples, in all which places the French Republic have secured a strong party. Then we'll proceed to Alexandria, Cairo, and Suez. If France, instead uniting with Tipu Saib against our possessions in India, the danger of losing half an army in crossing the desert from Egypt would be no obstacles." Bonaparte's 6 days on the island. He had a dual mission in Malta. Firstly, he had to seize by right of war all the wealth of the loser, that is the orders and only the orders, in cash or in metal, so as to melt them in ingots to meet currency coins for the army when in Egypt. It is on this occasion that the silverware of the Grand Master and Auberge, as well as that of the conventual church, were melted. As the Cathedral chapter informed that they wished to retain the apostolato, the conventual church, he agreed to that on condition that the weight equivalent in precious metals was handed over. Then, Malta having become a French territory, Bonaparte had to ensure that the institutions of the islands were aligned with the Constitution of Year 3 and with the Republican laws on abolition of feudalism. Then, just like in France, municipalities, mayors, justices of the peace, National Guard, Central School, and Republican ceremony were introduced in Malta. The only reluctance came from Bishop Labini. When Bonaparte purported that St. John's Conventual Church became his cathedral, since in France the episcopal see had to be the same as the administrative seat, Bishop Labini argued that that kind of decision rested with Rome. The general finally gave in, and the conventual church became a co-cathedral. Did Bonaparte act with hostility toward the church? His letter dated 12 June 1798, while aboard the Orion, denoted the contrary to the Bishop of Malta. "It's with great pleasure that I have been informed, sir, of your kind conduct of hospitality to the French troops. You may assure your diocesans that the Roman Apostolic Catholic faith shall not only be respected, but its ministers shall especially be protected. I know no character more respectable and worthy of the veneration of men than a priest who, motivated by the true spirit of the gospel, is convinced that he is duty-bound to preach obedience to temporal power and to maintain peace, tranquility, and union among men." However, this benevolent attitude could not disguise the gap that separated Malta from the countries of continental Europe. Since the 14th century, France had a tradition which, while not denying the canonical power of the Pope, placed the Church under the sole political authority of the king. That was the doctrine of Gallicanism, which was reaffirmed solemnly by Bishop Bossuet under Louis XIV, and later strongly reiterated by the National Assembly in 1790. During Enlightenment, this French doctrine spread out to Portugal, Spain, Naples, Parma, and later on to Estria under the name of regalism. One of the main measures targeted chiefly regular orders. Besides a few convents with high spiritual values, many others were a place where the 7 deadly sins were practiced. Reports from European bishops appointed to clean up regular orders were irrevocable. Their accusation of laziness, piggery, luxury, sodomy, and other nice habits were further added to their denunciation of the dogmatic paucity of those monks who were unable to offer solid religious foundation to the faithful. They suggested, the bishop suggested, that no parish be entrusted to them so that they would all fall under the exclusive authority of the bishops. All over Europe, from the 50s to the 90s, many convents were closed down, monks belonging to the same order were regrouped in one single entity, and their influence over the believers curbed. All over Europe, yes, except in Papal State and Malta, where Rome chased down regalism, as evidenced by misfortune of Niccolo Muscat, reported in a masterly fashion by historian Franz Schapara. Thus, when the French set out to modernize religious functioning in Malta, with the tacit agreement of the bishop of the island, as was the case elsewhere, they had to contend with local archaic posturing. For the Maltese, reducing the number of monks and closing down convents was tantamount to undermining religion. They consider sacrilege the nationalization of religious property and assets that did not belong to the diocesan church, especially when the clerics who were impacted by such measures spared no effort in convincing their flocks of the rightness of the claim. Michel Regnault government, June-November 98. Upon his departure, Bonaparte left behind three men in charge: General Belgrand de Vaubois, brother of Fra Belgrand, a conventual chaplain, Commander de Bosredon de Rancichard, a former knight, and Michel Regnault, a parliamentarian elected by the city of Saint-Jean d'Angély. Vaubois and Rancichard were in their 50s, men of the Ancien regime who adopted the new ideas. Regnault was 38 years old, a moderate revolutionary. He was more loyal to Bonaparte than to the revolution per se. Being the brother of a textile manufacturer, he intended to make use of his stay in Malta to do business in cotton. However, a decision taken by Vaubois caused cotton dealers to rise against the French. On the 17th of July, while employment worsened, the general strongly enjoined them to act humanly. A traders' commission was set up to denounce the selfishness of cotton growers and to ensure that the poor had a job to support themselves. Then Regnault enforced Bonaparte orders to regroup the monks and sisters of the same order in the same convent, leaving it up to them to decide which convent to use. According
Professor Blondie, you have 5 minutes left.
Sorry?
You have 5 minutes left.
No, so I tell you no. Leaving it up to them to decide. According to Maltese and ecclesiastical tradition, the religious tried to procrastinate, but on the 16th of August, the government commissioner gave them 2 days to decide. That coincided with the arrival of a letter sent by Marquis de Castelcicala, minister of King Ferdinand of Naples, to Bishop Labini, asking him to order his parish priests to instigate an uprising of their parishioners against the fools of the throne and of the altar. Having heard about that offensive, Regnault set the first auction of nationalized convents on Sunday, 2nd September 1798, which triggered the rebellion of the Maltese. Subsequently, he had also to face up the catastrophic economic situation of Malta. The debts left by Empine had been understated. And so on the 20th of August, the 28th of August, he decided that permanent leases were obsolete and must be replaced with revalued emphyteotic leases. For many Maltese farmers who had leases with rates dating from back to the 16th century, that was going to make a huge difference. In just 2 months, Regnault managed to set against himself and against the French the cotton growers' lobby, Canon Saverio Caruana being one of the most influential, ordinary Maltese people under the influence of the clergy, and lastly, the peasantry. As Doublet, his successor, acknowledged in February 1999 in a letter to Talleyrand, the changes we have introduced on all fronts, which too must haste, caused disorganizations, hurdles, discontent, and ruin. However, the Maltese case was not unique. Having been stunned by the successes of the revolution, Europe thought that the French Navy's defeat in the Nile battle would deal a final blow to the revolution. So at the same time, in France, in Vendée or in Brittany, but also in Italy, like the Sanfedisti in the Kingdom of Naples or the Viva Maria in northern Italy, the people arose against the French. Vaubois proconsulship, November 98, December 1800. Seriously affected by the hardship of the blockade, Vaubois started by kicking out of the city all useless eaters, but quickly the lack of money was felt cruelly. Those among the Maltese who had made deposit to the common treasury wanted to restore them, but in the absence of funds, their claims were postponed and they ended up totally ruined. When those who pawned objects at the Monte di Pietà wanted to claim them back, they failed because everything had been sold out to provide for the needs of the garrison. Money was so tight that pensions were paid in bread. Vaubois then decided to introduce a forced loan by decree. When he realized that the apostolate of statues had been sold to the Cathedral chapter at their weight value, he ordered that they be reappraised at their market value. As the transaction was pledged by private individuals, thus out of the control of the French, he wrote on 11 August 1999 to the bishop asking him to intervene personally so that the pledge is paid. Failing this, the statues would be sent for smelting. He reminded also the bishop that many of his priests refused to submit the forced loan, which he had no choice but to introduce, adding that despite his respect for the church, he would enforce the articles of surrender, which allowed him to size silverware and send it to smelting. Vaubois thus ordered that all items in precious metal found in church deposits and other public buildings would be melted at the mint and converted into siege currency. In December, the French and the English started talking. Neither Ball nor the Maltese were invited to the talks. The English military felt by siding with the Maltese, Ball conducted himself as a civilian coup, and furthermore, they didn't want to recognize as fighters peasants who rose up because they didn't want to take a risk for the future. And it is what was the background of the Black Legend. So everything the Maltese are still blaming Bonaparte for is foreign to him and due in fact to Regnault and Vaubois. But by some singular effect, that hatred was all directed to Bonaparte, to whom, however, Malta was a mere stage in his career with no significance whatsoever. In reality, the demonization of Epoca Gallica started a few years later. By assuming the position of first consul, Bonaparte was no longer a general, but the head of French state. Then he realized that the loss of Malta was a great loss for French trade. But he also understood what French diplomacy had been advocating for centuries. There was no need to take over Malta. It was enough to have there a government which was politically and economically allied to France. Then its plan to give Malta back to the order. When we look closely at the preliminary negotiations that led to the Treaty of Amiens, and which were conducted by Lord Cornwallis and Joseph Bonaparte, the instruction issued by the first consul to his brothers clearly showed that he was prepared to give up everything so long as the 10th article was accepted. That article provided that Malta was to be restored to the order, but a modified order without French lang and with a Maltese lang. However, this new situation thus created frustrated the interest of both the Maltese Church and the City of London. Indeed, in the summer of 1998, the Church had become the only ecclesiastical power on the island. The Inquisitor had been recalled by the Roman Republic in February, whereas the Grand Master was ousted by the French the following June. As a result, the bishop became the single ecclesiastical master of the archipelago. As for the city, which supported Ball against Admiralty's advice, which preferred to cite Sicily instead of Malta, it had to give in under Haddington's administration that signed peace with France. However, when Pitt returned to power, war was declared again in 1803, and it lasted till the Battle of Waterloo, 1815. In the meanwhile, Bonaparte had become Napoleon and also the single target of British resentment. Therefore, to prevent a return of the order as well as of the French in a pragmatic alliance between two fundamentally opposed powers, the Church and the British forged a black legend about Napoleon in Malta, depicting him as a man who looted all the gold of the island and who showed no respect for the churches. It is forgetting what François Bernayer, a tailor of the army, had witnessed on the 15th of June 98, when sacred objects of the conventual church were broken and smelted. I saw crowds of people looking greedily for shards of gold and silver that hammers may have protected here and there. I couldn't believe that in a city where religion had been the center of everything for so long, there was no pious enough man to prefer the holy relics to anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Brondi, for that interesting talk. I am sure it will create a lot of debate, and we will have some interesting questions at the end. This topic always does. And our next speaker is Emmanuel Rousseau, who has been serving as the Director of Collections of the French National Archive since 2012. Emmanuel is a Knight of Grace and Devotion ad Personam and a Prophet Grand Cross of Justice. He has been a member of the Sovereign Council of the Order of Malta since 2009 and is the curator of its archives and of the Magisterial Library. Emmanuel will be delivering his talk on relations between France and the Order of Malta in the 18th century based on the sources kept in the French National Archives and the Order's Magisterial Archives. I leave the mic to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the French Embassy in Malta for inviting me to this event, which celebrates the relationships between Malta and France. It is with great modesty that I appear before you with this particularity of having two titles to speak, but none as brilliant as those of the learned people who are gathered here today. I will therefore limit myself to making a few remarks based on my research at the French National Archive, where I am Director of Collections, as you said, and I would also like to encourage you to come to Rome to discover a little-known archive of which I'm responsible as curator of the Magisterial Archive of the Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of Malta. And as you mentioned, I am a professed Knight of the Order and a member of the Order's Sovereign Council. For several years, I have been interested in the men whom the King of France sent to the Order to represent him, but also in the envoys whom the Order sent to the French court and to the court of Rome. I actually planned to publish the instructions that each of them received from their respective sovereign when starting their diplomatic mission. The order's diplomacy required that envoys from Catholic European courts be members of the order. So the most Christian king, therefore, had no choice to send a man to the Grand Master who was totally independent of the Maltese court. No doubt, as a retaliatory measure, the choice was made to send men to Malta who did not have the full character of ambassadors, chargés d'affaires, as mentioned earlier. They would represent not only the king's person, but would also be responsible for protecting the kingdom's economic interests. In short, they would be considered as consuls by the French diplomatic service. They were not given the formal status of ambassadors by the court of Versailles, but they were nevertheless granted credential letters. A signpost bearing the arms of France was placed on the door of their residence in Malta, which was granted the privilege of an embassy by the order's government. The envoys of the most Christian king had the privilege to access directly the Grand Masters without having to petition for an audience from the Chancellery. This direct access allowed the court of Versailles in the 18th century to exercise considerable influence on the order's policy. Under the Ancien Régime, the consuls were dependent on the Secretary of State for the Navy. It is therefore in the archive of this ministerial department that we find the instructions given to the consuls and the official correspondence addressed to them. Today, the French Archives Nationales in Paris keep 11 registers of official correspondence sent from Malta to the Secretary of State for the Navy, dating from 1664 to 1790. The eruption of the French in Malta in 1798 meant that part of the consulate's archive have remained there to this day, and I have to salute the initiative of Professor Blondy to publishing the inventory of the archives of the consulate, which are still kept in the Medina Cathedral Museum. And it is a real complementary source to the one we keep in the National Archive. On the other hand, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs received a number of dispatches regarding the political affairs of the Court of Malta from both the French consuls in Malta and from the order's ambassadors to the French court. This resulted in a complex intermingling of correspondence addressed to the central power. Today, the diplomatic correspondence of the King's Men in Malta and of the ambassadors to the French court is preserved in the archive of the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, as said earlier by Mr. Nicolas Chibaev. In addition, the consuls of Malta maintained, the French consuls in Malta, maintained an extensive correspondence with the Chambre de Commerce in Marseille, as mentioned earlier by Anne Brogini. Today, these archives represent 12 volumes going from 1704 to 1794. Indeed, the port of Marseille was the main point of departure for maritime trade with the Maltese archipelago. The archives of the Chambre de Commerce de Marseille are essential for understanding the economic relations that the order maintained with the Kingdom of France. For its part, the order sent an ambassador to the French court who was given formal instructions and was entitled to come to the court of the King of France, and had what they called les grandes entrées, which was a formal full access to the court. This privilege was actually harshly fought for by the order's ambassadors to the King of France throughout the 18th century. The order occupied a very special place in the diplomatic concert of the Ancien Régime Français, a multinational religious order at the head of a strategic archipelago in the heart of the Mediterranean, and it also had a colossal land power in the Kingdom of France. The order was recognized in France as a religious order by the Church of France and enjoyed its privileges. However, its status as a foreign order allowed it to escape the general assemblies of the French clergy, which voted the donations for the royal finances. Furthermore, the order was only answerable to the Grand Conseil in matters of justice and privilege, which allowed it to benefit from justice directly from the sovereign. The order's ambassadors to Versailles were chosen with particular care by the Grand Masters and always with the approval of the French king. The archives of the order's embassy in Paris remained in the Temple Tower until 1808, next to the very place where King Louis XVI and his family had been imprisoned during the Revolution. Napoleon I ordered that they be transferred to the archive of the Ministry of Foreign Relations, where they remained until the beginning of the 20th century without being classified nor inventoried. In 1913, it was decided that this archive was not part of the French diplomatic archive, and it was transferred to the Archives nationales, where it is preserved today. The majority of this archive deals with the economic affairs of the order in France, but there are also remnants of the diplomatic correspondence of the order's ambassadors to the Most Christian King. In addition to reports to the Grand Master, there are also a number of correspondences with other ambassadors of the order, and particularly during the reign of Louis XV, there are extensive exchanges with the order's embassy to the Holy See. The archive of the order's embassy to the Holy See is still kept in Rome. This embassy was very important for the order because of its status as a religious order. Today, the order's Palazzo Magistrale, which became the seat of the order in Rome in 1834, is located in the former embassy to the Holy See. Though somewhat incomplete, the archive nevertheless illustrates the activities of the embassy, first as regards the economic control of the properties of the Grand Priory of Rome, but also as regards the very important relationships with the Roman Curia. The ambassador was responsible for obtaining bullas for the admissions of knights and all the other bullas regarding the career of the knights, and all the acts of the order's life had to be authorized by special papal documents. This key position in the organization, not only religious, but also administrative of the order, gave the holder of the office considerable influence over the affairs of the order. It is therefore not surprising that Frenchmen were placed at the head of this embassy for much of the 18th century. Versailles ensured that the post was held by a man of trust. The diplomatic correspondence is kept in Rome in 59 boxes, making it over 6 meters of documents from the beginning of the 17th century to the end of the 18th century. The inventory of this archive has been done quite recently by a young, brilliant scholar called Valeria Vanesio, whom I guess some of you know. And she has used part of this documentation to do her PhD thesis with a part on diplomatic relationships between the order and the Roman Curia. Apart from her, I do not think that these documents have been studied by other scholars. All these diplomatic correspondences either originals or copies, are also found in the Order's very rich archives, which are now kept in the National Library of Malta in Valletta, but also in the National Archive of Malta, as shown before by Mr. Faruja, and in several private collections in the island. So I would like first to share my screen with you. I have not prepared, I'm not very good at that, a diaporama, but I wanted to share with you, sorry, a PDF. Can you see it on the screen? It's
no, we cannot see your presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, in fact, I wanted
you have
to
green box, Manuel.
Yes, I see the green box. I have the thing ready to be shown, but well, never mind. I can send the document to people who are interested. It's a synoptic kind of table showing the different ambassadors to Malta, first of all, from 1715 to 1792. Most of them were regular knights. There were very few bailiffs sent by the French king to Malta, and probably this was due to the fact that the French chargé d'affaires or envoy from the king to the Grand Master was not an ambassador, a full ambassador. The order on his part sent only bailiffs to the King of France. The most famous ones, there are, I think, two very famous ambassadors. Sorry, there are two very famous ambassadors from Malta to Paris, who are the first of them is Le Bailli de Fleury, who was nephew of the former Prime Minister of Louis XV, and the second one was Le Bailli de Breteuil, for sure, who was the envoy from the order to the court of Versailles from 1777 to 1785. And we keep part of his, sorry, you can't see me. You keep part of his.
Sorry, just so I interrupted. You have 5 minutes left, please, Manuel.
I will be brief. I will be brief. And we keep part of his correspondence here in Paris. In Rome, Breteuil also was ambassador of the order to Rome from 1758 to 1777. And his successor, Le Bailli de la Brianne, was ambassador from the order to Rome from 1778 to 1788. And then he was sent to Paris. So I mean that the same men were the envoys very often, were envoys to Rome and then sent to Paris. And it is obvious that Choiseul had a very important role in choosing those men whom he wanted to be at the head of the order's diplomacy. In a more curious matter, Fleury, the Bailli de Fleury, had been chosen to be the envoy of the king to Malta, and then he was chosen by the Grand Master to be the envoy of the order to Paris, which is a very strange situation for a diplomat to be sent in the reciprocal position of being, on the one side, the envoy of his country to a sovereign, and then the sovereign's envoy to his own country. Very strange. That's one of the particularity of the order. And then I just wanted to tell you that very often, Le Bailli de Froulet, who was the ambassador of the order to the court of France, wrote secret letters to Breteuil, sending him some secret memorandums for the Grand Master related to the French court life or to French diplomatic positions, making sure that the position of the embassy in Rome and the position of the embassy in Paris were absolutely in tune, and sending messages from Choiseul through this diplomatic canal. And Breteuil was in charge then to send the memorandums of Froulet to the Grand Master as confidential correspondence. So there were very, very strange relationships and strong relationships in between those two embassies in Paris and in Malta, being taken in charge by men who had very, very strong personal links. And it is also interesting to see that being in Rome, Breteuil had also some very intimate relationships with Le Cardinal de Berny, who was the French king's ambassador to the Holy See. So, and they had exchanges of letters and of memorandums. This is what our archive in Rome shows. It's all this intermingling of correspondence, exchanges of correspondence between Paris, Rome, Valletta, through various diplomatic canals. And I think it would be wonderful if people came to see it. We are open to scholars, COVID permittente, if I may say so. And what I would also like to stress would be the interest of having a kind of international cooperation on this diplomatic correspondence, especially on having a joint effort to establish finding aids, especially international finding aids, and also asking the scholars who have used this correspondence to give us some analytic descriptions of the documents, which are always very difficult to make. I know that many of my colleagues do that, and I think it would be extremely precious. And as also, I have a third kind of personality in me. I'm also a member of the St. John's Library Malta Study Center member. I also think it would be wonderful if all these correspondences could be digitized, the one in Malta, the one in Rome, the one we have in France, through the various repositories, so that it could give a very, very good aperçu, as we say in French, of the rich exchanges of correspondence between those diplomats, and probably the obvious predominance of the French diplomatic position over the Order of Malta during the 18th century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. That was really interesting. I'm sure that the invitation to come and visit your archives, for me, it's very tempting, and I think I will take it up. And I'm sure many of those who are among our audience will also be taking up, and also the proposal for a collaboration, the fact that these archives will be linked, so that obviously international academia can also study them, is a welcome proposal and suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now pass on to our last speaker, last but not least, another friend of mine, Dr. Charles Chouirap. Charles is a journalist, producer, presenter, and most of all, a historian. His PhD thesis studied the perception of France in the Maltese collective memory during the British colonization. This should therefore, I think, link well with the paper which was presented by Prof. Alan Blondie, and Charles' paper is entitled Franco-Maltese Relationships During the British Colonization. It will be interesting to hear how, from the Maltese bonjour and bonsoir to Malta's current entry to the 2021 Eurovision Song Contest entitled Je me casse, the Maltese continue to relish their French connections. Charles, I leave the mic to you.
With curiosity, which has to do with bread coming from the 18th century, when the Maltese had to start calling their own bread il ħobs tal-Malti, as we Maltese know, because the chefs of the order had started to bake il ħobs tal-Franċiż, as we still call it today, French bread. with more refined and white wheat. We will now move on to the beginning of the English rule, but also go back a bit in 1798. It appeared natural for Malta to slide comfortably under French rule after 3 centuries of French connections under the order, but querulous clergy and traditional merchants with the Medina noblesse could not have it, and instead sought protection of their medieval privileges by the British Navy stationed in Paris. We heard a lot this morning from Alain Blondy as well. Unfortunately, the peasants outside La Cité de Malte lost their lives for the cause, but did not benefit much from it. More than 800 Maltese refugees chose to leave Malta with the French. These refugees included not only judges, magistrates, navy captains, skilled citizens, and 2 outstanding Maltese men. One of them, as you can see, Niccolò Isouard-Chouyreb, the imperial composer who in 1870 was honored with his bust on Charganier's Opera de Paris. It is also, one should also mention that Michel Anton Vassalli had to leave as well. He was exiled for 20 years after he laid the foundations of the Maltese language. A patriot. One could perhaps speculate that skilled men and academicians were lost. But French sympathizers did not all go away. In 1806, we find Lieutenant General Villette writing to Ball, telling him that, quote, the French party on the island is since your departure greatly augmented, while the English party is much oppressed and dissatisfied, not indeed upon one thing, but upon all things, unquote. We move on to scores now of French surnames. We had earlier heard about so many marriages with Maltese ladies, and these surnames remain, many of them on the island. Among them, Goulaimir, Bonnet, Olivier, Fremont, Doublet, Hainaut, Fournier, Dorel, Arnaud, and Morin. Most of them descendants of commerçants de Toulon or sea captains. In fact, Joseph Morin, who came to the docks late under the order to build Le Vaisseau under the French, became head of the Municipalité of Cotonera, and in 1802, after returning from France, was employed by the British for his engineering abilities. We still, in fact, have many words of the shipbuilding vocabulary in Maltese coming from French, and are still in use today. Among these, one finds travu, chanfrin, moustache, tapira, and tambouret, while tools like buvette, varloppa, rebeckin, formatur, and raspa are only a few of so many other loan words. Back in Paris, the newly crowned Emperor Napoleon in 1804 renamed Rue de Chartres, next to the Palais Royal, as Rue de Malte during the Grand Dessin de Paris. We find also that a year before, in 1803, Bonaparte had told off English ambassador Whitworth in Paris that Malta could mean peace or war if Britain did not leave the island. In fact, the Napoleonic Wars followed. Early in the 19th century, we find other links with France. 2 important Frenchmen came to Malta. Napoleon's brother, Prince Lucien Bonaparte, was captured on a French vessel on its way to the United States in 1810. He arrived in Malta in August, and after a short spell in Ricasoli as a prisoner, was transferred to San Anton Palace as guest of the British Commissioner, where he stayed till November, even producing a play in the palace. Perhaps our president will look this up and we could see that play again. Who knows? The other distinguished French guest was Louis Charles, Comte de Beaujolais, brother of Roi Louis-Philippe, who arrived in Malta this month in May 1808, guest of the Royal Navy, as he was unfortunately suffering from tuberculosis and was looking forward to a cure. Unfortunately, he died prematurely at 29 years old, and as you can see, is buried at St. John's in Valletta. We cannot bypass 1821 and miss Napoleon's death, which provoked a global cult in literature and the arts. In Malta too, similar to what Manzoni did, as you can see here, with his Cinque Maggio, Vincenzo Bugeia, which is not so popular, wrote for Il Meut da Bonaparte on Napoleon's death. collectible statues of Napoleon crept into several Maltese homes during under the British during the 19th century. I am lucky to have one of them. Maltese emigrants to Tunisia early in the 1830s continued to export Le Maltese, another kept link with France, Maltese blood oranges to Paris after having taken the trees. The peasants took the trees with them to Tunisia, and they are still popular in Paris, especially when the season comes. One can read how it all started earlier in Malta, sending these oranges even to Marie Antoinette in Alain Blondy's book, also in English. I recommend its reading. With Malta missing its chance to exploit revolutionary democracy under the French, under the British, Giorgio Mitrovic, who with Camillo Ciberras was fighting for political rights, told the British Parliament in 1835 that their handling of Malta's justice system was, quote, worse than that had been offered by the French, unquote. Diplomatic relations between British Malta and Paris, as we heard just now, were established. And one could say that the highlight of this 19th century, especially diplomatic change, was French Consul Miege writing one of the best volumes of Maltese history in 1841. On the right is something I found at Courneuve. In 1850s, Britain and France finally found themselves fighting a common enemy, Russia, in Crimea. While Maltese were also enlisted in Crimea, one could say that in Malta, the British were still somehow demonizing the image of the French, though not really all of them. In fact, we find British governor of Malta, Jean-Gaspard Le Marchand, French origins no doubt, in 1858, gifted the armory at the palace in Valletta with a fine marble bust of the great captain, as he called Napoleon. One could say also that later in 1936, another governor, Lord Grenfell, decided to move the bust on the column and then in the then post office to occupy a central place in the alcove of the room in Palazzo Parisio in Valletta, in which Bonaparte wrote some 160 civil orders to impose democracy on the then medieval island. We could also note that Grenfell in the same year installed a plaque outside the building, as it is still today, to commemorate the event. In 1877, when Bonapartists in Valletta planned to give an explosive welcome to the ex-empress of the French, Eugénie, widow of Napoleon III and friend of British Queen Victoria, the British governor on the island had to shift the empress schedule so as to avoid a diplomatic embarrassment with a French triumphal entry in the British colony's capital. Instead of visiting Valletta, he redirected the empress retinue to San Anton Palace in Attard. In 1891, the same year that the monument of Queen Victoria, which is still in Valletta, was erected, Maltese founder of the Partito Nazionalista, Fortunato Mizzi, was opposing British hegemony of the island, struggling to retain the use of Italian in education, the courts, and cultural events. He declared, quote, "We have not sold ourselves to England, but only asked for her protection," unquote. The minute the declaration was uttered, shouts of "Viva la Francia" rose from his followers in Strada Reale, outside the Union Club, and under the British governor's palace in Valletta. In 1902, we come across lawyer Enrico Zambit, who was an active promoter of France-Malta relations in an Alliance Maltese, consisting of Relation Franco-Maltese en Tunisie, Algeria, and Malta, the last, strangely enough, a British colony. After Malta became a British colony in the 19th century, thousands of Maltese started to emigrate to French Algeria and Tunisia to escape poverty. This happened until after World War II and therefore before the Australian exodus. You can see one in French, the other one, Professor Frendo's oeuvre, which has just been published, refers to the same stories as well. Maltese living in Algeria after the War of Independence in 1962 moved to France and became French citizens, following the steps of Victor Hugo specialist and Franco-Maltese poet Fernand Grec, a member of the prestigious Académie Française, the only Maltese ever who was a member of the Académie. Maltese in North Africa, being so near, continued to visit their relatives on the island, bringing, during the 19th century and early 20th century, bringing with them not only the straw hats sans façon, which you can see on the top picture, and the French national drink anisette, but also names for cinema theaters, for example, Le Trianon, L'Étoile, Odéon, and Lumière, only in Hamrun. They were influenced by the return of these, or perhaps the visits of these. Another France-Malta connection at the beginning of the 20th century comes from the first honorary president of the Labour Party, this time Vincent Bougea, who, after being refused a post at university in Malta, emigrated to Paris in 1919, where he became editor of the New York Herald Tribune. He contributed revolutionary ideas to the newly founded party and fought protective paternalism. World War I brought France and the British Empire, who had also agreed, as you know, the Entente Cordiale in 1904, brought them together again against a common enemy, this time Germany. As you can see, these coming three pictures or four are from the collection of Giovanni Bonello, who very kindly lent them to me. In agreement with the Royal British Navy, French Admiral Augustin Bouet de la Pierre was appointed commander-in-chief of both navies in the Mediterranean during the first years of World War I, while the British handled the North Sea against the enemy. At the beginning of World War I quote, Herbert Ganado is speaking from his book, some 40 French warships flying their famous tricolor, bands playing on deck, were welcomed in Grand Harbour by thousands of Maltese to shouts of Vive la France, singing La Marseillaise. Herbert Ganado was writing in Right Malta Timbidel, so Malta change. Thank you, Giovanni Bonello. More French than British ships were in the port, in fact, he said. This is not the only time the French Marine had relations with Malta. The Imperial French Navy has its roots within the Naval School of the Order since the 16th century at the time of Richelieu. In fact, here we see the French class frigate Tourville of the Marine Nationale in Grand Harbour a few years ago, where I was invited to lunch with the then ambassador, proudly displaying its Maltese cross to recall its association with Vice-Admiral Maréchal de France Hilarion de Tourville, a French knight of Malta. In fact, La Marine Nationale still boasts of other vessels with names of illustrious knights of Malta, becoming admirals in the French Navy, including the Grace, Souffrin, and Chevalier Paul, as you can see there. Remaining in a seafaring mood, born in Valletta on July 10, 1887, with an English father sailor from Cornwall and a gypsy mother from Sevilla, Corto Maltese is more popular in the Francophone world of the bande dessinée, not mentioned at all in Valletta. Like Jacques Cousteau, who bought his first boat in Malta, Calypso, in 1950. Back to the last century, post-World War II, in 1952, Malta celebrated the British Queen's coronation, as you can see the decoration on Putti Real in Valletta, but a group of Maltese writers and historians, among them Dr. Albert Ganado, still full of memories, decided to commemorate the end of the French blockade of 1800. Uninvited, the ADC of the British governor in 1952 attended this evening, and the next day, after a meeting with the governor, the organizing committee was mysteriously disbanded. Moving on, in spite of Malta having a very good trade balance with France, it was only in 2012, 48 years after independence, that for the very first time since Napoleon, the head of France, President François Hollande, visited Malta to participate in the 5+5 meeting. He again visited Malta in 2017, when I had the pleasure, as you can see on his request, to show him around Bonaparte's links sites in Valletta. Current President of France, Emmanuel Macron, while attending a meeting for Southern European countries, recently also met Bonaparte in Valletta in his room, or the room he used to use now is the office, as we saw this morning, of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Glancing over France.
5 minutes left.
Yes, I will be in. Thank you.
Thank you.
especially glancing over France-Malta relations today, things look much brighter. A special edition, the third one, of my book, France in the Maltese Collective Memory, allow the publicity, is being published by the University of Malta to mark the 200th anniversary of Napoleon's death, as you can see, the ribbon on top right. It is a souvenir edition with an insert text on Bonaparte's links to Malta. Malta Post is also publishing a stamp, as you know, to mark this anniversary. I noticed that the background has been taken from a picture in my book, which I had found in the Maritime Museum, which is still there, of course. This year, to mark the 200 years of Napoleon's death, the Musée de l'Armée des Invalides chose an etching of Napoleon. This is the catalogue which I have just received, by Maltese artist Luigi Calamatta in 1834 for the cover of this fine catalogue, which is the exhibition in Les Invalides, is open in Paris till September.
Thank you very much, Charles, for the presentation. I am sure that we all appreciate that pictorial voyage along the British period and even today, and all that links us to the French. I remember in my university days, I remember Professor Gottfried Wettinger always mentioning the importance of the work of Mièche. So yes, you are right. A lot of obviously material is still being very much of use to anything that is not only related to French presence in Malta, but also to our history in general. Thank you very much, Charles. And that brings us to the end of our session. However, now we have time for questions, and hopefully we'll have enough time to answer all of your questions. I would like to ask the audience and also perhaps some of the participants whether they have any questions for any of our speakers. I have one for Professor Hélène Blondy. There's someone who has asked whether the material he was presenting has been published or whether it is in the process of being published.
No, everything was published, either from the French archives or the Maltese archives. The most important archives concerning that period is at the Curia Episcopalis in Floriana.
Okay, thank you. So it was published. Do you know the name of the publication?
Oh yes, my books.
All right, so it is scattered all along in your long line of published works.
Yes,
Thank
but
you
it's
very much, Prof.
No, may I just a minute?
Yes.
Charles spoke about Louis Bonaparte. Do you know that he was a collector of drawings, and many drawings of his collection are kept now in the Cathedral Museum, because when he left Malta, the drawings were bought by a Maltese, and they are now in Hello? Hello? No.
We cannot hear you, Charles, if you are
No,
answering to Prof. Blondy.
I was going to congratulate Alain for this information, and I think whoever is following us today and in future, perhaps internet visiting, should go in the Cathedral Museum and see these drawings as well. Thank you, Alain.
You're welcome.
Are there any more questions? I would have a question for Nicholas. You've spoken about the documents that are held in places such as the French Embassy. How accessible are they? I mean, if researchers, even young researchers, because at times young researchers are inhibited from going to these places because obviously an embassy is a place wherein you need special permission and therefore not easily accessible. That is one question. How accessible and how open are you to obviously researchers who are serious of an academic nature. And also I have listened with, great interest to the fact and welcome that you are at present doing conservation work on most of the documents so that even these can be made accessible. Well done. I mean, that's something which is really needs to be praised. Nicolas?
Yes, about the archives of the embassy, those which are open to communication for researchers are already in France. I mean, either in the north for what concerns the archives of the embassy, or in La Courneuve for what concerns the Europe Directorate. So basically, as you know, most archives are open to communication after, well, 25 years, and in some cases after 50 years. You have to either to travel to Nantes or to Paris, to La Courneuve.
Until they are digitized, of course. Hopefully they will be digitized and made available.
Yes, some of them are digitized, but only partly, I must say.
The ones that are digitized, are they accessible through a website or an official site?
Well, the inventory is accessible on our website of the on the website. It's a part of the website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have special archway for diplomatic archives. About the restoration, what I mentioned, that I should have more focused on this collection in Nantes.
We have
to restore it completely, because it has been well, it came in a very disparate way. So we don't even know. We have restored 51 boxes, but there's no proper order in the content of these boxes. So we have to, well, to be able to see all the boxes, to make an detailed inventory, and to digitize what is interesting enough to be digitized.
Yes, well done, and I wish you all the best of luck in ultimately doing the completion of works. I have another question for Charles Faruja, and I would like to ask him whether there is any project or proposal that perhaps all these disparate archives somehow are in future linked together, even through perhaps links. One would enter, just click on a link, and ultimately, you go into another website, which perhaps for us researchers, for example, I didn't know that there were these documents at the French embassy. So providing even this information on our national websites would be very helpful to researchers.
Yes, with regards to portals, at the moment, the main portal is the Archives Portal Europe, which is basically France is collaborating in this also. So there's the Archives Portal Europe. There is also the work carried out by the European group in charge of foreign affairs archives. As in some countries, foreign affairs archives do not fall under national archives. So in some countries they are managed separately, while in Malta it is under one institution. So basically it's the Archives Portal Europe we're using, and also this collaboration with HMML. HMML, the Malta Study Center, has done an amazing job with regards to archives in a number of European and even American institutions. So yes, networking is the way forward, and not necessarily the availability of the images. At least the first focus should be on finding aids, effective finding aids, and the availability of those finding aids on portals, because we will never arrive at a point where all documents are digitized and available online. It's no archivist dream of that eventuality, but at least with the finding aids, that would facilitate a lot the life of researchers.
Thank you so much, Charles, for that. I have a question coming from the audience for Professor Blondy, whether he is aware that Governor Grenfell wrote a booklet on Napoleon, if he is aware, if you are aware, does this reinforce the concept of the Black legend?
No, I wasn't aware at all. No, so it's the first.
We are all to learn here as well.
So I learned something today.
Thank you for whoever posted that comment. Therefore, that was very helpful. I now have another observation and perhaps also a question for Emmanuel. And I'm really intrigued by the documents, especially documents of the consulate. And I know that consulates have a rather extensive, an extensive role. And one of them was even to take depositions, like, sea protests. Whether there is any material regarding these types of sea protests, which sailors would then use, especially when they needed to claim with regards to insurance purposes. Do any documents of this type exist? Because these shed light on trading patterns and networks in the Mediterranean, so they are very, very important when one studies economic and commercial relationships.
Yes, I think we keep some in the Consul's archive in Paris. Yes, they can be found, and especially also some manifestos, you would call them, giving the details of the contents of boats and permission to transport goods which were not really, I mean, there were some limitations of transports to some destinations, and the consuls made sure that the content of the boats were compliant with the limitations. So they had to, the sea masters had to provide some manifestos stating what they were transferring from one place to another. And I think I have seen not many of them, but there are at least 2 or 3 of them in the archives of the Bailli de Blé-Courtincourt, who was the French envoy to Malta at the beginning and at the end of the 17th century and beginning of the 18th century. Because, well, what is very strange is that the French envoy in Malta, being a Knight of Malta, was placed in a very weird position of being in charge of making sure that the French official relationships with all the Islamic states of Northern Africa and also of the Middle East were respected. You know, that France had a very strong alliance with these people to annoy the Habsburg powers or the Central European powers, and so some goods and merchandise were not permitted to be transferred lawfully, if I may say, from one country to another. But the French covered it. It's very weird, in a way. So you can find some, yes.
Even in the 18th century, at the time of the Seven Years' War.
That's right. Yes.
I have also a comment coming on Facebook for Charles, and the comment is that your presentation should have been longer because it was really interesting, and even it captivated me. Well done, Charles, as well. And I would also like, if there are no more comments, I would also like to thank Professor Brogini for her detailed analysis. I know that the graphs and the pie charts which you projected, behind them there is a lot of research, and obviously this benefits Malta and even our knowledge as regards the relationships between Malta and France, especially as regards commercial relationships. So well done, Professor Brogini, as well, and thank you for always doing research as regards Malta and its Mediterranean context. Now I think I can
Thanks to you.
I can close this session. Excuse me. Now they're telling me that I only have 2 minutes left, so I'm tasting a bit of my medicine. No, they're telling me I have 2 more questions. So one is, we have heard that some French men married Maltese women. Do any of the archives hold records of women as active agents? This is for Professor Brogini, I guess. Shall I repeat?
No, I understood, but do any of the archives hold records of women as active agents?
As active agents. I think here they mean that they're intermediary persons, like you would have them in Malta, and they would act like intermediary persons between the Maltese and perhaps other merchants in Mediterranean countries or elsewhere in Europe. A Maltese woman is acting as an agent, as an intermediary person.
But it's quite difficult because during the early modern period, women are not so important because they had no rights. There are no citizen people as men. When she met French, she met foreigners, usually in works, for example, shops, or when she were slaves. I found many archives in the Inquisition archives about French slaves or French renegades, which became free in Malta and stayed with Maltese women. We observed that there are weddings about rich French too. For example, merchants, when French merchants at the beginning gave their girls or their sons to French people, and after 1 or 2 generations, they prefer give their daughters to or their son to Maltese people to increase the links, the trade, the commercial links. So there are many ways to explain this. These weddings.
I studied mostly the 16th century, and if I may pass a comment. For the 16th century, we do have women who ultimately act as agents, but this is due to the fact that mostly their husband isn't in Malta. You know, he's like a traveling partner, or he goes abroad, and therefore the woman takes over the job of the husband. So basically, then you have those women who are wealthy. So even they have a different status to other women that are much lower in society. And this permits them in a way to even at times lend money, appear before the notary on their behalf without the help of a mundualdum, the male guardian. So I think the subject is one which is also important and which needs to be researched more in depth, because we have basically started to do very little about it.
John,
thank you, Professor Brown. Yes?
John,
yes?
do you remember that thanks to you, I discovered a French lady who was a prominent merchant in the 18th century in Valletta?
Yes, yes.
So you have,
yes. Can you mention her, Professor Blondie?
Yeah.
Can you mention her and talk a bit about her?
So, sorry?
Can you mention her and talk a bit about her? Her story is awesome.
She was a French lady, and she was a merchant. She had a prominent shop just in front of the entrance of the conventual church, where is the bust of Mizi. You know, there was here a very important shop, and she sold everything coming from France. Swords, handkerchiefs, play cards, and so on. You know, she was a very important shop for the knights and also for the Maltese. And she was French. And you are, I think that the notarial archives are the only place I know when we have all the economical archives of an enterprise, of a firm in the 18th century. So you have all the economical archives. It's very important we have economical archives in the 19th century, but in the 18th century, I think you are very rich because it's the only one I know.
Thank you so much. I don't know whether I can take the last question. All right, I can. And this is a general question. I don't know who can answer. Does anyone know about the Maltese who left Malta with Napoleon and were settled in southern France and Corsica? Apart from the book of Dr. Fenech around 1830, it seems we have lost the history afterwards. Can anyone answer the question? Charles, perhaps you? We can't hear you, Charles.
Understand that part of the question.
Okay.
Can you repeat that part of the question about Corsica?
Mala, okay, Mala. I'll repeat all of it. Does anyone know about the Maltese who left Malta with Napoleon and were settled in southern France and Corsica, apart from the book of Dr. Fenech?
Yes. I personally have visited Corsica on several occasions, but mostly to do research some years ago. And my research from that place, I have published in a book which is called Fuq il-Passi ta' Vassalli, edited by Joseph P. Borch, which was published, as we know, just a few years ago, quite recently. And in it, I speak about the few hundreds who stayed in Corsica, had moved to Corsica. They were receiving also a secure, which means the social services, which they gained, including Vassalli. Obviously, I went mostly because of Vassalli, but I found so many others. That's why I said judges and captains and soldiers. There were quite a few there. And the last time I heard about, there is also a study inside Corsica itself about the Maltese there, and it was published as well. It's online, it's on internet. But mostly what is curious is that they, at the very end, obviously, Vassalli, I must not forget that he left Corsica in 1807. I found his passport, permis de séjour, when he arrived in Paris, and the picture I showed in my presentation was made out of that permis de séjour, detailed police details. But the last time I heard that anybody from the Maltese refugees who kept receiving some kind of social assistance goes up to even 1848, which is interesting. Today, maybe there are 2-3 surnames, Maltese surnames, because of intermarriage, obviously, and also because most of them, like Vassalli, eventually left.
Thank you so much, Charles. I will now pass on the floor to the next moderator, Dr. Marilyn Marlia, since we have been eating away from their time as well. And the next session is entitled Through Arts, Sciences, and Culture. I leave the mic to you, Marilyn.
Good afternoon, just about. It is my great pleasure and honor today to welcome you to the second panel of the conference, in which we will be embarking on a journey to explore Franco-Maltese relations through arts, sciences, and culture. I am Dr. Marilyn Mallia, I'm a senior lecturer at the Department of French at the University of Malta. My doctoral research focuses on the novels of 19th century French female writer George Sand, especially the ways in which she rewrites the English Gothic genre, and I have published a monograph with Classique Garnier in Paris. In today's session, we'll be following 4 engaging talks on a variety of topics and eras, ranging from medieval and Renaissance art history to classical architecture, literary translations of a 20th century author, and Franco-Maltese cultural relations in the 18th century. So Dr. Martina Caruana, our first speaker, will be initiating us into the fascinating world of Parisian illuminated printed books of hours in Malta. Dr. Claude Bouzoutil will then be analyzing the influence of French military engineers on Maltese architecture during the reign of Louis XIV. Professor Anthony Aquilina will be drawing on his extensive experience as a literary translator to explore works of Albert Camus as translated from French to Maltese. And finally, Professor Carmen De Pasquale will be studying Franco-Maltese relations through the intercultural activities of a range of individuals from different domains. These talks will be followed by a collective discussion at the end, but please do not hesitate to start typing your comments and questions through our various platforms so that you can participate in the conversation. So these will be relayed to our speakers at the very end. Allow me therefore to present our first speaker, Dr. Martina Caruana, who holds an MA in art history from the University of Malta and a PhD from the Sorbonne, specializing in illuminated books in Malta. Martina Caruana is also acknowledged for her reviews of musical performance and is an authority on conservation education in Europe. She is currently director of MCAS Institute for the Creative Arts. Dr. Caruana, I pass you the mic.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. So my presentation is about Parisian illuminated printed books of hours in Malta. I hope I'll be able to share my screen successfully, so I'm going to attempt that immediately. So, please tell me if I'm successful.
We're not seeing the presentation yet, but you have to click on the green button and then choose the correct screen.
So let's see.
Yes, it's visible.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, Parisian illuminated printed books of hours in Malta. So this presentation provides contextual background on the books of hours, tracing its origins from earlier religious sources and practices associated with the divine office. It accounts for its popularity as a devotional book, a primer for literacy, and gift associated with the layperson in late medieval and Renaissance times, particularly in France and the Low Countries. The presentation also delves into essential, additional, and accessory texts. Furthermore, it describes various techniques and types of decoration, including miniatures, borders, and initials, and how the hierarchical distribution facilitated the navigation of the book. Textual and decorative elements contained in the Book of Hours are also discussed with reference to the patron's devotion, taste, and wealth, together with aspects of provenance and use. Apart from illustrating the above through a number of illuminated manuscripts, particularly those from the National Library in Valletta, the talk provides an analysis of some of the library's most treasured printed books of hours, including an incunabolo. These are fine examples of early printing in Paris, following the revolutionary developments made by Gutenberg a few decades earlier. Another related Parisian example from the Winiacour Collegiate Museum in Rabat will also feature in this presentation. Examples from collections in Malta will be seen to be captioned in this presentation. So, books of hours are typically small, embellished books made for the layperson for private prayer, aesthetic pleasure, and also as primers for literacy. These are among the most widely preserved medieval artifacts and can be found in public and private collections in significant numbers, while still appearing on the market for contemporary collectors. Furthermore, books of hours are important art historical sources of fine medieval and Renaissance book painting by some of the greatest painters of the time. These bestsellers, which are often described as the layperson's breviary, while opulently produced as artistic pieces or status symbols for aristocratic patrons and bibliophiles, and also commissioned or bought as gifts, were affordable in more modest forms for the middle class that took great pride in owning them. Illuminated manuscript versions became popular in the 14th century, and the tradition was perpetuated well into the 16th, even in the printed form, when alternative methods of production were also being explored, particularly in France. The origins of the text of the books of hours date back to the 10th century, to sources for religious people. By the end of the 12th century, these texts became more popular and were often associated with the Psalter, which primarily served liturgical and devotional purposes. The wish by lay people to emulate the prayerful life of the members of the clergy and religious orders led to the development of the Book of Hours, whose content became standardized in the 13th century and remained valid through to the 16th century, especially in Flanders and France. The central text of the Book of Hours is derived from the cycle of daily devotions known as the Divine Office, and consists of the Hours of the Virgin or Little Office of the Blessed Virgin, which is shorter and simpler than its source. This text largely provides for reflections on the life of the Virgin, to whom medieval man became intensely devoted. The Hours of the Virgin comprise prayers and psalm texts, usually in Latin, to be recited at each of the 8 canonical hours of the day: Matins, Lauds, Prime, Test, Sext, which would be the hour we would be praying at the moment, None, Vespers, and Compline. This is a lay version of religious people's breviary texts. The hours are normally easily identifiable as separate sections by the decoration that precedes and/or embellishes the first part of the text. Furthermore, texts for each of the canonical hours comprise both scriptural and non-scriptural texts, which include an introductory verse, response, the Gloria, an antiphon, psalms, short passages from the psalms, and hymns. Verses and responses, and prayers or collects which separate the aforementioned texts are also to be found. The imagery for this most important section of the Book of Hours is usually derived from the Christmas story, with the Virgin clearly presented as the Mother of Christ. The regional preferences are noticeable and may also include the Passion and the Resurrection of Christ as a source for visual representation. Notwithstanding several possible iconographic variations, one normally finds the Annunciation scene at Matins, the Visitation for Lauds, the Nativity at Prime, as we see here. Terce and Sext feature the adorations of the shepherds and magi respectively, while None is accompanied by the presentation. The flight into Egypt is normally associated with Vespers, and Compline is embellished with a representation of the coronation of the Virgin. Among the generally standard accompanying sections of a book of hours are the calendar, which is found at the beginning of the book unless lost. Usually, this outlines the liturgical year and features festivals and saints' feast days according to importance. The more important ones, including those that may relate to the patron, provenance, and place where intended to be used, being listed in a more prestigious color of ink, normally red. And from this derives the expression red letter day. This contrasts to the black ink used for the less important feasts. When, for aesthetic reasons, calendars include feasts or saints' names for each day, these are less informative to the scholar. Nonetheless, the inclusion of certain saints may also provide insights into approximate dates of production. The Roman system of notating the days of the month in terms of calends, ides, and nones is used. Calendars are often decorated, and when featuring figurative representations, popular elements are the labors of the month, often having ethnographic value due to making reference to everyday life at the time and place of production. Also, sometimes found in calendars are zodiac signs. Furthermore, devices to calculate movable feasts often accompany calendars. The calendar is usually followed by gospel excerpts, arranged according to a narrative outlining the redemption of man, and prayers to the Virgin, which precedes the hours of the Virgin themselves, and these are both considered to be secondary texts. The two popular prayers to the Virgin are the Oscuro Te and O Intemerata, respectively, I implore thee, and O Matchless One. The Gospel texts begin with John's "In the beginning was the Word." Next is an extract from Luke that begins with the references to the Annunciation and is followed by a text from Mark, which continues the story of the Incarnation by referring to the adoration of the Magi. Mark is again the source for the concluding excerpt that is about the resurrection and the mission given to the disciples to spread the gospel to mankind. Often such texts are accompanied by imagery, typically associated with the respective evangelists. One expects to find other texts after the hours of the Virgin. These include the 7 penitential psalms and the accompanying litany, the office of the dead, and the suffrages of the saints. As was the case with the calendar, both the litany and the suffrages are other sources of information linked to provenance and patronage, and sometimes even date, since some locally venerated saints may feature in these sections. The customization of these lists contributed to the uniqueness of each manuscript book of hours. Secondary texts, which one could come across in a book of hours, include the short office of the cross, accompanied by scenes of the Passion. Then one could also encounter hours of the Holy Spirit, normally beginning with a Pentecost scene, hours of the Trinity, together with the 15 joys of the Virgin, which may be in the vernacular, and the 7 requests to the Saviour. Apart from essential and secondary texts, one may also find accessory texts. These include the 15 gradual psalms, the Sort of St. Jerome, and one could also find a Mass in honor of the Virgin. Texts are usually in Latin, but one can also find popular prayers in the vernacular. Variations in the above texts relate to the use or liturgical practice of a particular region or people. The most popular is that of Rome, but other centers such as Paris and Salisbury also had popular variants. Some uses have early Christian origins, while others developed in medieval times and may have spread geographically beyond the place of origin. Psalm antiphons and capitula, associated with prime unknown, alongside references to particular saints in the calendar, litany and or suffrages, are prime indicators of use. Significant variations are noticeable in the hours of the Virgin themselves, but also in the office of the dead. Thus, Just as the breadth of texts reflects the patron's budget, so does the extent and content of illumination. Decoration follows a hierarchy that facilitates the beholder's navigation of the book. Sections of text are separated by decorative elements with generally standard iconography according to the importance of text. In this case, we can see a miniature, a large initial, and the smaller initials. In this way, the most important sections received, it's clear that the most important sections receive the richest embellishment. The popularity of books of hours ensured the feasibility of their printing towards the end of the 15th century, shortly after the development of movable type printing a few decades earlier. Moreover, printing led to the increased affordability of this devotional book to a larger number of people, while luxurious manuscript versions carried on being produced for the wealthy elite and nobility. France was at the center of such a trade, particularly from around 1490. This new enterprise began in Paris, but extended to other French centers to satisfy the demand both in France and in England and the Netherlands. Apart from certain techniques involved in manufacture and an increased secularization of the iconography employed, little changed in early printed books of hours. More expensive products use parchment as opposed to the cheaper paper alternative. One notices a perpetuation of the tradition of hand painting initial letters. Here we can see an example of a printed book of hours from the National Library in Valletta, which shows the absence of an initial letter, indicated that that initial letter would have had to be hand painted. Otherwise, the text as type and other decoration, initially using the woodblock technique and later the engraving, would be simultaneously printed through relief methods in an integrated process that saved much time when compared to the manuscript alternative. Early woodcut decorations were designed to be hand-colored after printing, and for this reason were rather simple in presentation. But by the end of the 15th century, with the work of such artists as Albrecht Dürer, the decorations became more complex and were conceived as monochromatic illustrations that were complete and thus did not require subsequent manual intervention. Early printed books were designed to emulate their manuscript forebears closely. Printing on parchment and an element of hand painting enabled this. In the specific case of printed books of hours, those published by Antoine Verard and Jean Dupré in the very early stages of this innovation, and the subsequent more refined versions by publisher Simon Votre and printer publisher Philippe Piguchet, are good examples of such practice. In these examples, referred to as Gothic, the lingering Gothic style is noticeable, and it was only in around 1520 that truly Renaissance outputs were produced. Additions to the typical iconography of a book of hours are the astrological man, the chalice, the tree of Jesse, David and Goliath, David washing Bathsheba and her bath, and the death of Uriah. Some of these subjects only rarely having been noticed in earlier manuscript miniatures. Borders also received a rich variety of figure representation that featured juxtaposed sacred and profane themes, including the lives of Christ and the Virgin, the theological virtues, the 12 Sibyls, and the dance of death, together with genre scenes covering various topics. The latter are interesting sources for ethnographic and sometimes linguistic study. Piguchet was a noteworthy player in the field from 1491, and a couple of examples of his output survive in Malta. The earlier of the two books is one which survives at the National Library in Valletta, It is an incunabulum of the Hours of the Use of Rome, printed by Philippe Pugouchev for Simon Votre on 4th November 1497. A number of copies of the same edition survive in libraries overseas. This recently rebound book consists of a text block of 70 parchment folios measuring 202 by 142 millimeters, and the lines of Gothic type add up to 33 and are printed in black ink. These include the collation system and the type, together with the decorative program and hierarchy of decoration. The book has some desiderata and can be collated as indicated in the chart here. It includes the initial R for quick reference to the use of Rome. The presentation of these hours is elegant and rich with embellishment. We also have red and gold in the borders. Literae notabiliores feature yellow washes throughout the text, and otherwise this book presents ruling in red, philomorphic, inhabited and historiated vignettes for the borders and illuminated initials, together with 17 large illustrations. The almanac covers the period 1488 to 1508, and the text includes the Gospel sequences, the Passion according to John, the Hours of the Virgin, with those of the Cross, and also the Holy Spirit, together with the 7 penitential psalms, the Litany, the Office of the Dead, the Suffrages, and several prayers in French and Latin. The Winiarcourt Collegiate Museum in Rabat houses a slightly later and more copious and richly embellished production. The opening page also presents the device of Philippe Pugouchev and the Latin text that states that these Hours of Sarum were printed by Pugouchev for the same publisher, Simon Votre, on the 20th October, 1501. The book consists of 122 folios, approximately the same format as the Valletta example. The collation is included again in the chart. Once again, it's printed in black ink and is finely ruled in a faint redding to resemble its manuscript predecessors. This time there are fewer lines of Gothic type to the page, and the languages used are Latin, French, and English, as is customary for a French publication of a book of hours of the use of Sarum of Salisbury in England. Signatures are this time marked with an S to indicate the use of Sarum for easy reference in the collating and the binding. Borders feature similar of the use of Sarum of Salisbury in England, this time marked with an S to indicate the use of Sarum for easy reference in the binding. Borders feature similar. I don't know what's happening here. I'm hearing myself again.
I don't know either.
This time marked with an S to indicate the use of Sarum for easy reference in the binding.
In the meantime, may I remind you, Martina, that you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm wrapping up, in fact.
Thank you.
Okay, in fact, this is my parting image, which is a flight, not because I intend to flee, but it is a way of showing this journey that we have conducted together, which revealed also certain aspects of technique. Here we can see borders featuring a manière criblée type of decorative element. We have captions as well to the smaller elements. But we can see that there are strong associations between the two examples. Okay, I will conclude. So Malta's rich heritage includes prime examples of printed illuminated books of hours, particularly these two that I have mentioned, which were produced in Paris itself, while drawing heavily on the old traditions associated with their manuscript forerunners in terms of textual and decorative content. And whilst including these elements from the past, they present significant innovations too. Aspects related to patronage and printing enabled a wider reach but also technique, where we see a marked shift in reliance away from manual methods to mechanized ones, yielding a significant change in aesthetic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martina. I'm sure we've all enjoyed that presentation illustrated by such aesthetically stunning documents and detailed, intricate drawings. I'm sure that virtual applauses are pouring in. And may I remind our virtual audience to please feel free to write comments, start writing your questions from now, even though we'll be discussing at the end, okay? Either through Zoom or through Facebook. So thanks again, Martina. We'll be discussing your talk at the end. And now I proceed to our second speaker, Dr. Claude Busuttil, who is a graduate in architecture from the University of Florence, specializing in architectural history and monumental restoration. He defended his thesis in France on Une architecture sous influence, Malte et les architectes et ingénieurs militaires français pendant le règne de Louis XIV. Les choix politiques de l'ordre de Saint-Jean de Jérusalem. Besides being an architect and civil engineer, as well as a consultant in restoration, notably for the Maltese Authority, Claude Busuttil is also a lecturer at the University of Malta. And his talk today is entitled The Influence of French Military Engineers on Maltese Architecture During the Reign of Louis XIV. I give you the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you are hearing me well, everyone. I shall be also sharing the screen with a PowerPoint, praying that it will work, obviously, because please tell me whether it is functioning or not. I'm trying to enlarge it. This is the problem, I think, is going to be at the moment. Wait a minute.
You can click on slideshow, I think.
Yeah.
And from beginning.
Yeah, there we are.
There it is. Excellent.
So, I shall be showing a number of slides, also of architecture, but I shall focus first on the military engineers and obviously military architecture. As a matter of fact, Professor Virol was invited, but she could not make it due to COVID. She was my tutor at the University, first of Sorbonne and then Rouen. So, the majority of historical studies on foreign influence affecting the Order of St. John while in Malta focus mainly on Italian and Spanish influence. Various historians consider Malta as an extension of the vice kingdoms of Naples or Sicily. Its history is often viewed in this perspective, and particular importance is attributed to the Siculo-Spanish influence. Maltese historiography hardly highlights the extent of French influence. This also due to Malta's colonial history under British domination. The negative image of French, especially due to the French occupation of the islands by Napoleon, was transmitted from one generation to another. Consequently, the heritage imparted by the French during the Order's reign is all too often ignored or unappreciated. Malta's architectural historians disregard this influence completely. Given this premise, this paper proposes a new approach that aims to throw light upon the importance of French influence on Maltese architecture by placing it in the historical context of the power games that were played within the order itself. It will take as its starting point the arrival of the knights on the island, up to the time when the French influence begins to develop greatly in the 17th century, both on the political and military levels. In this context, the question that is posed is, can we speak of a new form of endemic Baroque architecture that is typical to the Maltese Islands, which is composed of a unique mixture of different European styles that are blended with Maltese traditional vernacular architectural elements? What were the predominant styles influencing Maltese architecture, and what was the French contribution? In order to determine these influences, the aim of this paper is not to examine Maltese Baroque architecture in a purely local and regional context. On the contrary, the study aims to examine how the predominant architectural styles in Europe were brought to Malta through the order's foreign policies that were turned towards the continent, and as from the middle of the 17th century, were directed in particular towards France. In effect, the contribution of military architecture introduced by various French military engineers has never really been taken into consideration. This study does not limit itself to simply examining the architectural realities to be studied, but to consider them in the context of the order's efforts to affirm itself as the defender of Christianity and the ways it has to negotiate its allegiances given its international composition and profile. The Order of St. John chose Malta as its headquarters in 1530, after having been expelled from Rhodes and having spent a number of years searching for a place to settle. During the 268 years that the Order spent in Malta, the status of the islands shifted from that of a fiefdom to that of a sovereign state. During this time, the Order's alliances shifted progressively from Spanish domination to more independent relations with other European countries, and France in particular. The consequences of this transformation were not only political, but also of cultural and aesthetic nature. French influence on Malta, as stated previously, can be traced to the beginning of the 17th century, even though the more tangible results of this influence reached their peak during the 18th century, up to the end of the Order's presence in 1798. This paper will therefore focus on the beginnings of French influence and concentrate mainly on the period covering the reign of Louis XIV, between 1645 and 1716, more or less. Given that it was Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, who bestowed Malta to the Order of St. John, it is necessary to examine the conditions and obligations which the Order had to respect and which ensured the Spanish hold over Malta. The numerous Spanish impositions on the Order and the first efforts by the latter to conduct a foreign policy that was more independent of Spain and Sicily would finally lead to the beginning of the French influence. This paper will not discuss slow developments in the 16th century that led to the appearance of French influence, because that would be the subject really of another paper. French influence on the Order may be witnessed in various domains. However, the principal aim of the study is to show how the Order's changing foreign policy brought in French influence on its military architecture, and through this on civil and ecclesiastical architecture during the second half of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th. Classical French architecture, together with the new French theories regarding military engineering that were being elaborated during the first half of the 17th century, assumed much greater importance under Louis XIV, when they radiated towards foreign lands in the second half of the century. During this latter period, French theories concerning architecture and military engineering came to Malta. In this context, what was the influence of the French military engineers who came to Malta during this period on the fortifications of Malta and its architecture? How did this influence play a determining role in the concepts, choices, and projects of Maltese architects? Here we are seeing a map of Malta and Gozo with various fortifications, towers, etc., all over the place. During the 17th century, the Order of St. John was prospering, and its authority over the Maltese islands was progressively affirming itself. The order had adopted the formula of Christian militant state, given that it still had to face the threat of its enemies, in particular the threatening presence of the Ottomans and the Corsairs in the Mediterranean, as well as their sporadic attacks on the Maltese islands. The Ottoman Empire was still a powerful force to be reckoned with, as can be seen from its offensive attack in the War of Candia between 1645 and 1669. However, in contrast with the preceding century, and despite its aggressive political stance, the Ottoman Empire was less feared by the West towards the end of the 17th century, when it had slowly started to decline. The order's power was rather limited when compared to that wielded by the Christian powers. Therefore, the order was always looking for a powerful protector. From the military aspect, its principal aim had always been that of fighting its eternal enemies, the Ottomans, obviously, and the Corsairs. This meant that the order was in a constant state of alert. However, since the threat of the Ottoman power was diminishing, Malta's strategic importance at the heart of the Mediterranean, controlling access to the Western Mediterranean, began to decline. Malta was no longer considered as key to accede to the East. Consequently, the order depended more and more on its diplomatic relations with Christian powers. The order proclaimed itself sovereign. This was not a vain presumption. Its glorious past had not lost any of its splendor at the beginning of the 18th century. The order demanded the respect of all Christian nations, and the latter generally showed great deference towards it. The French kings continued to call the Grand Master Montpezat. The order's sailing ships and galleys continued to enjoy certain privileges that had been progressively granted by the Christian princes, namely the predominance of its fleet over that of other nations. Louis XIV ensured that both in the French court and on the sea, the privileges granted to the order by his predecessors were kept intact. Up to the middle of the 17th century, Malta was still a fief of the Spanish Empire. The predominance of Spanish influence, also present in the south of Italy, greatly influenced architecture development in Malta. Amongst here, we are seeing obviously the fortifications of Francesco Laparelli da Cortona for the fortifications of Valletta. Due to the interventions of Spanish and Italian military engineers who were responsible for the building of the first military fortifications commissioned by the Knights. However, Spanish inertia during the Great Siege and its gradual decadence during the 17th century indicated to the order that it could no longer expect any real military aid from Spain. Even though in the first half of the 17th century, French influence was still latent, the close relations between Cardinal de Richelieu and Grand Master Jean-Paul Lascaris Castellar were expressed through intense correspondence. Nevertheless, Italian and Spanish interests still dominated the local scene. Rome sent the military engineer Pietro Paolo Floriani in 1636 to design a new line of fortifications outside Valletta, those known as the Floriana fortifications. Here we are still seeing the Valletta ones. In 1638, here we can see still the Valletta ones, the ones of Vittoriosa, obviously Sanglea, and obviously Fort Manuel does not exist. In 1638, another military engineer, Vincenzo Macolano da Firenzuola, was sent by Francesco Barberini to give new advice about the fortifications in the Grand Harbor. Moreover, in 1640, Giovanni de' Medici, Marchese di Sant'Angelo, came to Malta to carry out a report on the state of the defensive lines. In 1670, 25 years later, these are the Floriana, obviously, fortifications on the upper part. In 1670, 25 years later, here we are seeing a better picture of the fortifications. After the arrival of a French team, the project of the Cottonera fortifications was entrusted to Antonio Maurizio Valperga from Turin. And we are seeing them over here. The first, well, here we have the Santa Margherita lines. The implementation of this grand project gave rise to contradictory opinions and the arrival of the prestigious French military engineers in Malta. However, the fact that Valperga had been previously hired by Colbert and Charles Emmanuel II of Savoy shows clearly that the order had not abandoned French influence, even though Valperga's fortifications were more all'Olandese rather than corresponding to the school of French military engineering led by Vauban. At the beginning of the 17th century, the efforts of Grand Masters de Paul and Lascaris, who tried to shift the balance towards French interests, were blocked by the council, which was composed predominantly of Italian and Spanish knights. However, as the century progressed, French influence began to increase thanks to the presence of important personalities and political alliances, which were not only favorable to Malta, but which also benefited French interests in the Mediterranean. This reciprocal collaboration had already begun in the beginning of the 17th century, when Richelieu actually modeled the Marine de France on that of the order. France considered Malta as an important ally and indispensable base for its fleet in the Mediterranean. During the second half of the 17th century, the Spanish Empire was already in advanced decay and French supremacy was slowly taking over. Even though the three lands of Provence, Auvergne, and France and their respective knights and commanderies had always exerted a certain influence, French influence became predominant during this period and remained thus up to the French Revolution. In this way, the order gradually lost all interest in maintaining close diplomatic relations with Spain and progressively established privileged relations with France. The important role played at the French court by the Knights of St. John, who defended the order's interests, obtained direct favors, is indisputable. The fact that a large number of its members actually occupied high-ranking positions at court was advantageous to the order because it allowed it to ask its members to intercede directly to the king in its favor. The order manages diplomatic relations with the great Western powers very adroitly, in particular with France, during the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th. These diplomatic relations led to a systematic exchange of correspondence between the order and the French court, as from the time of Grand Master Lascaris. This direct contact contributed in the 17th century to the change in alliances from Spain to France. Diplomatic relations between the order and France during the century became very courteous and intimate. Relations were generally excellent during the reign of Louis XIV, and the state of affairs continued during the whole of the 18th century. The arrival of important personalities in Malta, such as Blaise François, Comte de Pagan, Louis-Nicolas de Clerville — this is a drawing by Louis-Nicolas de Clerville, as a matter of fact, in the archives of the Order of Malta — and Louis Vicomte d'Arpajon during the summer of 1645 marked not only the decline of the leading role of the Italians in the art of fortification building, but also the passage of the order from the sphere of influence of the Spanish Empire to that of France. The presence of the French delegations shows that the reputation of French military engineers was already generally recognized. Given here, we can see now the Valperga fortifications, which is described, its project published recently in a book by Menchetti, and other fortifications which were added on this side, which we shall speak about them later, the Floriana fortifications groundworks, actually. Given the close relations between France and the order, it is not surprising that the 17th and 18th centuries, during various French military engineers came to Malta to oversee its system of defense. Their presence contributed to the building of coastal fortifications, the high-quality improving of existing lines of fortifications in the Grand Harbor, and the construction of Fort Manuel. Its plan has many points in common with the works of French military engineers, Sébastien Leprest de Vauban, between 1633 and 1707, the Plan of Fort Manuel. The French military engineers applied their new concepts of defense to Malta. Following the leading role that Vauban had given to France in the development of military architecture in the second half of the 17th century, the engineers who came to Malta at the beginning of the 18th century, such as Colomb, Détigné, Mondion, de Tresmont, Maigret, and Follard, had all been influenced by Vauban's school of thought. Consequently, all the fortifications built in Malta during the period of the 18th century reflect the best of French military architecture, from coastal batteries and retrenchment to the last major fortresses, including the majority of the outworks, as we are seeing here, the outworks, along the Valletta, Floriana, Vittoriosa, and France, as well as Mdina. The presence of Médéric Blondel, this is in fact from a manuscript by Médéric Blondel at the Archives of the Order in the National Library. So the presence of Médéric Blondel, the brother of the better known François Blondel, was to play a decisive role in the widespread application of French architectural principles in Malta. Blondel was the first French resident engineer in the Maltese archipelago, and can be considered as the catalyst for French influence on Maltese civil and ecclesiastical architecture. He was responsible for all the defense works and water supply to all the archipelago. During his stay in Malta between 1659 and 1695, he finished the network of coastal defenses which Grand Master Lascaris had started in 1647. This is also by a drawing by Blondel, as a matter of fact. French influence on Maltese fortifications was already well established at the beginning of the 18th century, in the last years of the reign of Louis XIV. The change of alliances from Spain to France became permanent after the death of Blondel in 1698, when Grand Master Aurelius Irocaful, seeking military assistance, recurred to the French court to request a French military engineer. The arrival of Claude de Colomb to Malta in 1703 marked actually a turning point, because from then on, French military engineers predominated the Maltese military architectural landscape. Following this new military approach, Louis XIV personally sent a military mission to Malta to Grand Master Perellos. Although the Grand Master himself was Spanish, he actually preferred to ally the order with the French court rather than with the fast declining Spanish power.
Dr. Just to remind you that you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, I will conclude. Médéric Blondel, Claude de Colomb, and François Bachelier were all employed by the order. However, it has been clearly demonstrated that the links with France were solidified through the presence of a French group of military engineers sent by the king in 1714, and who all belonged to the prestigious Royal Corps of Military Engineers. Following orders emitted directly by the aged king himself, this team was placed under the command of the renowned Brigadier René Jacob de Tigné. At the time, Tigné was already one of the most experienced engineers in France, with 26 years of active service. This contingent had a decisive influence on the conception and the development of Maltese fortifications right up to the last decades of the century. Consequently, the final appearance, size, and character of the Maltese fortifications are largely the result of this school of French military engineers. Tigné was accompanied in particular by Charles-François de Mondion, who was also to leave a strong mark on Maltese 18th century architecture. The most obvious result of French influence may be seen in the coastal defenses of Malta and Gozo. The redoubts, batteries, and ditches built between 1715 and 1716 were planned to resist any external invasion. These lines of defense were inspired by models experimented in France towards the end of the 17th century. Although a large number of batteries only materialized on the Maltese coast between 1715 and 1717, the plan to build these fortifications in the French manner had initially been proposed in 1714 by two special envoys, d'Argigny and Fontaine, and by François Bachelier, an engineer of minor importance. I'm concluding. This, by the way, this is what was the Porta Reale, the main city gate, which is actually, there is evidence that it was designed by Nicolas Desjardins and not by Thomas of Dingley as we have it known. There is sufficient proof to show that in the 17th century, Blondel too left his mark. This time, French influence was not registered in the military field, but in the civil domain. Blondel served as resident engineer of the order for many years, and during his service, Grand Master Carafa personally commissioned him to construct a number of buildings. The Devis sur les fortifications, here we're seeing Fort Manuel. The Devis sur les fortifications of 1681, written by Blondel, gives a clear idea of the different roles he undertook during his 36 years of service within the order. In the last years of his work in Malta, amongst other works, he conceived the splendid facade of the Church of the Franciscan Miners, known as Tagizu. These are the coastal batteries. These are other churches. Let's go, then I'll explain. They known as Tagizu, situated in the capital Valletta. Blondel trained or influenced the entire school of Maltese architecture of his time. His influence, together with that of other resident engineer Francesco Bonamici, may be seen in the works of Maltese architects Francesco Sammut, Giovanni Barbara, Vincenzo Casanova, and the more well-known Lorenzo Gaffa, who started out his Maltese capomastry before launching into their careers as architects. However, the classical elements in Maltese Baroque architecture can only have been introduced by Blondel, who was imbued with his brother's writings and theories, as well as those of the highly renowned school of classical French architecture so greatly appreciated by Louis XIV. The facades designs by Blondel are less Baroque and more Mannerist, or rather relate directly to French classicism, unlike those by Bonamici. Maltese architects also designed buildings in Valletta and in other localities. Even though the facades they designed displayed more audacious and plastic forms, the typical main characteristics of French classical architecture still prevailed. French influence on Maltese architecture lasted well beyond Blondel. As this paper has shown, the progressive shift of political influence from Spain to France also left an indelible mark on Maltese architecture. French influence, which existed marginally in the 16th century, grew steadily during the 17th century and triumphed in the 18th century. The presence of French architects such as Antoine Garcin, who designed the Auberge de Provence in Republic Street nowadays, which taken many details taken from Pierre Lescaut. So French influence, which existed marginally in the 16th century, grew steadily during the 17th century and triumphed in the 18th. The presence of French architects, many of them military engineers, obviously, as well as those from Italy, contributed to the formation of an endemic Baroque architecture that has its own distinctive style and characteristics. I would like to show you just a couple of slides before concluding. This is the Church of Sarria, which was conceived, the concept of which was by Mattia Preti. The capomastro was Lorenzo Gaffa, but guess who? Médéric Blondel was the engineer who built it. So we see these particular domes, which are rather audacious. By Blondel is the Church of St. Rocco in St. Ursula Street, with this typical trompe, as it's called by Blondel itself, which is something he had introduced. This is the plan, which is very similar to the Church of the Noviciat of the Jesuits in Paris, now destroyed by Etienne Martelange. The plan is practically identical. The facade of the Tagizu Church, which I just mentioned, also is actually documented that it is by Blondel of 1689. The just restored St. Francis Church in Republic Street is also attributed directly to Blondel, because Blondel was the resident engineer much favored by Gregorio Carafa, who was Grand Master. The Auberge d'Italie, also the facade as we see it today, is also by Blondel. So there are many, many, many things actually. Even this doorway to the Auberge d'Italie is by Blondel. Why? Because we find a similar one at the entrance of Fort St. Angelo, which was arranged by Grunenberg. But guess who? Blondel was the engineer present to build and therefore designed many of the details. Then other things by Lorenzo Gaffa, which, as I mentioned, are imbued with classicist architecture, amongst
Dr. Busutil, it's time to conclude.
I'm concluding. And there are various similarities even with Louis Levaux's dome of the Collège de Quatre Nations in Paris. And obviously, in honor of the president, I could not show the Zeytun Church, which was much smaller, also very classicist by Gaffa, and the dome, the original dome of Lorenzo Gaffa here seen, the Cathedral of Gozo, and last but not least, the Church of Lia by Giovanni Barbara, one of the other architects who were assistants to Médéric Blondel. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Busutil, for a very interesting analysis of the shifting national influences, which sheds further light on the complex historical roots of our military architectural heritage. And now I pass on to our third speaker, Professor Aquilina. So Professor Anthony Aquilina is a professor at the Department of Translation and Interpretation at the University of Malta and translator of some 50 works, mostly from French into Maltese. These include books by Daudet, Camus, Simenon, Ernaud, Anouilh, and Ionesco. He has also published glossaries and books on translation and literary translation studies. Anthony Aquilina has also collaborated on the subtitling of a number of films. His paper today is entitled Translations from French into Maltese of various works by Albert Camus. And I also remind you, keep on sending us your comments and questions to discuss at the end. Professor Aquilina, I give you the mic.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Marilyn Malia, for the introduction. In the field of translation studies, with Maltese as the target language, we cannot really boast of a tradition. Indeed, its history goes back to the pragmatic papers or essays published under the title Bible Translations and Language, edited by Duncan Sant in 1992. As far as translations themselves go, Michel Anton Vassalli's Storia ta Sultan Ciru in 1831, from the French original by Rollin, is a typical example of a flash in the pan. Analytical comparative studies with parallel texts are still in their infancy and restricted to translations from French into Maltese and English into Maltese only. With regards to Michel Anton Vassalli's Storia ta Sultan Ciru, recently we have had a book published by Ivan Sait, which is a good analysis, a very good analysis of that translation. But I'm sure that he would himself agree with me that it's not an analytical study of the translation strategies or tools, as we call them, used by Michel Anton Vassalli. That has yet to be done, and I hope it will be done soon. The fact is that developments have been slow in coming. I wanted to be able to concentrate on discussion and criticism in my classes at the junior college, and so I produced in a very long time ago two parallel texts, one Marocca Autre Conte by Guy de Maupassant, French Maltese, and the other one, La Symphonie Pastorale by André Gide. So, as I said, these were on the syllabus for MetSec exams. I did not really have at that time any idea that this could go further, in the sense that my reasons were didactic. But once I started teaching translation, practice of translation actually, at university, then of course things changed. And I wanted to produce a manual, which I will be showing you, right? Teoria e pratique de la traduzione littéraire français-maltais, e teoria o pratica da traduzione letteraria francis-malti, which I managed to do with two colleagues of mine, Dr. Anne-Marie Bezzina and Dr. Claudine Borch. And that, of course, meant that we would be concentrating on the analysis of the strategies. But before I do this, I would like to pay tribute to some of the Maltese translators who have produced translations of French authors into Maltese. We have George Cassola, who translated Molière, Paul Zara, who translated Proust, Alfred Falzon translated Camus as well, L'Étranger, Josette Attard, Pagnol, Palma Alfred, Voltaire, Claudine Borch, I've just mentioned her, Erika Manuel Schmidt, Joe Poulet, Alphonse Daudet, Father Mintoff, Dionisio Mintoff, Mauriac, Lunette de Vipère. Kevin Saliba gave us Lanozé, Sartre, and Wiclos. Lorna Vassallo, Vinevar, and Toussaint Costa also translated Le Petit Prince, a text which I have translated myself under a different title, and which was later used by a student of mine for a comparative analytical study on explicitness used by the translators. Now, I use the phrase translators of French authors rather than translations from French into Maltese of French authors, because one cannot so far be certain to what extent these authors and others have actually translated directly from French, or whether they use a bridge language, English or Italian. What comes to my mind is a book which was written by Émile Richebourg, Les Millions de Monsieur Joramy, Les Drames de la Vie, that was translated. Whether it was a faithful translation or an adaptation, we don't really know, because we need these strategies. We need to have more research into the strategies used by our translators. And I will show you the book. There isn't even the name of the author, Émile Richebourg. There is the name of the translator, Emilio Lombardi. And the title, L'Assassine ta Chiara Guerra. Now, was the bridge language English? I suspect it was Italian. From the text itself, one can see that, and especially in those days, it was obvious that the influence of Italian was far more than that of English, but there are clues which you can actually take from the text that the source was Italian and not French. Now, obviously, this does not mean that a translation cannot or should not use, a translator, sorry, cannot or should not use a bridge language. The important thing is that this be acknowledged. Everybody needs to use bridge languages, even for the sake of finding out how other translators solved certain problems that they came across during the translation process. Now, going back to the chemin, the way that I was seeing that we should be moving along in order to bring in this idea of analysis of the strategies, and I mentioned the book Analyse, théorie et pratique de la traduction littéraire. There, I obviously, with my collaborators, I introduced a number of general issues related to translation techniques. All strategies and theoretical principles dealt with were and are, the book is still available, illustrated through examples, mostly taken from short text translated by myself, from French sources, French being the source language, no bridge languages. And Maltese, obviously, the target language. This obviously tackled problems of non-equivalence between source and target languages as regards words, morphemes, expressions. Some common grammatical difficulties are explained. The discussion then turned to the overall structure of the text and of its information, with the points which had to be kept in mind in order to produce a good thematic development, as well as a study of how to ensure good coherence and text cohesion. The comparison of an extract from La Femme Adultère was then prepared by Dr. Anne-Marie Bezzina, and she went really very deep into it. She analyzed where there was lack of equivalence, be it direct, indirect, and idiomatic equivalence between the two languages. She analyzed the different degrees of concentration, expansion versus reduction. Emphasis, also coloration, need to use different grammatical categories, like transposition, an adjective is changed into an adverb, a noun into a verb, exchanges, and so on. Her chapter from Camus, which I've just finished the translation of the whole book, L'Exil et le Royaume, La Femme Adultère is the first long short story in this book. Further, in this chapter, Anne-Marie explains pronoun elimination and illustrates how segments of sentences may be joined together in different ways. Finally, she deals with the issues of voice, active, passive, and of course, the tenses. It is important to say that this was the first attempt. Then there was Professor Seikel, who came out with something similar. And of course, this is to be encouraged. We need to have more of these things and not remain at the level of studying variants, which is important because variants are necessary when you have a key word. What comes to my mind is Prométhée aux Enfers, also by Albert Camus in L'été. Let's take as an example the word homme. Homme meaning man. Now, the word homme in Prométhée aux Enfers, on one page alone, is used with a collective idea. It is used to indicate some sort of sorrow and suffering. On another occasion, it's used to show the degree of the suffering. Later on, the same homme is used to refer to redemption. Redemption thanks to Prometheus. And so on. Then, of course, you get the pronouns. C'est lui, which is neutral for homme. And I could carry on and on. I did this from the point of view of statistics, which is another interesting branch of translation analysis, as statistics can help us understand the nuances. And when we decide on our final version, it's not just the knowledge of the author, which is important. And I will be speaking about this because I'm one of those people who believe that although one does not need to speak of a mystical sympathy or empathy between author and translator, still knowing the author, your author, as much as possible, inside out, if possible, can help you reach the correct decision. And I will now also show with an example what I mean. If we take the word L'étranger, the book that made Albert Camus famous, one we could say, and here I will read from my paper directly. It is important that thank you, Marilyn, because you gave me the paragraph that I wanted, and it is marked with numbers because each sentence has a number. If we take the first sentence, nous nous sommes mis en marche, we notice that there is that verb, se mettre en marche, which is a verbal expression. Now, L'étranger has been translated into Maltese by 3 people, one of them myself. And if I were to give you how these were translated, without going into names, in version A, that is the first translator, gave us Bdejna machine. In version B, Tlaqna. In version C, we have Bdejna nimshu. They are different. Of course, you could try and explain it from the semantic point of view, you know, different language or point of views. But you can also say, look, where do we come across this sentence? It is the moment where the funeral cortege is about to leave towards the cemetery. And so the verb is not partir. The idea that at a given moment the signal is given for those participating to start moving, yes, had an influence over definitely one of the translators. C'est à ce moment que je me suis aperçu que Peretz claudiquait légèrement. Yes, this obviously makes me concentrate on the verb apercevoir. Apercevoir is used in the sense of se rendre compte. So, if in the first version I have kinem lil-macht lil-peretz itzappab shiftit, in the second version kin dakilhin lil-nutajt li-peretz kin itzappab ftit, and the third version kinaun lindbacht li-peretz kin shiftitzob, we see that the translators were evaluating this sentence in a different manner. I will stop on this passage because I want to take up the very beginning of L'Étranger.
Professor Aquilina, just to remind you, you have 5 minutes left.
I think it's important that I deal with examples, okay. Then I move on. It's the famous sentence, aujourd'hui, maman est morte. Now, yes, there is that word maman and not ma mère. One of the translators gave illum omni mietet. Another translator used a euphemism, illum omni madishmana. And the third translator opted for illum, mietet ilma. Now, of course, you might tell me, but ma is very endearing, but so is maman very endearing. Of course, he could have opted for il mama. What I want to say, and now I read from my prepared text, in English, so much in English translations, so much of this is, lost. Stuart Gilbert, for example, a British scholar and a friend of James Joyce, by the way, who translated the title of the book, The Outsider. This is also interesting with regards to translating titles when we do the analysis in a structured manner, and I wanted to go into this, and maybe I have a minute or two to give you some examples. But first, let's finish off with Mother Died Today. That's what Gilbert says. That's what he gives. Yes, Mother Died Today remained so until 1988. And later on, we come to Matthew Ward's translation, where he reverted mother back to maman. However, he retained it in French. Why? To keep its foreignness, because that is another aspect that a translation has to take into consideration, whether he wants to domesticate or to leave domesticate, that is, look, my target audience is Maltese, so let's find something which is more Maltese. Or to leave things foreign. These are important considerations. Now, as you know, as we all know, first impressions matter. And for so many years, the way that readers in English were introduced to Merceau was through the detached formality of the statement. Mother died today. Why? He's an outsider. You might even speak of him as a psychopath. You know, detached. We have read again and again that he was not condemned to death because he killed an Arab, but because of the way he behaved during his mother's funeral and so many other things. Correct. But the fact remains that this first sentence practically decided the fate also of Merceau with English-speaking readers. Now, since I don't have much time, I will now go to the titles and how an analysis of the strategies that one can use when it comes to titles can make a whole difference, a lot of difference. What comes to my mind is a Chinese book that was translated into French with the title Bossan Belfast. Imagine if I were to translate that into Maltese, Zayzid Zbir, Natkiet or Urik Zbir. Again, the first one would, you know, sort of shock. The second that is the part that speaks about buttocks, beautiful breasts, beautiful.
Professor Aquilina, you have 1 minute left.
Yes. Might not even be understood by our Maltese friends. Now, I could have, argued, since the author is writing this to his mother, why not domesticate and give as a title The Fat Lady or The Maltese Fat Lady? I wouldn't do it like that. I would go for something a bit more colorful, without daring as much as the French translator did. I would go for Mara Sabiha Imbacha, because she is a beautiful, chubby woman.
I think it's time to conclude, Professor Aquilina, and there seems to be a technical problem. Okay, yes. I can pass on to the last speaker then. Thank you. Yes.
Just the finishing sentence. In subtitling, and we have subtitled 2 French films into Maltese, Louvre with Emanuela Vella and Le Choriste with Mary Jo Caruana, the importance of adapting is manifest. And there is a way to do this if you know your translation strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Aquilina, for providing that analytical insight into what underlies the final product. We see the seamless final product, but there are these invisible complexities beneath. So thank you for that enlightening talk. And finally, our last speaker today is Professor Carmen de Pasquale, who has a doctorate from the Sorbonne, and she was the head of the French department at the University of Malta for a number of years. Her research interests include books written by the French Knights of Malta and French and Maltese travel literature. She has also been awarded the prestigious title of Officier des Palmes Académiques, and her talk today is entitled Initiatives Towards Franco-Maltese Relations in the 18th Century. I will be sharing your PowerPoint, Professor de Pasquale.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marilyn. Good afternoon. So in 2001, historian Marc Fumaloli, professor at the Collège de France and member of the Académie Française, published Quand l'Europe parlait français, that is, when all eyes were on Paris and Versailles. This is the book. And French was spoken all over Europe. As has been stated this morning by Anne Brogini, Valletta did not miss out in this outburst of French presence through its language and culture in European capitals in the 18th century. It therefore comes as no surprise to Jean-Marie Roland de la Platière, husband of the famous Madame Roland, that Valletta, when he visited, was in this aspect not different from other cities in Europe. He writes in his travelogue, Lettres écrites de Suisse, d'Italie, de Sicile et de Malte, 1776-1778, I am translating freely from French, Malta, or rather Valletta, is more French than anything else. Maltese women prefer to be dressed à la française rather than follow Maltese fashion. All good households have a French cook, or one trained by the French. All that is good is in the French way. The Knights have introduced these tastes and the means to satisfy them. For Maltese, household heads and fathers of a family, Isoire, Poussielgue, and two others, studied in France. The French are very welcome in Malta, and the Maltese are curious with regard to their customs and way of life. Women never tire of asking questions and of saying how much they wish they could visit France. Roland de la Platière singles out four Maltese men who studied in France. He mentions in particular the Isoire family, the Isoire Francophile family, An aspect of the ties that bound Malta with France in the 18th century concerns precisely Maltese men whose intellectual formation in different fields took place in France. And as we can see from the illustration, the Niccolo Isoire and Francesca Zoppar, they are the two musicians we are going to speak about. I would like to thank Charles for his illustration of the statue of Isoire, to which I will be referring later on. So, Niccolo Isoire, 1773-1818, pursued his musical studies at the Institut Berthaud in Paris. Grandmaster Rohan recalled him to Malta in 1791 and appointed him assistant organist at the conventual church. Back in Malta, after spending 2 years in Naples and Palermo, the young musician composed music for a mass in honor of the Grand Master and 8 cantatas. Rohan admitted him into the order as a donor in 1795 and endowed him with a yearly pension of 252 scudi. He succeeded Vincenzo Anfossi as the organist at St. John's. He also wrote music for some comic scenes, and between 1796 and 1798, he, as l'impresario del teatro, staged 7 comic operas of his own composition, 5 of which were based on French authors' works. With the arrival of the French, his title with regard to the theatre changed to that of commissaire du théâtre. He left Malta with the French troops and enjoyed a brilliant career in Paris. His operas were performed at the Opéra Comique, at the Théâtre Feydeau, and at the Théâtre Favart. He married a French woman, Claudine Berthaud, in 1812, and died in Paris on 28 August 1818. He is buried in the cemetery of Père Lachaise, and his bust features proudly on the facade of the Opéra Garnier, and Rue Nicolau in the Paris 16th arrondissement is named after him. Another Maltese composer, a contemporary of Niccolo Isoire, Francesco Azzopardi, made a name for himself in Paris through a treatise entitled Le musicien pratique ou les sons qui conduisent les élèves dans l'art du contrepoint en les enseignant la manière de composer correctement tant d'espèces de musique, ouvrage composé dans le principe de Conservatoire d'Italie. Azzopardi's original work was written in Italian, but Nicolas Etienne Flammeri, who enjoyed the superintendence of music with the Comte d'Artois,
translated this work into French, I quote, on account of its clarity, precision, method, and coordination of principles according to the Italian system, unquote. The only alteration made by the translator was the placing of the examples at the end of the text rather than next to the rules. This text found favor with composer of comic operas, André Ernest Modest Gritry, who showered praise, particularly on the examples chosen. It was adapted for the teaching of the counterpoint at the Paris Conservatoire Royal de Musique. The primary vocation of the Order of St. John was hospitaller. Indeed, while doing away with the chivalric, monastic, and military vocations that developed over the years, the order still exists today, pursuing its hospitaller vocation. The Holy Infirmary, built in 1574, was the largest hospital in Europe, caring for patients without distinction of class, race, or religion. Doctors, barbers, surgeons, apothecaries were appointed and salaried by the order, and they were obliged to follow precise instructions. While they followed the medical studies in Malta, doctors and surgeons specialized in different fields in the best Italian and French universities. Antoine Grillet practiced medicine in Paris. So did Michel Grillet, and I quote other students, quoted in a letter Grand Master Pinto sent in 1746 to the doctors of Messina Hospital, who requested the services of a surgeon of the order. According to the medical historian Paul Cassar, it was under the reign of Grand Master Raon that Maltese youths pursued their medical studies at the University of Montpellier. Cassar adds, I quote, thanks to this bond of cultural kinship between the two countries, medical events in France were watched with keen interest by the profession in Malta, unquote. The same author attributes French influence in the field of medicine to the presence in Malta of French doctors and surgeons, to the studies Maltese doctors underwent in France, to the procurement of medical expertise and equipment from France, and to the diffusion of French literature and ideas among Maltese doctors. The archives of the National Library of Malta reveal the names of some French doctors or surgeons practicing on the island in the 18th century. François Faruja was master surgeon, who, just before his death, sold his surgical instruments to another French surgeon, Antoine Cabanny. Georges Humbert, the son of a surgeon serving at the Holy Infirmary, studied medicine at the University of Montpellier between 1721 and 1723. His thesis on melancholy in Latin was published in Montpellier. In 1730, Octave Gaëtan Delicata published at Montpellier his thesis on myopia. Gaëtan Azzopardi studied at Montpellier the theory and practice of medicine around 1734 and was later received at the Académie Royale de Médecine de Paris. In 1744, Joseph de Marco's thesis, Dissertatio Physiologica de Respirazione, was published in Montpellier, while a year later, a Maltese doctor of French origin, Jean-François Morin, published again at Montpellier his thesis entitled Dissertatio Chirurgica Medico-Pratica de Vulneribus. Saverio Mifsud was sent to Marseille to learn how to operate for lithomy stones. Saverio Mikhailov spent 3.5 years in Paris, specializing in ophthalmology, lithomy, and obstetrics, while Jean Monchiforte's stay in Bordeaux Saint-André Hospital lasted a year and a half. Sauveur Bernard, born in Valletta of French parents, studied medicine and surgery for 6 years at Aix-en-Provence. Joseph Grillet studied in Paris, specializing in lithomy. Georges Jean-Baptiste Locano obtained his doctorate at Montpellier in 1749 and then continued his practice in the same city and was made associate of the Académie Royale des Sciences in August 1751. In 1777, a French knight, bailiff Clément Jérôme Ignace de Rességuier, established a foundation for the teaching of surgery and appointed as director of studies the renowned surgeon Michelangelo Grima, who studied at the universities of
Florence, Pisa, and Paris. Volume 13 of the Journal de Médecine, Chirurgie, Pharmacie, etc., 1760, praised Grima's dissertation, which had just been published in Paris, as well as being well written, I quote, witnessing to the erudition of the author and his talents in the profession, unquote. Between 1761 and 62, Grima joined the French troops who were fighting the 7 Years' War. Having then obtained the chair of anatomy and surgery in Malta, he modeled reforms based on the model of the schools of medicine of Paris and Florence. He authored 15 works, 2 of which were written in French, the rest in Italian and in Latin. His successor in the chair of anatomy and surgery was a Frenchman, Aurélie Baudet, whose medical studies were also undertaken in Paris. Count Giovanni Antonio Ciantar was a Maltese poet and historian and a member of several Italian academies. In 1745, at the age of 49, he was elected honorary foreign correspondent of the Académie Royale des Inscriptions en Belles-Lettres, filling the seat vacated by the death of Marquis de Comont. A change in the statute of the Academy dated 9th May 1750 did away with the title of Correspondant Honoraire Étranger and replaced it by Correspondant Libre. Count Ciantar was instrumental in furthering the ties between Malta and France. The discovery of 2 sipai that had belonged to his ancestor Commendatore Gianfrancesco Abela led Abbe Jean-Jacques Barthélemy to finalize his deciphering of the Phoenician alphabet. This was possible when Ciantar sent the Abbe the casts of the 2 sipai with an inscription in Greek and its translation in Phoenician. One of the 2 sipai was sent by Grandmaster Rohan to the Académie des Inscriptions en Belles-Lettres. Today, it is in the Louvre Museum in Paris. The second one is exhibited in the Archaeology Museum in Valletta. A number of Maltese were naturalized French. This allowed them to serve the order as conventual chaplains, while others obtained French naturalization for commercial purposes with France. A certain Thomas Gaëtan Gabriel Gallia obtained his letters of naturalization as he had been living in France for several years and wished to remain in France till the end of his life.
Professor De Pasquale, just to remind you, you have 10 minutes left.
10 minutes, thank you. So, and now we come to Michelanton Vassalli. Again, I thank you, Charles, for showing us his portrait in the course of your talk. And here he is again. He is considered the father of the Maltese language and had ties with France on 2 levels, political and literary. His great dream, the phrase was coined by Gothic poet George Pisani, was that of working towards seeing Malta obtain the status of a nation. Towards the same, he published in Rome in 1790 a 24-page booklet entitled Alphabet Malti, and a year later a grammar in Latin entitled Milsen Fenico Ponicum Sive Grammatica Melitensis. With the same Roman editor, he published his Invicti Pilgrim Malti or Lexicon Melitense Latino Italo. In his introduction, he proposed 2 ideas, namely the creation of an international alphabet and the teaching of Maltese to all Maltese children. Vassalli's lexicon was reviewed in the 4th volume of the 2nd year of the Magasin Encyclopédique, which was published in Paris in 1796, concluding with the phrase, I quote, Vassalli demonstrates that his language is not a dialect, between brackets, patois, but an interesting, energetic, and one of the most ancient languages, unquote. When Vassalli published the 2nd edition of his Grammatica della Lingua Maltese and his Motti Aforismi e Proverbi Maltesi, he sent a copy of them to the greatest Orientalist of the time, Baron Antoine Isaac Silvestre de Sacy. He addressed the letter in perfect French, dated 25th April 1828 to the Baron, in which he no longer insisted on the Punic origin of Maltese, but that the Maltese language is proche de l'arabe, close to Arabic. Vassalli went on to ask Silvestre de Sacy for his impartial judgment on these 2 works. One can safely assume that the answer to this letter is contained in the favorable criticism of the Baron regarding these two works that was published in the Journal de Savant of April 1829. Vassal's political views were oriented towards the French model of liberté, égalité, fraternité. His nationalistic ideal drove him to propose to the order 3 suggestions, as a result of which this revolutionary ideal could be introduced on the island. He proposed that the order ceases its war against the infidel, that it opens its ports to commerce, including the Levant, and that the Maltese be admitted into a newly established Maltese law. Such ideas were anathema to the order. Consequently, Vassalli looked elsewhere for the realization of his dream by joining the party that was preparing the terrain for Bonaparte's landing in Malta. Accused of sedition in April 1797, he was imprisoned for life, but managed to escape 10 months later with the help of his French friends, upon the arrival in the Grand Harbour of some French vessels. Vassalli came back to Malta once the order was no longer in possession of the island. He lived in Valletta with the French troops during the blockade. In September 1799, he left Valletta for health reasons, but was soon back in prison for having sided with the French. In September 1800, the new masters, the British, condemned him to perpetual exile. He first went to Tunisia, then to France, and in 1820 he returned to Malta, where he died on 12th January 1829. Another lover of the Maltese language was the Gauzitan canon Giovanni Francesco Aggius de Soldanis. He was a member of several Italian academies and was proficient also in French. In fact, in 1753, he published in Avignon his Discours apologétique contre la dissertation historique et antique sur le naufrage de Saint-Paul, publié par la Belle Avocat, in which he argued against some theories that were being debated at the time concerning the place where St. Paul was shipwrecked. Aggius de Soldanis insisted that that place was Malta. Another work in French is the Dissertation où l'on prouve que la langue que les habitants de Malte parlent aujourd'hui est l'ancienne punique. However, the fact that he mastered the French language is not the only reason for him being included in this study. He was befriended by several French knights. Before Bailly de Ricard left Malta for Paris in April 1727, he appointed de Soldanis as his procurator on the island. The correspondence they exchanged reveals not only the Frenchman's admiration for the Gauzitan priest, but better still, the trust he had in him, as de Ricard shared his worries and asked for his opinion when he was in doubt. It was Bailly de Ricard who wrote to de Soldanis that his work about the Maltese spoken language interested Monsieur Bonamy of the Académie de Belles-Lettres. Another friend and correspondent who held de Soldanis in high esteem was Abbé Mandou. In one of his letters, written a few days after the passing away of Bailly de Ricard, he wrote to de Soldanis that 3 days before his death, the Bailly spoke of his Maltese friend and of his wish to see him move to Paris. The same volume, kept at the National Library of Malta, contains several letters addressed to de Soldanis by another French knight, Chevalier Turgot. They shared several interests, namely the Maltese language, botany, and minerals. The canon gave a copy of his Grammatica to Turgot. The latter sent it to his brother, who passed it on to a Syrian priest who annotated it. In a letter dated 17th August 1752, Turgot invited the canon to visit Paris, where he assured the letter he would make friends with French writers.
Professor De Pasquale, you have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes, thank you. Turgot's letters revealed that in spite of his return to Paris, Malta was still close to his heart. With a passion for natural history and botany, he proposed the setting up of a botanical garden, and to this effect, he sent to a French knight seeds, bulbs, and plants from different countries he wished to be planted on the island. The National Library of Malta preserves a catalogue containing a list of seeds and plants with their name in Latin and, in some cases, in Italian. Turgot shares with the canon his interest in birds, shells, and commerce in general, including the manufacture of cotton and muslin. A sign of Turgot's friendship is the fact that he sent the canon 2 sheets of paper that had been given to him by the Abbé Barthélemy. These contained the Punic inscriptions found in Malta, together with the discovery of the alphabet and its explanation. Aggius de Soldanis had other French friends, French knights, who were held in high esteem, and these Ajus de Soldanis also draws up a list of French knights who could speak Maltese. Among these, there was Chambray, Bernardin Marbeuf, de Viguier, Joffre, Luc de Bois d'Argence, and others. And the first Maltese grammar written by Ajus de Soldanis was reviewed in the Journal étranger that praised its merits through pointing out the resemblance of Maltese to Arabic. Now, a French knight of Malta who was genuinely interested in the intellectual and cultural aspect of Maltese society is, without any doubt, Jean-Louis Guérin de Tencin. Bailly Tencin was a bibliophile. His library amounted to 3,040 volumes, to which he added the vast library of Cardinal Corso Carrero, which he bought. The merit of Tencin lies in the fact that while bequeathing his books to the order, according to the statutes, he founded the public library. He brought over to Malta some French bookbinders and appointed Ajus de Soldanis as the first librarian, giving him lodgings in Valletta and a salary of 10 scudi per month. Tencin died before he could see his dream come true. However, his will was executed and the public library, with its 30,000 volumes, opened its doors to the public on 4 June 1812. There were other French knights genuinely interested in Malta and the Maltese. They addressed their proposals that could benefit the Maltese population to the Grand Master. For instance, the Bailly de Blacas, who presented the Grand Master with a draft suggesting the introduction in Malta of the cultivation of mulberry trees for the manufacture of silk. Again, Blacas suggested the creation of a Maltese militia, where the Maltese would wear uniforms adapted to the country. Again, in 1777, Chevalier de Rabaston revised the treatise he had written a year earlier about military exercises proper for the troops of Malta. And also Deodat de Gratte Dolomieu, who his correspondence was published by Alfred Lacroix in 1921, and it gives us a glimpse of the French knight's desire to see the end of corruption within the order. He entertained a genuine respect for some Maltese persons mentioned in his letters. Marguerite was the devoted servant who took care of his old uncle. In his letters to his friend Chevalier de Fay, he invariably sent her his best regards and made sure that she was paid for her services, though these did not always arrive punctually. He states that were it not for the fact that she did not know any French, and that consequently she would be bored, he would have brought her over to France. She provided him with stockings. He was indebted to Pierre, Marguerite's brother-in-law, who had paid Dolomieu's rents for him, assuring him that he would pay him as soon as he was in Paris. Salvatore Micallef, a Maltese watchmaker, had delivered several items to Dolomieu for which had not been paid, and in a letter to Micallef, Dolomieu tells him that he was in dire straits and that his creditor could sell whatever effects that night had left with him. Well,
1 minute left, Professor De Pasquale.
1 minute, so I will skip. Well, I will just say that Grand Master Ron was convinced by Dolomieu, the great volcanist, to bring over to Malta Dangos in order to, he himself bought 20,000 for 20,000 francs, the necessary instruments for an observatory to be introduced in Malta. And however, a fire provoked by lightning destroyed the observatory and all the work that had been done by Dangos. Finally, just the mention of the fact that in the last quarter of the 18th century, French travelers of a grand tour included Malta in their itinerary. Apart from Jean-Marie Roland Laplatière, visitors to Malta include the artist, archaeologist, and first director of the Louvre Museum, Dominique Vivant-Denon, painter and architect Jean Nouel, and Charles-Nicolas Sigisbert Sonnini de Mononcourt. To their travelogues, one can include others translated into French from English or from German, such as that of Patrick Bryden in the former case, and that of Baron Johann Hermann von Riedisel in the latter. The Polish traveler, Michel Jean Comte de Borch, and 4 Dutch travelers, accompanied by the Swiss painter Louis Ducrot, wrote directly in French, which brings us back to Foumaro's affirmation that Europe spoke French and wrote in French in the 18th century. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor De Pasquale, for that fascinating panorama on which you bring these key figures to life. Thanks again. Okay. And now it's time to open the panel to our audience to receive any questions and comments. We have a question or comment addressed to Dr. Bouzotil. Could you please comment about Georges Grenier and the architecture of the Mostadome? I'm aware it's not the same century, so it's later, but do you have any comments about this particular architect?
Well, it's very interesting personality because Georges Grenier belongs to that group of French architects who were imbued then with a lot of the Napoleonic period style of architecture, and also the same period of Napoleon II. That was the period, and the Mosta church actually was designed in detail with the interiors, and that's what makes it quite extraordinary, that everything is designed in the same style and the same period. Which does not belong to the period to the Louis XIV, as you said, definitely not. It is 19th century, but it's very, very particular. For Malta, definitely is a unique example, definitely. And all the detailing is quite interesting because it recalls the style, the Second Empire style.
And I have another question personally about your talk. You talk about this progressive transformation from fiefdom to Malta as a sovereign and military state. I was wondering how much was it a seamless transition, or whether there was resistance in the process of the transition between Spanish influence and French influence. You already touched upon this, but
you are right, Marilyn, because there was a lot in a correspondence which I had seen actually by both De Paul. Wignacourt even had started it before. Actually, Wignacourt was the one who had sent Le Grand Galion to help in the siege de La Rochelle to Henry V. So he had already tried to help France, actually, military. And that was I love the Wignacourt. So it's even at the very beginning of the 17th century. De Paul also was the person who brought Antoine Garçon. We know Antoine Garçon worked in Malta on various towers, coastal towers, amongst which recently Dr. Simon Spiteri found the tower of Melliha, the Red Tower, just to put you in the picture. And which is by Antoine Garçon, apart from the Auberge de Provence, needless to say. But there was opposition, of course. Lascaris at one point writes to Richelieu, I would like to help you, I would like to support, to be closer to France, to have closer relations, but I have the council. And the council obviously was full of Italian and Spanish knights. Of course, there were also the French knights, but the majority were still, and they had a lot of power. They were in the positions of power. And Lascaris had, in fact, he told him, I have my hands tied up. I can't, there is a limit of how much I can, of how much really, you know, it can, how can I say, expedite this transformation, expedite this, this move. So, yes, he had a lot of opposition. Lascaris had a lot of opposition. He was a very good diplomat. We Maltese tend to look at him with a negative point, but he was an excellent diplomat. Excellent. That's for sure.
Yes, in spite
I don't know whether I replied to your question, but yes, he did.
Yes, you did. Yes, thank you very much.
What is interesting, one last comment, however, Martin de Redin, who was a grandee of Spain and who was of the Spanish party, he was the one to get Médéric Blondel to Malta.
Okay.
Well, he was in the French military establishment. He was a military engineer in the French Corps. But obviously, everyone knew who François Blondel, his brother, was. He was famous, world famous, within inverted commas, the world of that time. So they didn't say no, needless to say.
Thank you very much. And we have a general comment saying that this was a very interesting and informative symposium, and thanking very much all the speakers, moderators, and organizers. So it's a pity we can't see the live reactions, but I'm sure all 4 talks were highly appreciated. I have another question addressed to Professor De Pasquale. So you mentioned Tansin and Soldanis. Could you elaborate a bit more on the ties between them, since Soldanis was the first librarian in this bibliophile project of Tansin? You have to switch on your mic, Professor De Pasquale.
I forgot I had switched it off. Yes, the Soldanis was very much respected by the French knights, also because he could speak French. It was brought over from Gozo by Tansin. Tansin, apart from the salary he gave him, which I mentioned, gave him lodgings also at the Forfantone, this was called, and he became the first librarian. Was appointed the first librarian. So that was, you know, a very good job and a very time-consuming job for the first librarian to, you know, to put everything, you know, to get for the catalogs and so on. So, well, that was a working relationship and a friendly relationship between them.
I see. Yes. Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Caruana. In the meantime, we do invite our virtual audience to please participate in the conversation by writing their comments and questions. Dr. Caruana, I'm intrigued by the fact that the documents you discussed were simultaneously unique texts, but then went on to become bestsellers. So prior to the invention of the printing press, how much were these accessible in terms of cost and accessibility, and the classes of people who could afford these prayer books, whether there was a hierarchy in terms of extent of illustration or ink color?
Okay, so quite a variety of points to address there.
Yes.
Okay, so yes.
It's a testament to how interesting you're talking.
So yes, there certainly was a hierarchy in terms of decoration and use of materials. So I mentioned earlier on the calendar, for example, as a section within the Book of Hours that featured this hierarchy between different saints. And I mentioned red as being the color that would highlight a more important feast over another. But such a hierarchy could actually use blue and even gold, depending on the prestige of the manuscript that is under discussion. And one does come across books of hours which are not typical as well, because they were not simply prayer books in that case. So one example that I just glossed over was the Trébuchet de Duc de Berry, which is a case in point. It is not the typical book of hours. It's much larger in size, whereas the typical book of hours will be very intimate, precisely because it's used for private devotion. So there is clearly a distinction between also the purpose for which the Book of Hours would have been commissioned. If it was the Duke for his personal satisfaction, and also maybe to show off his collection, that is one thing. But if it were a middle class person commissioning the work or buying the work, because not all of them were commissioned, it would be a different matter. Some books of hours, as I mentioned, were commissioned, and therefore one could notice the element of identity. In fact, manuscript 6, incidentally, which belonged to the collection of the Bailly de Breteil, who was mentioned earlier on, a friend of Tansin as well, includes heraldic elements which show that it was a commissioned work. But other manuscripts would, especially in the later part of the production of the Book of Hours, have been actually bought off the shelf. So one would go to a bookseller and one would compile different sections of the book according to one's pocket, one's taste, obviously aside from the standard sections that one would normally encounter in a Book of Hours. So I mentioned, for example, the parts of the book which were mandatory, so to say, one would always encounter, but there were also parts of the book which were additional, ancillary, sort of like optional inclusions. And the same thing would happen where decoration were concerned. One comes across Books of Hours which are very, very simply decorated with very simple initials, and others with a profusion of miniatures, once again, in very rich materials. So there's a whole spectrum, but it would be middle class up. And the middle class would have used the Book of Hours as well for literacy purposes. So sometimes it would be the only book that they would own, and it would be the book from which they learned how to read.
Thank you. It really is a fascinating field. Thank you so much. I have one last question for Professor Aquilina. You mentioned statistics as a tool to help us, as a scientific tool to help us examine the nuances of translation. Could you elaborate a bit more on this approach? Because I'm sure that to the lay person, it's something they're not familiar with.
Sure. When it comes to particular books, short stories, even drama, you get words which are keywords. For example, the word justice in La Chute, it is a keyword, but you can't really say that it has the same equivalent in the target language every time you come across it. You have to weigh what that word means in the context. And depending on that, you would try to find whether to translate it into justitia, whether to translate it into sense. I'm opening it up a bit because I don't remember myself how I ended up translating all the nuances of this particular word, but you could find a moment where the word justice is rendered by sensta schohia, and that would be not just one word, but more than one, and there would be others. So you need to find these out, and then through your knowledge of the author, definitely, the knowledge of the message that Camus wanted to pass on to his readers. I did not go much in depth about the various cycles of his work. You know, he had that cycle of the absurd. Again, what translation are you going to give to the word absurd? Always l'assurd, or you have to change it accordingly as you go along. Then there was the cycle of revolt. There's a difference between rebellion and revolution. After that, Camus had planned to pass on to love. In between, there was the civil war in Algeria, 1954. He was busy writing in those years, but he sort of meant to put this conflict really behind him, as if he's not thinking of it. So we get stories like Lot, again, an interesting title. Hôte in French can mean both guest and host. And so the challenge would be how you're going to translate that. And when you're going to come across it in the story, you have to decide whether to say il misteden or the meansteden. You see, the difference is just, you could say you play about with one consonant and you change the whole thing. And of course, you can keep on promettez aux enfers. Yes, aux enfers. I translated into abyssi. But there are moments when aux enfers you would translate it into infern. And this depends on the number of times that you come across it, how it is used, whether as a noun, whether as a pronoun, and so on, and you act accordingly. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And as a general comment to tie up with the general theme of the conference, I think the demand for these translations from French into Maltese, the fact that it's such a fertile domain, is actually an indication of the importance of these direct links between France and Malta, between French and Maltese, rather than relying on the bridge translations. So there are no further questions from the audience, if I'm correct. Doesn't seem to be the case. So I think it's time to conclude the session because it's time for a lunch break as well. So that concludes our session on arts, sciences and culture. Heartfelt thanks to all our speakers for these great presentations, as well to our virtual audience for their attention. And now it's time for a deserved lunch break, and we will be back for our third and last panel at 2:30. So, merci, au revoir, et à plus tard.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bonjour Geneviève. Je ne vous entends pas. Voilà.
Ah, voilà. Bonjour Carmen, je suis ravie de vous voir.
Moi aussi.
Voilà. Oui, vraiment. Alors, tout à l'heure, nous allons faire équipe.
Oui.
Voilà, mais je me rends compte que je suis la seule à parler français.
Ah, pourquoi pas? Il le faut, hein?
Oui, c'est ce que j'explique à mon petit-fils qui est avec moi.
Mais non, il y en a d'autres qui vous écoutent en français.
Ah, il y en a d'autres qui m'écoutent. Merci, ça me rassure, mais d'un autre côté, oui, je pense qu'il faudrait, oui, le français est un peu, voilà, c'est une langue un peu maintenant secondaire, voilà.
C'est comme le sel, vous savez, on y met très peu, mais ça change tout. Et c'est ce qui fait le goût.
Et la troisième langue que nous avons.
Et oui, c'est la troisième, oui.
Maltais, anglais, italien et français.
Ouais, donc la quatrième.
J'essaie de parler, mais je suis un guide et je parle français comme une langue étrangère.
Bon, mais ça me plaît quand même qu'il y ait quand même un auditoire français aussi, voilà.
Oui, je suis été à La Rochelle il y a 40 ans. Pour apprendre, il est une bourse payée par le gouvernement français. Et pour c'est ça que je parle français. Parce qu'il y a il y a plusieurs de Maltais qui ont étudié la langue maltaise.
Oui.
On nous a coupé. Oui.
Toucher mon micro.
Ah, voilà.
Voilà. Alors maintenant, nous revenons à quelle heure, Carmen?
À 14h30.
14h30. Eh bien, vous avez très peu pour aller prendre votre repas.
Voilà. Il est temps de...
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the third and last part of this wonderful symposium that has been entertaining our thoughts since this morning. And without further ado, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Liam Gauci. I am the curator of the Malta Maritime Museum. And today I'm going to be chairing our last session, which is entitled Through Human Exchange. And we're going to start off with a wonderful discussion. It promises to be a wonderful discussion entitled Maltese Contemporary Musicians in France. And Carsten Schwierep will be coordinating this lovely discussion with Carl Fiorini and Simon Schembri. I have been lucky in my short career to work with Carsten Schwierep on a number of occasions. He needs no introduction, but I will give you a brief introduction of Dr. Carsten Schwierep, who holds a PhD on cultural relations. He is a lecturer. He lectures on cultural policy and relations in Europe and the Mediterranean. Carsten Schwierep is a member of the scientific committees of brokering intercultural exchange and the Phoenicians' cultural route of the Council of Europe, and a researcher at the UNESCO World Heritage Nomination Project at the Maltese Ministry for Culture. Along with Carsten in this debate, I would like to introduce Carl Fiorini, an eclectic Maltese composer with over 50 works for soloist, chamber music ensemble, and orchestra. He studied in London, where he obtained a doctorate at the Royal College of Music before moving to Paris. His works are performed all over the world and programmed by prestigious festivals. Carl Fiorini has won numerous awards, including the Alea III Prize in Boston and the Tracy Chadwell Memorial Prize in London. He established the International String Orchestra Festival in Malta and has been commissioned by many orchestras. Along with Carl, also I would like to introduce Simon Schembri, who's a classical guitarist, a precocious talent. He was rewarded at the age of 14 by the Royal School of Music in London and joined the Conservatoire National Supérieur de Musique de Paris in the class of Alexander Lagoya, who recognized in him an exceptional soloist. Simon Schembri, who has chosen to live in France, performs all over the world, alone or with the greatest, and is particularly fond of chamber music. He also teaches guitar at the Senlis Conservatory. I would like to hand over the word to Dr. Carsten Schwierep, who will introduce our first session for this afternoon. Carsten, all in your hands.
Thank you, Liam. Good afternoon to everyone. I welcome Carl Fiorini and Simon Schembri as well. In preparing for this session together with Sandro De Bono, a few things maybe that we already knew about Carl and Simon came back to our memory, but some others were quite new. And in preparing for this exchange, sort of amongst these elements, even personal, my personal encounters with Carl and Simon came back to mind. With Carl, at one point, we were both studying in the UK, maybe something like 15 years ago. Traveling, hopping between one place and another. Carl with his composition studies, myself with cultural policy, and then sort of keeping our collaboration also when Carl moved to Lyon for further studies, and later Paris. With Simon, maybe my relationship goes a bit less back in time. but because of the Capital of Culture project in Malta and Valletta in 2018, in the preparatory phase, when I was involved, I came across Simon and his music and his recordings, and it really opened up an interesting window on my understanding of contemporary music. And in fact, as my first question to both Carl and Simon, maybe I can ask Simon to go first, because one thing which struck me was you've already, Simon, been in France, in and around Paris mostly for 40 years. Carl's experience is more recent. But maybe as a first question, starting with Simon, following up with Carl, if you cast your mind back, what were the main reasons which took you to France?
Yes, first of all, hello to everybody. Good afternoon. Well, it's this symposium today is very interesting. I've been living effectively in France for 40 years, and I can speak about links between France and Malta and even culture, because I have here, you know, 2 identity cards. I've got my double nationality. So I've got still my Maltese nationality, which is my native country and which is so important for me. But in the same time, I owe a lot to France, because France is the country which, you know, opened my mind to diversity of culture, to la connaissance, you know, to knowledge, cultural knowledge. And well, actually, I was very lucky because, as you said, Carsten, I arrived in France, I was very young, and I was admitted at the Conservatoire National Supérieur de Paris in the class of Alexandre Lagoya, with whom later I had the pleasure to play. I was listening since this morning, all the links, you know, in the literary and in architecture, and it's I learned a lot of things about all these links that already existed, you know, and all these things made me come to Malta, come to France. It's the result of all this history that makes me and maybe Carl and others to choose France as a country to come and go further in our knowledge of culture. Carl, maybe you can go on.
Hi, hello to everybody. So my reasons were a little bit more different than Simon's, although I do have to agree that there is this common trait. But my principal idea was not to move here for education. I was furthering my studies in London, and then while in London, I somehow hooked up with a lot of French students that were at the Royal College of Music. And after our studies, we're thinking, what should we do? I mean, the French, they went back to Paris, and I thought of enrolling myself as a student at the Conservatoire Supérieur de Lyon. I was admitted, but I mean, I had lived already for about 5 to 6 years in London, and London is way more free than so to say provincial Lyon. And of course, I mean, and at that time, I mean, I wasn't that young. I was about 28. This was in 2008. So I've been here for nearly 14 years now. I mean, at 28, you've already reached a certain maturity. You know the way how you want to write, and why you want to write in that way. So obviously, there were a little bit of clashes. So I packed my stuff and came to Paris, but I didn't stay just in Paris. There was a short while. There was a year that I was in Avignon as a composer in residence. So that was very interesting because I was working at the Conservatoire. I was writing works for the students, as well for the orchestra of the students. Quite a lot of pedagogical projects.
teachers and students. It was very interesting. But as soon as I had moved here, I mean, in 2008, I mean, I was lucky enough to start getting commissions. So, and even from musicians in France. At first, obviously, it was people who knew, musicians who knew me and personally, and who knew my music. And then, little by little, ensembles and soloists started to notice what I was doing. And anyway, and then I also had my festival, which I started in 2007. So this was concurrently. I started the festival. I mean, the first idea came in 2006 for the April edition of 2007. And every year, each year, there was always a French player, French artist, or someone from the orchestra, from an orchestra who was French, or French soloist. And this has been throughout the 15 years. This year, the festival last year it was cancelled, obviously. This year, it was postponed to next month. So between the 15th and the 19th June. And there are two French soloists, Sébastien Orteau and his wife. They're performing. He's a cellist and she's a pianist, fantastic pianist. And the Ensemble Telemaque, with whom I collaborate regularly, from Marseille. And they're going to close this year's festival with an opera from Theresienstadt, the Emperor of Atlantis.
Thank you very much, Carl, for that, and also Simon. As I'm sure also our audience, I've got many questions. In fact, I've got my chat open just in case anyone wants to write a question and to me or to everyone, and I can also ask it. But from my end, I was struck by sort of the learning curve, maybe sometimes also bumpy with some surprises that both Simon and Carl expressed. Sometimes you learn more that way because of everything comes according to plan directly. And maybe what I wanted to ask both of you also is, nowadays, with your experience, your expertise, your contacts, even a cursory look at your websites and social media communication, it's very clear that you keep sort of stretching yourselves. You haven't placed yourselves in a comfortable pod and do the same thing all over again. In live performances, in spite of COVID, recordings, the preparation for the ISOF, the string festival that Carl just mentioned, I would say perfectly timed now that in Malta we are heading towards the reopening of even theatre and cultural spaces, finally, from early and mid-June onwards. So what I wanted to ask was, maybe, are you also in a way aware of other roles that people like yourselves, Maltese with a strong French experience, also in relation to other areas of cultural work, with students, maybe with teachers in education, and maybe I'll go back to Simon, because I'm also aware of the political dimension, maybe even with a small p, where your work as artists, as creative people, as people who work with others all the time in composing and performing and directing, this sort of takes you beyond the one particular role, and you wear many hats. I wonder whether you have any thoughts about that. Maybe let's start with Simon again and then go back to Carl.
Well, actually, I think before being an artist, we are all humans, and well, I am interested by many things. So we're speaking of architecture, of literature, but even music. And well, I got the need of sort of after, you know, it's been about a quarter of a century now that I got my French nationality too. And with time, I got the feeling that I needed to not to get limited only to my guitar and only to the repertory of the guitar. And I was living on a side of things that is the side of the musician and all the different, you know, experiences and even difficulties we have in front of us as artists. And so I got the need to get to know the other side of the story, and I got involved on the political field. And the last elections locally, I got elected in the council, and I've got the delegation of culture and tourism. And it's something I like a lot too. And it even feeds my cultural part of the cultural part of my life. I think so. It's a being, a whole being, you know, that is important for me. It's meeting different people too. It's getting to know better the political way that culture is looked on, and it helps to understand better the needs of the artist. What I try to do even is, as they say in French, is éclairer. It's put the light the way the artist see things and help the political scene to better understand artistic needs. And why, and on the other hand, I can now even understand why some demands can seem sometimes useless in politics, you know, when it is considered by them. So it's a very interesting position actually. And but you know what I personally search to do is be practical and helpful in things and makes projects go forward. So I consider I was very lucky I was very lucky in my life to be able to come, not only study here, but to play with great musicians. I gave several concerts with Alexandre Lagoya, and it's even, you know, I played with Alexandre Lagoya at the Salle des Fêtes at the Mairie de Paris. It's years ago, and on that day, in that great hall, you know, which is a sort of imitation of the Palais des Glaces in Chateau de Versailles, the Galerie des Glaces, I met the wife of Jacques Chirac on the day, and she was one of the first who was ready to help me and encourage me to get my French nationality. So I played with Yuri Bashmet, the Moscow Soviets, when I went to Washington, to Moscow. So with my guitar, you know, it's just 6 strings on a guitar. Yes, and you know, at the conservatory in Paris, I was lucky to meet great composers, Jacques Chaillet, Jacques Casteret. You know, it's a place where Debussy was a student, Fauré was a director. I mean, it's inhaling the art, you know, through the place. So yes, yes, social media are changing a lot of things now, even in arts.
Yes, in fact, as you said, it's sort of one thing leads to the other. So being in a vibrant place such as Paris and the Ile-de-France, even within the commune, wherein you function and practice your sort of cultural political practice. It's sort of a matter of opening doors, and one thing leads to the other, I would say.
Exactly, yes. And you know, I'm a professor here for now a lot of time, and we are teaching a lot with you know, on Zoom, on Google. It's changing a lot the experience, huh? But we really need back to, you know, to human contact.
That's right.
I think Carl will say the same thing. You know, we need to meet each other, to meet the people.
Yes. Carl, let us know what you think.
So, I mean, Although I did have this idea, I wanted to study over here, and as I was saying, but it was more as Simon was saying, it was the culture, and anyway, it was also a bit of this nostalgia, so to speak, of Paris of the early 20th century that somehow brought me here. I mean, it really got me. And as soon as I moved here, I made it a point to make as much contact as possible with people who are in Paris, who have always lived in Paris, and especially with obviously with musicians, but as well with especially with poets and writers. I always, and Carsten, you know, that since we know each other more than 20 years now, that I always had this faible, so to speak, this weakness for literature. And I mean, I do this even in Austria and Germany and other countries as well. So I think I wouldn't say that I'm not socially active in France. I mean, I do go for protests when there are, and but that's where it stops for me.
If I may, Carl and Simon again, I know we're entering the last of part of our exchange, the last third of our half an hour, and maybe with a look sort of to the present, but also to the future, and also bringing back also the focus to Malta, because of my work and my research. I've been following sort of the current discussion on how to extend Malta's cultural field to, for example, embassies abroad, using the diaspora network, somehow trying to develop the international dimension, both on a bilateral basis, but also on a more networked basis. And I guess even when I hear people like yourselves, I remember interviews with yourselves, even during webinars and seminars organized by Arts Council Malta, for example, where you, who are sort of not only experts in your artistic field, but because you are practitioners of being, in a way, ambassadors for Malta through your artistic excellence, always have very practical things to say. And the practicality of it, I know, is something which appeals to both of you. So maybe as our final comments, if you want to go again, Simon and then Carl, I wonder whether sort of what your vision is based on your experience of what more could be done to somehow have this greater rapprochement, however, not only between Malta and France, but Malta on an international dimension.
Carl, go on.
You want me to go first?
Yes, because you organize the festival. So organizing the festival, you know, I had that experience. I know that makes you reflect on this type of things. You know.
Yes, I think more than ever, especially now after this pandemic, the cultural embassies in Maltese embassies, especially around the world, had this cultural cultural fund for Maltese artists to perform there, or to have exhibitions, or to have their works translated and read over there. I think more than ever before, this should be even more encouraged. There should be more funding for that, and if possible, to have more correlation between artists who are, for example, if we take the example of the French embassy here and the Maltese embassy over here and the French embassy in Malta, then artists who are in Malta would work with artists who are in France, and organizing bilateral concerts so to speak. So the same concert, for example, would be performed in Malta. So French and the Maltese performer, and then the same thing over here. I think this could be one way of, and not just, you know, a Maltese performer. Okay, that's fine, but Maltese performer coming to France or vice versa to perform. Then, for example, when I used to a part of the of my festival was dedicated to I mean, outreach, and I had French musicians, percussionists coming over to Malta every month to give percussion workshops and work with special schools, I mean government schools, but with a special focus on children who had quite a lot of difficulties. And there was a kind of small legacy that they were leaving. I mean, I managed to hold this project on for about 3 or 4 years, but unfortunately we didn't have enough funding to keep it going. So, voila, that's.
Yes. What I, you know, from what I noticed is that, since I left the island of Malta, there has been so much progress in the cultural field in Malta. It's very impressive, very impressive. There are artists, young ones, and less young who go abroad, who go and learn music and art abroad, and they get so much back to Malta, you know. Yes, I think workshops, academies, should summer academies and even spring academies in Malta can be done more, maybe, because that encourages exchange between experienced musicians, let's say, for example, experienced orchestral musicians who can, you know, come and show their experience to Maltese artists. Because once again, now, as you know, music is not only playing the notes and giving emotion. It's also knowing how to exchange with other musicians through breathing the music together. So I think that's important. Actually, I remember years ago now, I had done one of the first festivals in Malta. I had brought French television to it with French artists. It was at the Manuel Theatre and in Empine. And I brought Algeria of France 2 in Malta and we had a very, very good program given on French television. It was one of the first experiences, and since that time now there's Carl doing things and other people putting up festivals, and there are so many things going on. So yes, I think exchange between contemporary composers is very interesting too. I participated at the university with some composers, you know, studying composition, and who a couple of them wrote, well, they're courageous. Music for guitar. It's not that easy, yeah, composing for the guitar, huh? You know it, Carl. I think we had an experience together. So yes, I think exchanging between artists is one of the most important things. Bringing artists to Malta and making Maltese artists coming even here. I know a number of them came with the embassy in France. You know, that's very important. And putting funds in art in general and music is capital. You know, it's never unuseful. It's
and
it's
never
essential.
never enough. And on your point of it being essential, as you said, it's like when artists breathe the same air together. Within our COVID period, obviously it has to be virus free, and it really goes to the heart, I think, of what both you and Carl have been saying, of being in creative, safe, healthy and dynamic environments. And obviously your experience shows that your trajectory has been one of curiosity, of not shying away from challenges, and hopefully we will have also many others who follow in your own footsteps. I'm aware we're sort of concluding our conversation. We've been half an hour. As they say, time flies, because this was really enjoyable. I wonder whether Simon or Carl have any final comments that you'd like to say before we turn back to Liam and the rest of the program.
I'm fine. I hope to see you next month.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. No, it was a pleasure for me to discuss with you all, and well, I'm trying to work on a project. I would like to get. I know there is the French ambassador, who is present. So I'm trying to get maybe one day in Malta the Orchestre de la Garde Républicaine. It will be a great experience, I think. So.
Very good. So I thank again.
Most welcome.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
You've got it live there. So I thank again, Carl, and wish you all the best also with the festival coming up. And I thank Simon as well with all your projects. And turn back to Liam for the next presentation and ensuing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you both. If I may, I think the two gentlemen that were discussing their careers with casting are living proof that our shared history has a prodigious present with a future that is in good hands. Two great ambassadors, I think, in Carl Fiorini and Simon Schembri, of this lovely relationship that our two countries hold. I have a question which was set to us on Zoom. And the question goes, the fact that both have been living in France for a long time, how French is their music? Carl or Simon?
Well, I can answer to that with pleasure. I mean, you know, when you live in a place, I think actually one of the Maltese have the capacity of, you know, we get Empine, we get the feeling of the place, and we really are easy at going to living with others, with understanding. We have always understood the way others live, and you know, we have always adapted ourselves. So that can make things easily. Yes, how French is the music I play. The music I play is not only French in the way I mean I think it. It's European, it's international. I think where you're an artist, you become international because you are always speaking at the name of the composer. So if you are playing French music, you are thinking French, but if you play Maltese music, you are thinking Maltese. And if you are playing American music, Gershwin, you are thinking Gershwin. You know, you have to feel the way the composer was feeling his music. But actually, yes, living in a place makes you, speaking for myself, being here, I think like the French. I live with the French. I think like the French. I understand, the French, and it's quite natural. It's quite natural.
Thank you, Carl.
I think Carl flew away. No.
Yes, I think so. I think so. Don't worry. Once again, thank you, Simon, and thank you, Dustin. We will move on to our next speaker today, Norbert Bugeja, who is the senior lecturer in post-colonial studies at the Mediterranean Institute at the University of Malta. He has published extensively on memory and life writing, cultural politics, and the post-colonial literatures of the Mediterranean and the Middle East in major international publications. Dr. Norbert Bugeja has lectured and delivered addresses and seminars as an invited speaker at several universities worldwide. He is an advisory board member of the Anna Lindh Foundation, general editor of the Journal of Mediterranean Studies, and a poet. Norbert's contribution today is entitled "The Journal of Théophile Gautier Travels to Malta." Norbert, I'll leave it in your good hands.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Liam. Thanks everyone for attending this. Basically, this presentation, I'm not going to share the screen. Yeah, I trust everyone can see that. Okay, this is something that emerged as a side interest a few years ago, while I was researching Orhan Pamuk's work, and mainly his Turkish novelist Orhan Pamuk's work, mainly his works of memory, his memoir, and some of his novels around Istanbul. And basically I came across, and first of all, I had a few discussions with colleagues, with Pamuk's translator Maureen Freely at the time, and other researchers around Turkish literature of the early Republic, 1920s, 1930s, and the influences that led the early Turkish Republican writers to describe, represent the city of Istanbul. And Théophile Gautier's name came up, and particularly his travel diary, Constantinople. And this emerged as a sort of outcrop from the research. And I remember spending a few weeks digging into this travel text, which he wrote in mid-19th century Istanbul. And I thought it would make a lot of sense to share some thoughts around the diary of Gautier in this forum. This is the first edition, the first English edition, because obviously he wrote it in French. The first English edition of Constantinople of Today, which Gautier wrote in 1852-1853, and that was published in 1854. So in early June of 1852, Gautier, then 41 years old, embarked upon a 13-day Istanbul-bound journey across the Mediterranean on board the mail ship Leonidas. The Leonidas sailed from the port of Marseille, past the islands of Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily, docked at Malta, and then traveled towards the Cyclades onto Smyrna, what is today Izmir, and finally to Istanbul, where Gautier then stopped for a lengthy sojourn. Since the beginning of his journey, the moment Gautier leaves Paris and journeys to Marseille, the travel diary he gives us assumes a very specific stance in relation to what he terms the South. The aura of gentility, the poise of a sophisticated European-born and bred eye, the confident tone and descriptive ease, even the, at times, nonchalance of Gautier's style in this in this diary. The mixture of disinvoltura, the childlike excitement through which he addresses each location, are very poignant and unmistakable, and they go a long way in identifying and giving character to his text. Gautier has, of course, been one of the main authors to come in Edward Said's line of fire in his book Orientalism. And scholarship on Gautier's work has demonstrated again and again the yearning Gautier had as a poet, as a dramatist, as a journalist for, so to speak, Oriental beauty and what he discusses as Arabic sensuality that had characterized his writerly mindset, at least since 1833, when he was in the process of writing his novel Mademoiselle de Maupin. Together with friends such as Gérard de Nerval, who influenced Gautier profoundly, Arsène Housset, Charles Baudieu, Barbey d'Aurevilly, and others, Gautier nourished a desire for the South that was often construed as an exhilarating place, a place of a promising otherness. Within this space, Gautier hoped one could, perhaps more than anywhere else, experience an alternative aesthetic milieu to the increasingly industrialized, demographically expansive, utilitarian, and American-inflected Europe that, for many Bohemian romantics and other coteries of artists at the time, had grown unbearably disenchanting. The projection of fantasies about Egypt, as it emerges in his short fictions, in fictions like Ennui de Cléopâtre, Le Roman de la Momie, and other works, testify to Gautier's yearnings and expectations of the East as a space that could come to the rescue of a jaded imagination. In conceiving his fictions, Gautier often relied heavily on received knowledge of the regions he was writing about. His old friend and classmate de Nerval's influence in this respect is extensive. Upon his own return from Beirut and Cairo, where he had accumulated the materials for his Voyage en Orient, Nerval briefed and enthralled Gautier about the wonders of the Nile River, Beirut, Egypt, and its traditions, especially with regard to women and marriage and so forth. Edward Said has, of course, drawn attention to Gautier's heavy reliance on these testimonies he received from Nerval, citing as an example Nerval's correspondence with Gautier, in which he laments his own experience of the Orient and particularly of Egypt as having been a betrayed dream, I quote. Prima facie, of course, Constantinople, Gautier's diary, contains its fair contribution to this Orientalist take that has been picked up on by Said. But any effort taken beyond Said's own missives, which are problematic in themselves and have received their fair share of hefty criticism, when one is reading Gautier, one will also encounter a frame of mind that does not only restrict itself to convenient fantasies, to overtly implausible projections, or to any unquestioned, as it were, endorsement of Orientalist precedent. Indeed, Constantinople is a travel diary that often purports to complicate such facile or unilateralist assumptions on what constitutes the South or the East. And I quote Gautier, "What poet would be content with a reader who should peruse but just one of his stanzas?" Thus, every year, instead of nailing myself by an assumed necessity to one spot, I read a page, a country of this vast universe, which seems less vast and immeasurable as I go over it. And as it disengages itself from the vague cosmographies of the imagination, it takes a more definite force and localization. Now, Gautier's outlook as he crosses the Mediterranean shows an effort to localize something that by then had become a very ripe historicist sensibility in the Mediterranean. While his narrative evidently indulges a certain discursiveness, some extended Orientalist tropes, it does so self-consciously and with a thinly veiled sense of amusement. The underside to this, however, is his deeper concern with and interest in regional discourse. Poignant instances of this outlook occur early on as the mail ship Leonidas sails past the island of Corsica, for instance. And Gautier tells us, "The ship is sailing at too great a distance from Corsica, which vexes me much, to permit me to discern anything in detail. We coast thus for the whole day, at a distance, this Corsica, energetic and savage, with manners poetically ferocious, with eternal feuds, but which progress will soon render similar in character to the environs of Paris. Gautier here wastes no time in undercutting his recourse to Mediterranean discursiveness, his poetically ferocious, energetic and savage Corsica, with a rude awakening to the realities of political discourse. His concern with the ravages of European progress in the Mediterranean is already reminiscent of a certain eclipse of the region, as Franco Cassano has very well described it, the takeoff of the modern age and the progressive shift in modern history towards the northwest of Europe, with its great ocean routes and the expansion and conquering of the planet by the Western world. Gautier's Mediterranean is registered as something of a lapsed space, one that has turned into an economy of remainders. Beneath the conceits, beneath the capricious observations, lies a complex representation, really and truly, of the Mediterranean as a now barren and ruined layering of histories, a cultural heterogeneity with its remnants of a pre-industrial world cut short. Gautier's narrative is, I would say, an important late Ottoman account by a European traveler, and positions itself at the cusp of this intense political historical transition of the Ancien Regime, of late Ottoman moment that is experiencing its demise, especially from the mid-19th century onwards. The outcome of his perspectives seems to be that of acknowledging a rapid deterioration of an immensely wealthy, intimate, and at the same time indispensable repository of memory, the haunting actuality of which he attempts to extend and to represent in strong realist detail. And this subtle motivation transpires already as Gautier describes his experience, his brief sojourn in Malta. And what is particularly striking about his descriptions of Valletta is his perception of British colonial rule on the island. And there's this pitching of British colonialism as a discordant and bizarre presence. His contempt of colonial rule is evident, even as his own final destination was late Ottoman Istanbul, which in itself was rapidly succumbing to the European expansionist projects in the Levant, and a continuing destination at the same time of choice for many European artists. Gautier adopts an aloofness towards Britain's world policing role and its military apparatus in Malta. These men, he muses, grave, impassive, conventional in the fullest sense of the word, inflexible representatives of the law, have a strange effect, moving among this exotic throng, and between this bright sky and glowing earth, their outline seems made expressly to define itself upon the fogs of High Holborn and of Temple Bar. Beyond the thinly veiled contempt of the British, Gautier's stance here contains an intriguing, at least what I find to be an intriguing ambivalence. For even as he indulges this exotic throng, as he calls it, this bright sky and glowing earth, at the same time, these blank descriptors seem to evoke the local landscape as being somewhat inimical to the foreignness of the colonial setup. As he walks the street of Valletta, Gautier very much turns into the consummate flaneur, allowing his mind to wander and explore those capillary modes of expression beating underneath the colonial military parade. I fancy, Gautier writes, that I hear the musical clash of the brass ornaments of a tambourine. He notes this as he ventures further inland, exploring the stairways and the back streets of Valletta. And he goes on to tell us, it is a practiced hand beating a la tambour upon the body of a guitar. Am I at Malta, an English possession, or am I at Granada in Spain? It is long since I have seen feet tripping to music in the open street. Despite the exoticist eye, Gautier is eminently aware of those modalities of living evinced by the specific Mediterranean locations which he visits, as a means of traveling down a long labyrinthine path strewn with historical accident. In its glaring anonymity, this practiced hand beating à la tambour and those feet tripping to music in the open street begin to shape Gautier's outlook, his narration of those meandering, uneven modes of expression that work to manifest the sense of an ancien regime in the moment of its passing. His specific reference to heterogeneous popular cultural structures is important, insofar as these have in fact survived various forms of colonial rule. Am I at Malta, an English possession, or at Granada in Spain, Gautier muses? The musical paradigm here registers English possession as an anachronism, since the feet tripping to music in the open street really and truly constitute an expression that is at once vernacular, patently vernacular, and at the same time it has a macro-regional reach with the comparison with Granada, one of shared and deep-seated cultural cross-currents of the Mediterranean region. Gautier's remarks about the guitar player betray his awareness of a palpable Mediterranean aesthetic. This is perhaps why his diary habitually interweaves elements of memory, of recall, with the immediate visual experience he has in front of him. Gautier does not merely give us an objective account of those peripheral spaces he encounters along the way. He also recalls his experience of these spaces as being active, as being contingent, as manifesting what Gautier, in essence, recognizes as a regional modernity. While various scholars have spoken of the Mediterranean as a space that is redolent with memorial elements, Wolfgang Steiner, a theorist of memory, has noted that from antiquity to modern times, the media of memory have been characterized by the primacy of the visual. Like Gautier's own narrative, much Orientalist literature is based on the primacy of the visual. What Gautier's diary does, however, is to forge deeply insightful encounters between this drive, this Orientalist scopic drive, and the layering of the immediate spaces he crosses, and the constant presence of memory itself. Through this rendezvous of gaze, of layering, and of remembrance, the region comes to be coded in terms of its lapsed character and its sense of a profound historical desolation. Gautier's locations re-emerge in the present as contexts of space, in which the unequal distribution of European continental power, vis-à-vis the waning late Ottoman one, comes to tell us about ambivalences, anachronisms, and various cultural interactions. A main example of this, perhaps, lies in Gautier's manner of referring to the classical Greek and mythological Pierres he encounters in the Eastern Mediterranean. Gautier was, of course, writing in a context in which the 19th century return to the Greco-Roman figuration of the Mediterranean as Mare Nostrum and its colonialist ramifications was very powerful. His own recourse to this discourse does not easily lend itself to any Orientalist conceit, I think, as he crosses the Greek islands on his way to Izmir, for instance. His perception becomes attuned to the contingencies of the region's history, and Gautier acknowledges the glaring implications of a world which he describes as being in totters and crumbles, where life deserts the head to take refuge in the feet, as he describes it. So Gautier harnesses classical and mythological tropes in order to evoke an aspiring materialist aesthetic of the spaces that he visits. His descriptions show us a readiness to unlearn or to rethink those vague cosmographies of the imagination, which he sets off with in Marseille, by reinstating the ability to imagine the historical mythological affinity as it characterized the Mediterranean ahead of the European powers' interference on a large scale. So he's looking at the wealth of local cultural strata, especially along the eastern littoral. Hence, one of the first elements of the sea that captivate Gautier's imagination are what he calls the herds of Proteus, a descriptor he uses for the mouton, or those intermittent crests of foam over the water that he observes from the deck of the ship. This reference is the first subtle intimation of Gautier's sensibility to the Mediterranean, his awareness of its changeability, its protean nature, its humanitarian realities in some sense, it's the semiotics of its topography. As he passes the island of Milos, entirely conscious of the classicist fervor of 19th century Europe, Gautier also alludes to the celebrated statue of the Aphrodite, of the Venus de Milo, that was unearthed there. In its apocryphal derivation, Gautier's reference points to the region's fragmentation in the face of an uncompromising European modernity, but also to the notion that this regional fragmentation has itself remained a very marginal concern to Europe. Of course, about 70 years later, there was to be a revival of classicist and humanist fervor in early Republican Turkey, with many of its schools actually teaching the classical humanities in a context in which many archaeological excavations were taking place, especially in Turkey's eastern and Anatolian coasts. Gautier's subtext here is the appropriation of this regional heritage by a dominant Enlightenment humanist ideology that is at its heart, like the Venus de Milo, an armless endeavor, an imperial show of power, crippled by the brash disregard for local knowledge. It is said, Gautier writes, that in the island they recount to those who care to listen how the missing arms of the statue lay on the ground near the figure, having been exhumed with it, and were lost by mere negligence. Gautier's attempt in his travel writing is to relocate, as it were, the memory of these fragments within the burgeoning current of unrequited events that have never ceased really to call for vindication in the region. In a brief comparison of Achilles' exploits to those of Alexander, Gautier draws a nexus between a history that was grafted upon mythology, as he describes it, and he is very aware of this dynamic. As he walks, for instance, into a cemetery in Izmir, Gautier notes that, I quote, "Here, life is not so carefully separated from death as with us, Europeans, but they jostle each other familiarly, like old friends." In a similar vein is his remark as he sails into the Bosphorus as he arrives in Istanbul that, I quote, "On both sides of the Bosphorus, life has death immediately in its rear, and each town encircles itself with a suburb of tombs." These excerpts resonate with a burgeoning sense of despondency, provoked by the progressive demise of the old imperial and other governing structures that had dominated the Mediterranean hitherto. Now, obviously, I'm thinking of Gautier's work here in the context of what later Turkish writers were to take out of his work, and the profound sense of melancholy that they find in Gautier's work eventually comes to be a signature mood in the early Republican literature of Turkey. And in one form or the other, we find it extant till this very day. And one thing that, and I'll wrap up on this note, one thing that really struck me about Gautier's work as I was researching Orhan Pamuk's memoirs of Istanbul, written 150 years later, after Gautier, is that the sense of melancholy that he provides us with, this mood that he begins to tease out of these dying old orders, the Ottoman imperial order and the downfall of the Order of St. John in Malta, is something that can be found in his descriptions of Valletta. And it's something that emerges particularly, and he uses the phrase melancholy, while he's visiting St. John's Cathedral. He refers to a sentiment of melancholy while he visits the cathedral. And it's a sense of melancholy that overtook Gautier, I quote, "in the city of La Valette, that stronghold of the Knights of the Order of St. John, who have played," he writes, "so bold and brilliant a part in history, but who have passed away, like all ancient institutions, when they have no longer an object, and of whom there now remains only the memory of former glories. And there is a continuum between this description and his descriptions of the late Ottoman Istanbul. As he is sailing into the Bosphorus, he tells us, "On every side I see decay, dilapidation and neglect, and above all the squalor and abandonment, the pure, dazzling, implacable sunlight of the Orient, making even more painfully obvious every minute detail of the wretchedness around." Okay, so what begins to happen is that this melancholy continuum by which Gautier describes his experience of crossing the Mediterranean is taken up later on by Orhan Pamuk, who wrote an important memoir of his native city, Istanbul, in 2005-2006, ahead of his receiving the Nobel Prize for Literature. But what Pamuk does is an interesting exercise in which he picks on Gautier, and he reads Gautier very closely as being at the heart of his own melancholy descriptions of Istanbul. And in a sense, this begins to complicate the discourse of having unilateral projections of the Orient, as we're used to reading from Edward Said's Orientalist moment onwards. Okay? So he begins to, in a sense, turn the table on its head and subvert this notion that there is such a thing as unilateral projections. And in Pamuk's intimate embrace of Gautier, he tells us, Pamuk, in his memoir, "I read my native city occasionally through Gautier's eyes. It allows me a very objective, as it were, estranged view of my own native space." And this interesting dynamics is something that influenced contemporary Turkish writers through the writers of the early Republic, who were in turn very much influenced in the way in which they represented Istanbul by Gautier himself, and specifically by this work, Constantinople of today. Gautier's perspective can't be described as Christian or in my view, as Christian or Muslim. What you get is what I've called a proto-secular outlook. The ruins of Istanbul begin to achieve a spiritual accretion in Gautier's work, and it's something that Orhan Pamuk himself has in a profound way inherited. Okay, I will wrap up there, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you. Thanks, Liam.
Thank you, Dr. Bugeja, for that lovely presentation. I would like to ask if there are any questions as I open up our chat. No, there are no questions. And once again, thank you, Dr. Norbert Bugeja. And we will move on to our next presentation, which is entitled Maltese Migration to France and North Africa. This presentation is split in two. We have the honor to have two speakers. The first part is going to be conducted by Genevieve Falgas, which she will give us her presentation for around 15 minutes, and then it will be followed by Carmen de Pasquale. The first part is going to be in French. However, as you can see already on your screens, we have a PowerPoint presentation with a translation in English. I would like to introduce Genevieve Falgas. She has a doctorate in history and has spent her entire career in secondary education. Genevieve Falgas' favorite subject is the study of the French protectorate in Tunisia and the communities that lived there. I will leave the floor to Genevieve Falgas, so we will start the first part of our presentation.
Thank you. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs. Au XVIIe et XVIIIe siècle, l'économie maltaise était une économie dominée par les négociants navigateurs. De la Sicile à la côte occidentale de l'Italie, ils allaient de port en port, gagner Marseille et de là cingler vers l'Espagne qui était leur objectif final. Ils vendaient la production de coton de l'île. Avec une partie des bénéfices, ils achetaient dans chaque port des articles qui étaient demandés dans le port suivant. Ces activités commerciales furent comme un âge d'or. Ainsi s'exprime Aurore Verrier-Cassard, une généalogiste d'origine maltaise, qui poursuit. Malheureusement, vers 1790, le coton américain arriva en très grande quantité en Europe à un prix défiant toute concurrence. Plus de travail pour ces négociants marins dans un archipel surpeuplé, sans autre reçu la mer et la pierre. La décadence de l'ordre des chevaliers était amorcée. Bonaparte les chassa, changea les lois. Puis les Anglais s'installèrent. 1800, le grand chambardement. La génération suivante fut celle de nos aïeux émigrant en Afrique du Nord. Ainsi, dès le début du XIXe siècle, des familles maltaises ont émigré dans certains ports autour du bassin méditerranéen. Mais c'est en Algérie qu'ils se sont portés en plus grand nombre, surtout à partir de la conquête française de 1830. De 1830 à 1840, près de 4 à 5 000 Maltais allèrent s'installer en Algérie. Par ailleurs, la statistique générale de l'Algérie en 1896 donne près de 15 000 Maltais répartis dans tout le département de Constantine et dans la ville d'Alger. Au plus fort des statistiques, ce sont environ 17 000 Maltais qui s'installèrent dans ce pays. Après 1900, cette immigration maltaise semble y subir un arrêt. C'est qu'en 1881, la France a établi son protectorat sur la Tunisie et beaucoup de ces Maltais d'Algérie, ayant moins réussi que prévu, partirent vers la Tunisie, qu'une propagande de peuplement présentait comme un nouvel Eldorado. Ils furent en Tunisie concurrencés par l'immigration italienne, dont les ressortissants arrivaient nombreux à la recherche, eux aussi, de meilleures conditions d'existence. Dans la deuxième partie du XIXe siècle, l'émigration conduisit sur les côtes tunisiennes plus de Maltais que d'Italiens. L'historien Jean Gagnage, dans son étude sur les Européens de la Régence, à cette époque, les évalue à 7 000 environ contre 4 000 Italiens. Puis le mouvement s'inverse et en 1881, les premières estimations du protectorat avancent le chiffre de 7 000 Maltais pour 11 207 Italiens. Les causes de l'émigration maltaise apparaissent clairement dans une lettre que le gérant du consulat de France à Malte écrivait à Charles de Freycinet, ministre des Affaires étrangères de France, le 8 mai 1882. Il écrit « Le gouvernement colonial, il faut comprendre le gouvernement anglais de Malte, face à la surpopulation et à la pauvreté de l'île, cherchait des terres d'accueil pour les candidats à l'émigration, tandis qu'une mission d'information avait été envoyée en Australie, dans la province du Queensland et en Nouvelle-Zélande. Le gérant du consulat attirait l'attention du ministère des Affaires étrangères sur les possibilités que cette émigration pouvait offrir à la France pour ses possessions d'Afrique du Nord. En 1882, Malte comptait 447 habitants au kilomètre carré. L'attaché français à Malte précisait que la terre naturelle des migrations pour les Maltais était la Tunisie et non le lointain Queensland, sans parler de leur manque d'affinité avec, je cite, la race anglo-saxonne de ces contrées. Cette population laborieuse, terminait-il, formée d'ouvriers, d'artisans, de laboureurs, naturellement acclimatée aux pays méditerranéens, serait un élément de prospérité qu'il conviendrait d'accueillir. Pourtant, l'image des Maltais que l'on trouve dans les récits des voyageurs européens contemporains est plutôt négative. Comment expliquer cette dépréciation? Il semble qu'elle se soit d'abord répandue en Algérie, où une importante émigration maltaise s'était fixée, comme on l'a vu, dès les années 1830-1845. Ils y étaient en effet plus de 8000 à l'issue de cette période où ils exerçaient des métiers jugés subalternes, cardeurs de laine, cocher de fiacre, cafetier. Par ailleurs, dans les faits divers touchant la contrebande entre l'Algérie et la Tunisie, figuraient souvent des Maltais. Les causes de l'émigration maltaise en Afrique du Nord française sont donc connues. Surpopulation et pauvreté de l'île. Peu à peu, dans les deux pays, les Maltais obtinrent la nationalité française, d'abord par demande individuelle, puis par naturalisation collective. En Algérie, à la suite du Senatus Consulte du 14 juillet 1865 jusqu'au 31 décembre 1896, il y aura donc ces naturalisations collectives. Après, on reviendra aux naturalisations par demande individuelle. En Tunisie, à partir de décrets successifs et de la loi du 8 novembre 1921, dite loi Morino, complétée en 1923, les Maltais, sujets britanniques dits anglo-maltais, devenaient français à la 3e génération par droit du sol, iure soli. Cette population en Tunisie avait connu une certaine augmentation entre 1881 et 1921, passant de 7 000 à 13 000 personnes à peu près. Pour être précis, sur les 13 520 Maltais recensés en 1921-1922, le nombre total de ces, je cite, nouveaux Français atteignit 5 500, notait le rapport au président de la République. En 1936, du fait de ces naturalisations collectives et de celles par demande individuelle qui se poursuivaient, cette communauté avait perdu près de 40% de ses membres. L'immigration maltaise ne compensait plus le nombre des Maltais qui devenaient français, à la suite de la loi de 1923, par demande individuelle ou par mariage. Ces derniers, l'image des Maltais s'étant améliorée avec le temps, je cite, honnêtes, travailleurs, peu remuants, avaient bénéficié d'un préjugé favorable. Aussi avaient-ils été les bienvenus dans la communauté française. Une thèse communément admise aujourd'hui par les chercheurs fait des Maltais une population, je cite, intermédiaire entre Orient et Occident. La langue maltaise ressemble à la langue parlée des Tunisiens et dès lors que la piraterie a été abolie, les Nord-Africains ne tardèrent pas à les considérer comme les demi-frères. Je cite Andrea Smith, qui a fait une thèse là-dessus. Ce qui conduisit les musulmans, écrit un autre écrivain, Vadala, en 1911, à les utiliser comme intermédiaires auprès des peuples d'Europe. Pour lui, le rôle de pionnier et de premier négociant en Afrique du Nord des Maltais n'a pas été suffisamment relevé et il est temps de leur rendre justice. Il apparaît qu'ils formaient une communauté bien intégrée au contexte tunisien, comme à celui du protectorat français, ce qui peut ressortir de la pratique des deux langues, arabe et française. Selon la statistique française pour l'année 1921, 67% des Maltais parlaient l'arabe. Entre 1921 et 1926, alors que plus de 5000 Maltais entraient dans le cadre de la loi Morino, par naturalisation collective, et se retrouvaient français par droit du sol, 400 autres refusèrent la nationalité française. Exerçant le droit d'option reconnu par la loi à la 2e génération. Ceux-là manifestaient un refus délibéré et essayèrent de soustraire leurs compatriotes à ces naturalisations, allant jusqu'à les amener en automobile chez le juge de paix pour y renoncer. Une lettre du résident général, c'est le gouverneur français du protectorat, une lettre du résident général à la direction de l'agriculture en novembre 1923, fait état du gérant maltais d'un grand domaine, je cite, notoirement hostile au décret du 8 novembre 1921 et qui, appuyé par les Italiens travaillant sur ces terres, n'accepte que des ouvriers italiens et maltais non naturalisés. C'est probablement le désir de se rapprocher du modèle français auquel les rattachait en particulier la religion catholique. La francophilie des Maltais était connue, qui leur fit accepter avec gratitude, pour la plupart, les décrets de 1921 sur la naturalisation collective. On était content de devenir français, raconte un témoin, naturalisé pendant son enfance, même si on lui rappelait de part et d'autre cette nationalité, je cite, d'emprunt, qui en faisait pour un temps des êtres à la frontière de deux mondes. Français du 8 novembre, lançaient des compatriotes à ses parents. On ne joue pas avec toi parce que ton papa parlait maltais, lui disaient ses condisciples dans la cour de l'école, en considérant cette autre petite Française, si différente, capable de s'exprimer en deux langues, avec facilité, suivant les circonstances de la vie quotidienne. À l'intérieur de la communauté maltaise, cependant, les relations n'étaient pas toujours empreintes de sympathie d'une classe sociale à l'autre. L'historien Ali Majoubi signale qu'à l'intérieur de la communauté anglo-maltaise, composée de quelques Israélites protégés anglais et de Maltais, on remarquait deux catégories distinctes, les gens d'affaires et le menu peuple. Je cite, « Les premiers professaient le plus profond mépris pour les seconds. » Différence que l'on retrouve sous la plume du résident général Paul Cambon, dans la lettre qu'il écrivit à sa femme pour lui raconter la réception du 1er janvier 1884. Là, je cite également. Puis sont arrivés, écrit-il, les notables maltais qui n'avaient pas voulu se confondre avec leurs congénères de basse classe, laissant le menu peuple aller chez le cardinal. Il s'agissait du cardinal Lavigerie. Du rapport au président de la République pour l'année 1921, il ressort que les Maltais furent en Tunisie les principaux bénéficiaires des décrets sur la nationalité, l'immigration des Grecs, des Espagnols et autres étant relativement récente. Pour fêter cette accession à la nationalité française, une manifestation, je cite, brillante, se déroula le 27 novembre à la résidence générale à Tunis, vers laquelle affluèrent de tous les cantons de la Régence télégrammes de remerciements et assurances de dévouement sincère. À Djerba, au sud de la Tunisie, tous les, je cite, néo-français de l'île furent conduits au contrôle civil par l'agent consulaire d'Angleterre, maltais lui-même. Le compte-rendu évoque, là aussi je cite, l'empressement des Maltais à se rendre dans les bureaux des contrôleurs civils, l'équivalent des préfets. 2 mois après les décrets, 4250 s'étaient inscrits de leur propre gré et l'immatriculation était terminée partout, sauf à Tunis. Bien mieux terminer le rapport sur cette question. Un très grand nombre de Maltais nés dans la Régence, de pères nés à Malte et qui de ce fait sont à l'écart de la mesure prise, en ont sollicité le bénéfice pour être français comme leurs enfants. L'Église certainement joua un rôle dans l'adhésion des Maltais à la nationalité française. En 1931, s'amorçait déjà l'assimilation de la communauté maltaise à la population française de Tunisie. En 1936, cette population comptait 7279 individus, suivant la statistique générale de cette année-là, qui confirmait le déclin de cette communauté au profit de la communauté française. Le même processus d'assimilation s'était produit pour les Maltais d'Algérie. Fréquentant les écoles du protectorat, les jeunes générations s'étaient rapidement francisées, en même temps qu'elles étaient absorbées par les naturalisations collectives. Courageux et travailleurs, ces Français d'origine maltaise s'élevèrent socialement, contribuant à la prospérité générale. Une question maintenant qui découle de ces naturalisations collectives. et de cette immigration en Afrique du Nord, que sont devenus les descendants de ces Maltais de la diaspora en Algérie et en Tunisie? On peut remarquer qu'ils ont subi un second exil, celui qui, à la période des indépendances, les a conduits d'Algérie et de Tunisie vers la France en particulier. Et force est de reconnaître que cette nouvelle transplantation n'a pas affaibli leur capacité d'adaptation. On trouve à peu près dans toutes les professions et souvent au plus haut des hiérarchies des descendants de ces Maltais arrivés plus ou moins clandestinement sur les côtes nord-africaines, mais qui avaient comme priorité absolue le désir de réussir par leur force de travail et de faire instruire leurs enfants. On ne pourra que citer au hasard quelques-unes de ces réussites, en commençant par le plus connu, l'ancien ministre du général de Gaulle, Edgar Pisani, né sujet britannique à Tunis le 9 octobre 1918, avant la loi de 1921 sur les naturalisations collectives, dans une famille maltaise originaire d'Italie. Il faudrait au moins une dizaine de pages pour retracer sa prestigieuse carrière. L'un de ses trois fils, Jean Pisani-Ferry, a été le conseiller économique d'Emmanuel Macron, celui qui lui a organisé le programme économique de son quinquennat. On peut citer aussi Georges Fenech, né à Sousse en Tunisie, le 26 octobre 1954, un autre Français d'origine maltaise, magistrat et homme politique très connu en France. Il est entre autres l'auteur d'un rapport parlementaire sur les sectes. Les descendants de ces Maltais ont aussi investi les plus hautes fonctions dans l'armée française, tel le général Christian Duéreb, né à Jemappes, en Algérie en 1947, commandeur de la Légion d'honneur, qui fut entre autres en 1992-1993 commandant des éléments français de la force de protection des Nations Unies. Ou le général Pierre Zamit, né en 1947 à Bonn en Algérie, à la carrière tout aussi prestigieuse. Deux carrières sur lesquelles, faute de temps, nous ne pouvons nous étendre. Pour montrer la variété et la réussite de nombreux parcours de ces descendants de Maltais d'Afrique du Nord, il faudrait en citer tellement d'autres. Voici évoqué pêle-mêle dans le monde politique Gérald Darmanin, ministre des Comptes publics du président Macron, maintenant ministre de l'Intérieur, de père juif maltais, son grand-père maternel était harki, ou encore le sénateur Hugues Portelli, né en 1947 à Constantine. On peut signaler une autre personnalité d'origine maltaise, Jean-Christophe Xiveras, qui fut entre autres le conseiller de Martine Aubry en 1991, quand elle était au ministère du Travail, et directeur des ressources humaines du groupe AXA, où il entra en 2019. Mais nous n'avons pas pu, malgré nos recherches, savoir si cette famille était issue de la diaspora maltaise en Afrique du Nord. Cependant, dans les registres de la prélature à Tunis, dans les actes de catholicité, baptême, mariage, décès, on trouve de nombreux Xiveras. Dans le monde des arts, on peut citer Dominique Faruja, producteur de cinéma, né à Vichy le 21 septembre 1962, d'un père maltais né à Tunis. Ou encore Edwige Fenech, née à Bonn, Algérie, en 1948, actrice de cinéma, puis productrice entre autres en Italie. Yvan Cassard, né en 1966 à Rennes, chef d'orchestre, pianiste, compositeur. Le patronyme Cassard était répandu en Afrique du Nord. Dans le domaine de la justice, j'en aurai bientôt fini, le magistrat Serge Portelli, qui exerça de 1972 à 2018, est né à Constantine en Algérie en 1950. Aucun domaine n'est laissé de côté. On peut citer pour finir une véritable dynastie de femmes qui s'illustra dans la gastronomie, les Samut, Claudette, née à Tunis, Reine, sa fille, et Nadia, sa petite-fille, qui s'investirent dans la création et la continuité d'un restaurant gastronomique à l'auberge La Fenière, à Lourmarin, dans le Luberon. À côté de ces Maltais identifiés par leur patronyme, il y a ceux que j'appellerais les Maltais cachés. Pour expliquer ce que j'entends par cette expression, je citerai pour l'exemple Claude Bartolone, ancien maire de Paris et parlementaire, né à Tunis le 19 juillet 1951, dont le patronyme italo-sicilien cache une ascendance maternelle d'origine maltaise. J'ai réduit ce paragraphe parce qu'il allongeait trop ma communication, mais il y aurait eu pas mal de choses à dire à ce sujet-là. En conclusion, d'une manière générale, ils sont certainement innombrables, ces descendants de l'immigration du 19e siècle en Algérie et en Tunisie. Ceux visibles, grâce à leur patronyme maltais, et la cohorte des invisibles, ceux qui n'ont pas ce patronyme maltais, à avoir une ascendance maltaise sans qu'il y paraisse. Mais visible ou invisible, on peut penser que l'appartenance à l'identité maltaise s'est dissoute avec le temps dans la communauté à laquelle ont adhéré leurs ancêtres, arrivés en Afrique du Nord au 19e siècle. Savent-ils seulement, pour beaucoup, qu'ils ont une partie de leurs racines dans l'archipel maltais? Je vous remercie. On ne vous entend pas.
I'm not hearing.
Of this presentation in your good hands. Unfortunately, we are already running short on time. I would like to remind all our presenters that once we run over time, I will give you a warning of 5 minutes, then I will have to turn off the microphone abruptly. Thank you.
So do I have to begin because we weren't hearing you before?
Oh, once again, don't worry. So let's do that again. I did congratulate Madame Fargas for a lovely presentation. Very insightful information about a community which I might admit has been lost in our popular memory in recent years, but very insightful. The second part of this presentation is going to be given by Madame Carmen de Pasquale, who I will leave the floor to in a few seconds. I remind everyone that we're running a bit over time, and unfortunately I have been given the unfortunate task of stopping you. I'll give you a 5-minute warning, and then I will mute your microphone, unfortunately. Thank you, and the floor is yours, Madame.
Right. Good afternoon again. I start by paying tribute to the late Dr. François Quillan, whose research on the subject is the source of this paper. As we have just heard, in the 19th century, immigrants from Malta, and especially Godo, turned to North Africa, principally Tunisia and Algeria. They were mainly farmers looking for a better future. In his article, L'émigration maltaise, in bulletin de l'Association France-Malte of September 1978, Pierre writes, thousands of Maltese immigrants, men and women, were attracted to settle in North Africa as it was relatively easy. Their language was similar to Arabic, and their religion identified them with the French. End of quote. Laurent Robin was the son of a Occitan farmer. He was 2 years old when his family settled in Bonn in Algeria. Born a British subject in 1891, he was naturalized French in 1913. He was then 22 years old. As a child, he worked hard, helping on the family farm and working as a hawker. Yet, after finishing primary school, he continued his secondary education at the École Française and trained as a teacher at the École Normale de Constantine. He was mobilized in 1914 and was wounded on 2 occasions. He was promoted to the rank of lieutenant and was decorated with the Croix de Guerre and Médaille Militaire. The soldier fell in love with a French nurse from Pierre, Marguerite Gervaisou, whom he married in 1920. After the war, he was sent to teach at Ciel-Guillaume in the Pays de la Loire region. He ended his teaching career as the headmaster of the same school in 1951 and died in Piace on 29 March 1967. Ropin, a member of the Association Franco-Maltese de Beaune, is a poet and a novelist. He draws his inspiration both from his native land and from his adoptive country. He is the author of 3 novels, Le Chant de la Noria, Caline, Bourras, and of 4 collections of poetry, Le Jardin de la Lélique, La Prière à Empine, Notre-Dame de la Vie, forming the trilogy, Le Tombeau de Bourras. And then in 1970, he published Suite Poétique Maltaise. Le Chant de la Noria, translated into English, means the Song of the Water Wheel, tells the story of a Maltese family that, having settled in the plain of Beaune, rendered the land fruitful through sheer hard work. In his preface to the first edition of the book, Constant Hubert de l'Académie de Montaigne addresses Ropin in these terms, I quote, "From time immemorial, the water wheel was used in the Orient to shower the gardens with water like a manna. You have described it poetically as a good son of the Orient by the will of God. We, people of the West, on hearing your narrative, fall in love with the beauty of your country, the charm of the Maltese gardens, which rocked your dreamy childhood in the countryside of Beaune, under the shade of the fig trees, which reflect themselves in the water of the singing waterways. These beneficial waterways, without which the earth, its flowers, and its fruit would wither away, as they would do all the same, were it not for the hard-working ingenuity of these fatalistic servants of destinies that weave the narrative of your book." End of quote. The protagonist, Lazaro, portrays the author's father, who first arrived in Algeria at the age of 16 or 17. Having saved some money, he goes back to his native Gozo, marries the girl he left behind, and returns to the French colony with his wife and 2 children. His mother is portrayed in the character of Dora. While the novel portrays reminiscence of his youth in Beaune, it is also a marvelous true narrative of a simple life intersected with hope, doubts, and nostalgia. Another critic, writing on the 4th cover of the 1980 edition of the book, describes the narrative as, I quote, "an epic song wherein destiny plays the main role, bending a Maltese family under its implacable will, a milieu Ropin knows so well and which evokes vivid memories," unquote. Vibrating with life and emotion, this novel, published in 1932, was sold out, and a second edition followed in 1980. It was awarded the Prix de la Société Nationale d'Encouragement Bien and was translated into Maltese by Professor Giuseppe Aquilina in 1971. The protagonist of a second novel, Caline, is a Maltese girl in Algeria. It is the story of a young intellectual who returns to her country of origin after having denied her race. She becomes so proud of her roots and of the splendor of Malta that it pains her to witness the perversity of those who, away from their country, ignore all that is Maltese. It is the author's clear call for the Maltese of North Africa to preserve their heritage. Robert Randon, who had described the Chant de la Noria as one of the most beautiful books ever written about Algeria, says of Caline, "I have rarely read a book that brings out so well the destiny of a young people." End of quote. Bourras, which means the big-headed child, is at the same time a philosophical short story, a lyrical fantasy, and a poem in prose. During the last years of his life, Ropin asks questions about life, death, and the beyond. A symbolic language describes the soul imprisoned by night in its quest of light and life. Here again, the author derives his inspiration from his love for his birthplace, Malta, and the country where he passed his youth, Algeria. The characters of this book have Maltese names, and the last 2 words are Melita, Melita. His friend Félix Gaucher said that Ropin had admitted to him, "I believe this is my book." Ropin wrote 3 collections of poetry. In the Jardin de la Lélique, 1950, he reviews his childhood days where he bathed in the sunny gardens of the Lélique, the Maltese district in Beaune. 3 years later, he published Pierre à Empine, Empine being the ancient name for Beaune, where he evokes an adolescence à la Saint Augustin. Like the saints, he too was converted through the prayers and tears of another monarch, his mother. His third collection of poems was published years later, in 1968, and the scene this time is France, as revealed by the title Notre Dame de la Vie. In the words of his friend Félix Cochet, it is the poet's personality that pervades the three collections of poetry and that composes its unity. Ropa corresponded with several Maltese authors, among whom Professor José Aquilina, who used to send him works in Maltese and ask him to translate them into French. In this way, in 1937, Ropa published a translation of 32 poems by 9 Maltese poets, which he entitled Poète Maltais. This volume was followed in 1970 by Suite Poétique Maltaise.
5 minutes.
5 minutes only, but I have to continue. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
No, but I was told to carry on with, I had sent you an email.
Yes, however, we are running late already, but 5 minutes to go.
This volume was followed in 1970 by Suite Poétique Maltaise, published by the Council of Europe. This new collection introduced to the French-speaking public 11 other poets and 57 poems. Ropa's prose translations include Le Plus Grand Amour, Libre Mhabwa, and others which are unpublished. Ropa called himself a Maltais de France, and through his translations, he wanted to reveal to a French public, and particularly to the Maltese diaspora of the North Africa and Egypt, especially those who forgot or were ashamed of the Maltese idiom, a young Maltese literature. He himself thirsted for a visit to his native country. He wished to know it better, to discover for himself the religious aspect of the country and its language. His wish, like that of Dora of Le Chant de la Noria, was never fulfilled. And now we come to Marius Calesi, who was born in Tunis on 6 February 1892, of a Maltese mother and a Sicilian father. When he was 5 years old, he fell down the stairs and developed scoliosis that left him deformed and weak in all his short, painful life. He died of tuberculosis in a mental hospital in Palermo 1 month after his 30th birthday. I resemble Quasimodo, though fate was kinder to him than to me, he confided to his friend Arthur Pellegrin when the latter visited him in the Italian hospital in Tunis before his transfer to Palermo. In spite of his infirmity, as his family was very poor, he had to work even during his childhood. Later on, his main job was that of accountant, but indeed he never had a fixed job. He did not finish his primary education, but persevered in his effort to cultivate his mind and to widen his intellectual horizon. The poetic flame in him found its expression in the sad reality he was living. He was never resigned to his handicap, and he saw the shadow of his clumsy body as a shameful cross. His genius is due to his misery. When he calls what he calls his death, he relates it in his poem, L'accident, the fatal fall, cause of suffering and misfortune for life. When La Tunisie Illustrée published most of his poems, the collection got the title of Les Poèmes d'un Maudit, Poems of a Cursed Man. These and other poems about the war were published the year following his death by La Société des Écrivains de l'Afrique du Nord. 2 other editions of his work followed. The third one, carrying the same title, was published in Tunis in 1935. The first poem is aptly entitled Stoning, Lapidation. The poet's life is a stack of ruins. He lives in despair. Thinking of his mother, whose only source of survival is the poet, he renounces to suicide, which he was tempted to commit. The name of the poem is La Tentation, Temptation. Abandoned by all, dragging his miserable flesh and bitter thought, his only hope is death. The poem is aptly called De Profundis. Everything around him is a lie, as he cannot find comfort in anything, and the title of this poem is The Lie, Mensonge. He can only find peace in death. Heaven excluded him from love that he only experienced very briefly. He can only write somber and desperate verses in which flowers symbolize illusion. A more pessimistic poem entitled Chanson, a song, is dedicated to a small child wrapped in bands. The poet entreats the baby not to open his eyes, used to seeing angels, so that he will not discover our damned world. Jean Blain Lefebvre describes Calesi as a painful, sensitive, profound soul. His verses sing sadness and revolt, yet one can perceive accents of resignation in the poem Le Man. The Hands. Addressing God, the poet tells him, You will come and cure me. Everything is in the poems of this unfortunate young man whose only comfort in life was the muse. There is music, a solid vocabulary, and the right balance of anguish and desperate revolt. Our third daughter is Fernand Grec. His grandfather, Thomas Fidel Calcidon Grec, affectionately called Calci by his wife, Maltese wife, Gerrit, left the couple's village, Lia, and settled in Philippeville, now Skikda, Algeria, where he became a ship owner. Unlike Rapa's father, who was relatively well educated and served as British consul. As his business failed, he left Algeria, lived for a short time in Spain, and finally settled in Paris. It is to these paternal origins that his friend Paul Valéry, whose father was also a ship owner at Sète, attributes his grandson's poetic and artistic inclinations. Fernand was born in Paris, Rue Chaussée-d'Antin, where his father Louis had a music shop on 14 October 1873. Fernand's father was born a British subject in Philippeville, Algeria, in 1842, and it was only at the age of 57 that he became a French citizen. Louis married a Parisian girl, Arlette Bonnard, and died in Paris in 1915. Like his father, Louis was a bad businessman, but a good musician and composer, totally devoted to his art. Fernand Grec was a full-time writer. For some 50 years, he exercised a profound influence on a number of authors, musicians, and thinkers of the 20th century. He wrote his autobiography in 3 volumes, corresponding to 3 phases of his long life. L'Âge d'Or, the Age of Gold, evokes those episodes of his childhood and adolescence that correspond to a carefree and joyful existence. The years 1877 to 1905. L'Âge d'Or, the Age of Bronze, narrate the years from 1905 to 1925, wherein the pains and joys of the mature adult find themselves in tandem with those of the First World War. The third part is entitled L'Âge de Fer, Age of Iron, which covers the years between 1925 and 1955. A sense of humor pervades a tone of disenchantment, as these years cover those of the Second World War and its aftermath. His autobiography acquaints us with so many men and women with whom we are familiar: novelists, poets, composers, artists, politicians, etc. Among these, we mention but a few. Among the writers, Anatole France, Henri Barbusse, Maurice Barrès, Madame de Noailles, José-Marie de Heredia. Among the composers, Ravel, Camille Saint-Saëns, Jacques Bizet, son of Georges. Among the politicians, Léon Blum, Georges Clemenceau, and Jean Jaurès. Greg's long friendship with Marcel Proust and the correspondence they exchanged is recorded in the book he published in 1958, Mon amitié avec Marcel Proust, My Friendship with Marcel Proust. It was with Proust that he founded the literary review Le Banquet. Fernand Grec wrote several volumes of poetry. The first one, dated 1869, that's when he was 23 years old, La Maison de l'Enfance, earned him the prize Archon des Perreuses by the Académie Française, awarded to the most striking volume of verse of this year. This prize was again awarded to him in 1905 for his collection of poems entitled Les Clartés Humaines, Human Luminosities. Already he had obtained first prize in French composition in the Concours Général of 1890. The 2 world wars inspired some of the most poignant verses in French. La Couronne douloureuse, Poème sur la guerre, The Painful Crown, a poem on the war, and a second crown, The Lost and Found Crown, La Couronne perdue et retrouvée. The poet was very moved by the social misery of those years, which he expressed in the poetic volumes entitled La beauté de vivre, La chaîne éternelle, and La gloire du cœur. His compagnon d'armes, Charles Péguy, praised the poet by calling him Hugo du XXe siècle. Other poems of a personal nature are inspired by his sensitive character, his love of life, the beauty of nature in its every aspect and form, be it the scent of flowers, trees and bushes, or the sea, the Mediterranean shores of his ancestors, but also la scène maternelle. As a philosopher, he seeks answers to metaphysical questions. His wish is to share a more intimate knowledge of life and its creator, and to enjoy eternal happiness in God's lap. But does God exist, he asks? His answer is the poem Au Dieu inconnu, to the unknown God. Another poem, Un soir, an evening, testifies to his doubts, but in his heart of hearts, he experiences the presence of God. Fernand Grec is also a great literary critic. In 1927, he inaugurated the chair of Victor Hugo at the Sorbonne. In 1905, he published Études sur Victor Hugo, followed in 1933 by L'œuvre de Victor Hugo, Études critiques. But his great work, Victor Hugo, Sa vie, son œuvre, which was published in 1954, was published in 1954. He appreciated symbolist poetry as well as other literary tendencies, as is evident in his Portrait de la poésie française de Chenier à Verlaine, 1936. Among his unpublished works, there are a few historical plays and others, such as Les Amants Romantiques. Sarah Bernhardt herself encouraged him to write his Théâtre Féerique, which he finished 40 years later in 1950. Greg, Grand Officier de la Légion d'honneur, was elected to the Académie Française on 29 January 1953 after 12 unsuccessful attempts. He was received by Jules Romain on 4 June of the same year and occupied Fauteuil 19. On the Academy side, he is described as a critic, historian, and poet. On Armistice Day 1919, he was chosen to write the poem Triomphe to the appreciation of a big, enthusiastic crowd. During the Second World War, his wife and children managed to cross the border into Spain, as Arlette, née Ayem, was of Jewish origin. He remained at Bougainville, but he never forgot his Maltese roots. He corresponded with several Maltese authors, among whom Ivo Muscatazzopardi, to whom he addressed a letter dated 1st December 1952, in which he wrote, I translate, I have always dreamt of seeing the beautiful white island, which was so heroic during the war. Will I have the time to undertake the voyage? My time is measured, but I would not like to go away without seeing Valletta and Gozo. Alas, his dream was never realized, though his children did come, thanks to the initiative of Dr. François Quinon, who at the time was responsible for the French section of the Department of Modern Languages at the University of Malta. Among the events that took place during their visit, a plaque was placed on the wall, on a wall of the Belvedere Tower of Leah, and it is still there. In the same way, Dr. Quinon had arranged for a visit to Malta by Madame Ropin and Pierre Gaucher, a longtime friend of the family. The bust of Laurent Ropin is most fittingly found in Villa under Rabat, Gozo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame de Pasquale, for that lovely intervention. I will move on to the next talk that we have, and the final talk that we have today by a colleague and a friend, Professor Adrian Grima, who is an academic and a writer. He lectures Maltese literature and literary representations of the Mediterranean at the Department of Maltese at the University of Malta, and an introductory course on Maltese language and literature at the INALCO in Paris. He has published academic works in Maltese, English, and Italian, and read papers at academic events around the world. Adrian, the floor is yours.
I need to settle this very quickly. There's something somehow wrong with my presentation. I thought this was not going to happen.
Don't worry, Adrian. Take your time.
Okay, so it should be this.
The presentation that Adrian is going to be giving us is entitled Landscapes of Revolution in Paris and Malta, or The Search for a Lost Novelist. Just a brief overview of this lecture, which is in Adrian's words. I will read it out for you. In 1919, a year of great social and political strife in Malta that culminated in the tragic 7 Giugno uprising, A 59-year-old mother of 10 wrote a novel about the French Revolution set in Paris that has been waiting to be published for over a century. She spent most of her childhood in the city of Constantine in France. Adrian, it seems that we're all raring to go.
Sorry about this. Let me just hope it. Oh yes, brilliant! Finally, I needed it somehow. Sorry about this.
Don't worry.
So
Adrian, in your good hands.
Thank you, Liam. On 21st October 1919, Concetta Brincat signed off the manuscript of her first novel, Il Famiglia de Valera, jew Lewis Mitluf ġewwa l-Bosk. Both this and her second novel, Is-Saħħara Nerelis, or The Sorceress Nerelis, set in the time of the Roman Emperor Nero and completed in 1922, remain unpublished. In November 2012, I was asked by Nicholas Bonello, the husband of Concetta's granddaughter Desdemona, daughter of Emma, Concetta's seventh child, to help with the publication of these two novels. Il Famiglia de Valera is essentially a Gothic novel set in Paris in the time of the French Revolution of 1789 and the tumultuous years that followed. Like the typical historical novel, it is the story of a handful of fictional characters set against the backdrop of the historical events of the revolution. Concetta Brincat seems to know the streets and landmarks of Paris well, but to my knowledge, she never visited the city. She must have visited it virtually in the books of history, geography, and literature that one would assume she read. I would like to argue that Brincat's hitherto unknown novel contributes three important elements to the reconfiguration of the history of Maltese literature. Unlike other female characters of early Maltese fiction, Brincat's women have a voice. They are women with some character. Catherine, for example, a housewife and mother of two, who is one of the most prominent secondary characters in the novel, is said to be pronta fi risposti tagħha. She is assertive, outspoken, and never at a loss for words. On the other hand, Clotilde, the Baroness de la Mar, is a very able and fearless horse rider, and in the deer hunting scene, she appears to be the best of the lot. The narrator tells us that her sister-in-law, Hortensia de Valera, is also an able horse rider. This is not to say that Brincat creates heroines that are round characters, nothing of the sort. In the same grand deer hunting scene, the narrator tells us that women always decorate the scene with their presence, whether they are in a hall or in the countryside. But in this novel, there are moments when the female characters are assertive, eloquent, outspoken, brave, and decisive, both in their thoughts and words and in their actions. The novel is also interesting because Concetta Brincat is not constrained by the Semiticizing tendencies of the purist literary language of her contemporaries. Her dialogues are just as stylized, of course, but they offer an alternative to the formulae of other writers. Moreover, indoor scenes, textiles, jewelry, and furniture are described with passion and a certain detail when compared to the often bland descriptions in contemporary Gothic novels or romantic historical narratives. In her novel, in her first novel, the author takes a very critical view of the French Revolution. Mencken says that revolution is the sex of politics. Like all other Maltese authors of the period, all the way till independence in 1964, Concetta Brincat has nothing to tell us about sex or about politics. But both sex and politics, in no particular order, were taboo. Maltese modernist literature was still 50 years or light years away. In terms of political upheaval, or revolutionary political ideas in fiction, however, Manuel de Mec had already published a novel in 1905 that threatened to break the mold, but it was largely ignored by the literary powers that be. If she did not know about it, if she knew about it and even read it, it was unlikely that Concetta Brincat would follow the iconoclast's example. Manuel de Mec's incomplete novel, Ivano Praskovia, tells the story of an uprising in the large city of Nizhny Novgorod in Western Russia in the mid-19th century. As Mark Montebello has comprehensively shown, it was inspired by upheavals and uprisings in Russia in the early years of the 20th century when de Mec started writing his story. Unlike de Mec, however, Brincat does not seem to have been particularly sympathetic towards revolutionaries. Not many Maltese writers were, anyway. Moreover, as Charles Schwirep and others have shown, even today, in a Malta colonized by the British, often arch rivals of the French and protected by a conservative Catholic church eager to banish all ideas that might threaten its privileged position, its privileged status. Anti-French sentiment seems to have been widespread. Not many Maltese writers shared the enthusiasm for the freedom and openness de Mec associated with France in his articles and in his novel. The protagonists and the ringleaders of the uprising in de Mec's novel, the uprising against the tyranny of the Tsar and his henchmen, escaped to France and specifically to Paris, the land of culture, literature, and above all, in the words of the novel, freedom, Khlousiya, he says. In Concetta Brincat's novel, the sans-culottes, she calls them sans-culotti. You can see it at the bottom of the picture of the manuscript, which suggests, of course, that she is taking her source is Italian, is written in Italian. The sans-culottes are portrayed as uneducated thieves, murderers, and opportunists. Her ideological position is set out clearly in the first two sentences of the prologue, in which she writes about the terrible confusion, التحويل terribly, in France in 1789, that came to be known as the reign of terror and blood, and I'm quoting. Again, another quote, thousands upon thousands of people, writes Brincat in the second sentence of her prologue, lost their lives as victims of the ambition and hatred of the lower classes against the nobles and priests, and that too is a quote. Using an analogy that anticipates the setting and one of the themes of her second novel, completed 3 years later, there was so much cruelty, writes the author in the French Revolution, that it could be compared to the persecution of the Christians in the time of the cruel emperor Nero. During the revolution, writes Brincat, beautiful France was under the rule of the kind-hearted King Louis XVI, who was married to Princess Marie Antoinette of Austria. The prologue tells us that the king, who is once again almost obsessively described as toyeb, kind-hearted, gave the people whatever they asked of him. But he did this against the will of the nobles, who were, quote, very arrogant and proud, superviu, gburin al-akhar. The lower classes, il popolo bash, who were sick and tired of the contempt and arrogance, is zeblihu superviu of the nobles, revolted and asked for new privileges, but the king refused to give in to their demands. Thus, Paris, and here I quote again, Paris, the shining example of elegance and nobility, Brincat continues to say in her prologue, became the city of fear and horror. In the novel, the implied author is not only clearly against the way order is being upset by the sans-culottes, but she is also very upset by the indiscriminate killing, the thefts, the targeting of the Catholic Church, the priests and the nuns, and by the rude and uncultured behavior of a poor and uneducated mob. Although the novel acknowledges the arrogance of many nobles, it argues that this could never justify the indiscriminate violence that was meted out to them and to a largely kind and likable royal family. Although the heterodiegetic narratorial voice of Brincat's novel understands the common people's anger and thirst for revenge, it cannot but condemn their unbridled violence. This is immediately apparent in the first scene of the collective violence, the first scene of collective violence in part 2 of the novel, when the sans-culottes ransack the palace of the Delamare family, kill the servants of the nobles, and are only stopped from gang raping the exotically beautiful Baroness Clotilde Delamare by Michiel, one of their more enlightened leaders. Clotilde is the sister-in-law of one of the protagonists of the novel, Edouard, Baron de Vallereux, father of the Louis mentioned in the title. Clotilde is the daughter of the French governor of Martinique, which is mentioned 8 times. Martinique is mentioned 8 times in the novel. Hortensia, Baroness de Vallereux, describes her as so graceful and beautiful, like a rare gem. I have never seen such beauty, says her sister-in-law. A true Creole, one of those people mentioned. One of those people mentioned. This Orientalist streak is worth deconstructing, of course, but this is not the subject of my talk. One cannot ignore the fact that Concetta Brincat wrote her first novel at a time of great economic, social, and political strife in post-war Malta. She finished her novel in October 1919, that's 4 months after the tragic events of the 7 Junior riots that eventually led to the colonized Maltese gaining an unprecedented degree of self-rule, or autonomy as they often called it at the time, from the British colonizers. We don't know when she started writing her novel, but anyway, I doubt that the events in the streets of Valletta, Hamrun, and elsewhere would have changed the character or direction of her literary project. From what her novel says about the French Revolution, I doubt whether Concetta Brincat would have approved of the violent nature of elements of the popular protest that essentially brought together the Maltese nationalists of various shades and the socially engaged dockyard workers who were involved in the protests. It may come as a surprise to many that Maltese literature hasn't had much to say about the 7 Junior uprising. So what seems to have been Concetta's silence about the events was absolutely the norm rather than the exception. I'm sure that as a humanist, she would have been shocked by the news of the many fatalities and wounded. But these tragic events did not usher in a wave of literary works about what happened. I think it is fair to say that Concetta Brincat was fascinated by France and particularly by Paris. This might be because of the French education she received as a child, which might also have been the cause of her interest in the Roman Empire, which elements in the French colonial project sought to emulate. Born in Bigirkara in 1870, Concetta Chiberras spent most of her childhood in the city of Constantine in the mountains close to the Tunisian border of French colonial Algeria, which was mentioned, of course, in the previous talks. She crossed the Mediterranean on board the steamship Lansfield at the age of 4 with her mother Giusa, her 2 brothers Spiridione, who appears in this photo, whose passport allowed them to travel, and Salvatore, and her sister Carmena, who would die in Constantine at the age of 17 in 1884. Spiridione Chiberras was actually the first member of the family to go to Constantine in 1872 and probably stayed with the family of his maternal uncle, Vincent Joseph Borch. Spiridione's father then joined him in late 1874, Spiridione returned to Malta briefly in the spring of 1875 to accompany the rest of his family in their journey, on their journey to North Africa. Details of these journeys are available in the registers of the Customs Department at the National Archives of Malta and Santo Spirito. And French National Archives provide us with information about the main life events of the Shibaras family that lived in the so-called Arab quarter of Constantine. But I have found no mention of Concetta in Constantine itself. She is mentioned by name as a passenger on board the steamship that ferried her to North Africa in 75, and on the steamship that ferried her back to Malta at the age of 14 in 1885. But otherwise, I have no documents related to her stay in Constantine. In her family, it is said that she obtained the prestigious Certificat d'études primaires. If that were true, and I have no reason to doubt the veracity of this quite particular piece of information, it would have been a great achievement indeed at the time. Her two brothers were small merchants who seem to have done relatively well in life and never returned to Malta for good. But their lives were marked by the deaths of their children. Out of 9 children, the two of them had together, only 2 survived, a son of Spiridione and a daughter of Salvatore, who eventually married each other after obtaining dispensation from the Catholic Church. Concetta Shibaras returned to Malta with an education that many of her compatriots in Malta would have only dreamt of. Education was certainly important to her, and as confirmed by the school registers of Birkirkara and Slema, again at the National Archives, at the beginning of the 20th century, she and her husband Vincenzo Mastrucens made it a point to give their children an education. Concetta Brincat's 2 novels leave me with a number of unanswered, very important unanswered questions about whether they are translations or adaptations, as most popular novels in Malta at the time were, as Joseph Brincat and others have shown, or whether these are original works by Brincat, by Concetta Brincat, of course, inspired by books she read in Italian, English, and possibly, but not probably, I would say, in French. I doubt that Il Famiglia de Valere is a translation of an existing novel. This is definitely not a word-for-word translation. I say this, first of all, because there are a number of spelling mistakes in the names of places, including the name De Valere, some of which are consistent throughout the novel. But there are other important indications. Some names in the manuscript were changed by someone who revised the text, and a close examination of the handwriting suggests that it was the author herself who made these changes. For example, Lucy, the daughter of Pietro, was originally called Edith. And in chapter 5 of the second part of the novel, the chaplain of the Church of San Sulpice is first called Dom Bastian and then corrected to Dom Ambroge. Another important intervention that suggests that the author had at least an important say in the writing of the novel is the fact that a paragraph at the end of chapter 1, part 1, chapter 2, after a mention of the attack on the prison of La Bastille on 14th July, of course, was crossed out by the author. A shorter version of this text appears a bit later in the first part of the next chapter. And there I'm reproducing the 2 different texts. I've gone into a lot of detail in other parts of this paper, which of course I cannot reproduce here because of time constraints. There are indications, for example, in the way she describes, as I mentioned earlier, what people are wearing or what kind of furniture there is in the room, that both her novels were what I would call a labor of love. The fact that she created a pen name, Cornelia Melitesi, which you can see over there on screen, when she wrote her first novel in 1919, and she continued to use it when she wrote her second novel in 1922, indicates that she did want her work to be seen as a respectable work of literature and published. That pen name is a proud statement of identity, I would argue. While Maltese is probably an incorrect rendition of Maltese in Latin, as my colleague Carm Saracino has pointed out, the first name Cornelia echoes that of the famous Roman mother of the Gracchi. Of course, we know that she was interested in the history of the Roman Empire from her second novel. Her second novel is set, after all, in Roman times. Okay. In her 2007 book on Cornelia, Mother of the Gracchi, Suzanne Dixon writes about the mythical figure of Cornelia, daughter, wife, and mother of famous men, writes Dixon, who has won an enduring place in a narrative of Roman history dominated by men. It is not difficult to understand why Concetta Brincat would have wanted to identify herself with such a powerful female figure. Cornelia was revered by her sons, political successors, orators, authors, and even Roman emperors as Mother of the Gracchi. In a time of moral upheaval and cultural innovation, Cornelia's drive and dedication, which Concetta would have certainly admired and sought to emulate, equipped her sons for the new age, writes Suzanne Dixon. Cornelia, however, and this is, I think, fundamental in understanding or trying to understand Concetta Brincat's choice of Cornelia Maltese as her pen name, Cornelia was admired for her prose style, her fertility, her philosophic calm in adversity, her vicarious ambition. Concetta would have admired both her qualities as a selfless mother and Cornelia's qualities as a person who was creative with the written word, which in the case of Cornelia was evident in the letters she wrote and exemplified in her eloquence, which exemplified her eloquence. Over here, in other parts of my study, I go into what could be the influences, what Concetta Brincat could have been reading in order to write her first novel. Of course, I cannot discount the possibility, I cannot ignore the possibility that she was actually translating a work which already existed or adapting it. But I haven't come across a work which suggests such a possibility. But one of the works which might have influenced one of the writers and his works, who might have influenced Concetta Brincat was of course Alexandre Dumas, le Père, who wrote, for example, The Count of Monte Cristo. And in The Count of Monte Cristo, there's a name, which is the village of Auteuil, which is mentioned, of course, which is prominent in that novel, and which is mentioned again in Concetta's novel. And now Concetta has a very difficult relationship with spelling, and she's not only does she make mistakes, but she's also inconsistent in her mistakes. But in this case, it's clear because one of her mistakes suggests that she is actually referring to this village of Auteuil, which is close to Paris, I think in the western part of Paris, if I remember correctly. So she might have got the name of this village from the Count of Monte Cristo, which was translated by Giuseppe Cumbo into Maltese later in 1937. This is another novel, which is a sequel to the Count of Monte Cristo, written by it's not mentioned over here, but you have the name in the next in my next slide. This work was translated from the novel by Lermina, who wrote, and this is the Italian translation, Il figlio di Montecristo seguito al Conte di Montecristo. And this is probably where Giuseppe Cumbo took his cue from to write this Maltese version. This is just to give you an idea of how complex the relationship between the Maltese versions and their possible original sources is. And a lot has been written about this by Joseph Brincat, by Arnold Cassola, by a number of students in their dissertations. So I try to go through this in my longer presentation, in my longer study. Why didn't Concetta Brincat publish her own novel? Well, that's of course a different story. That's another story that would take up a whole presentation. But basically because she was a woman, and because women didn't have the same kind of opportunities that men like Giuseppe Cumbo had. Here, Giuseppe Cumbo's writer, his translator, his publisher, and it's most unlikely that even though they both lived in Slema, probably certainly at the same time, they were contemporaries. Concetta Brincat certainly wouldn't have had the opportunity of getting her work published in the same way as Cumbo would have. Okay, there you can see sort of the same format used both in the title and in the fact that there is a prologue. There's no prologue in her second novel, but in this novel there is what Cumbo's calling a prologue. It's actually not really a prologue in the Concetta Brincat sense, but it's the same word. Notice also that, like her contemporary popular novelists or Gothic novelists, Concetta Brincat is not too bothered about using words of non-Arabic origin, which is, I think, refreshing. It's clear to see the difference between a novel like this, which was, a way of making money. It was a job for somebody like Cumbo, and the labor of love, which I would argue Concetta Brincat's work is. Notice that it's all about dialogue here. It's quick exchanges, whilst Concetta Brincat, even though of course she's no Marcel Proust, but she's interested in setting the scene and in presenting characters. She may not be as brisk as somebody like Giuseppe Cumbo and the other popular novelists, which have also been mentioned today by other speakers. But there certainly is a different kind of passion, I would say, in the way she is writing and presenting her work. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Professor Grima. Unfortunately, Mr. Gauci had to stick to a commitment that he had, and he could not stay till the end of the session. In fact, we're running late, so we will not be taking any questions at this point in time, but we will share the comments and the questions that came, the few, with the speakers. I'd like to take the opportunity on behalf of the Office of the President to thank all those who have joined us today for this first in this series of cultural symposia series that the presidency will be organizing. Thanking also all the speakers, all the moderators, and the scientific committee, the members of the scientific committee that worked hard over the past weeks and months to put together this symposium. We hope that this event will bear the fruit that we all aspire that it will do, in the sense of fostering a greater collaboration between Maltese and French researchers and academics. We're very much convinced and heartened by the discussions and the exchanges that were happening today, and look forward to the next event in this series. I'd like to now introduce our ambassador in France, His Excellency Carmelo Inguanes, to deliver the concluding speech. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Malta, Honorable Minister for Foreign and European Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to make these closing remarks in this first Presidency Symposium dealing with Malta-France cultural links. I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Malta for inviting me to do so. It is not my intention to revisit what was said in this scientific and well-researched roundtables of today. Our historical evolution, the vectors of the arts, education, and science, and last but not least, human mobility and interaction, were all of great impact and propulsive towards a common Franco-Maltese woven platform which left an indelible mark on our affinity. It is this internal long-term growth of goodwill that has given us a sense of belonging in one common family. Nor is it my intention to give a review of the long checkered and excellent bilateral relations with France. I believe that the Minister for Foreign and European Affairs, the Honorable Everest Bartolo, has dealt comprehensively with this in his opening address this morning. Equipped by the past fundamental stones which were laid for our bilateral relations, I would rather like to close today's symposium by other reflections of a general nature on the future rather than the past and the present. Today's symposium has been a one-day deep scientific reflection of the journey throughout the years of history and throughout all that brought us together, an enriching and an interesting experience of our fellow countrymen of both countries. There is no doubt that culture is a fundamental building block in the history of bilateral relations between nations. Its definition mirrors the ultimate aim of a country to develop shared attitudes, values, goals, and practices characterizing two countries or a group of countries. There is no question that cultural links encourage bilateral economic and political relations between countries. It is evident that not only shared attitudes and values, but also shared creativity, knowledge, understanding, and innovation and art help to build our shared and individual identities. When the richness of diversity is shared, nations increase their richness by embracing the richness of others. The great importance of cultural relations is not in dispute, therefore. Not only they have laid down the foundations of understanding between peoples and nations, but they also help to reduce mental frontiers. Today, it is commonly accepted that cultural relations are an essential third dimension in relations between states because they accompany politics and trade. Culture lends impetus to the quest for convergence. It has a particular part in overcoming conventional barriers that separate peoples by promoting understanding between them. Culture represents a dimension in international attitudes marked by familiarity and feelings of common humanity. Such elevated platform on which the Franco-Maltese cultural relations have placed us have aided us in finding common approaches in international relations. On contemporary thematic and global phenomena, such as climate change and sea pollution, as well as on migration, Malta and France are on the same wavelength. Not only, this fusion of European values coupled with shared attitudes and goals have organically projected us as strategic partners in multilateral fora. Common interests and concerns in the Mediterranean region have brought us back to the drawing board of our common vocation. We will, in a short while, if elected to the non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council, be in the privileged position of actively working side by side with France as the only two European Union member states represented in the Security Council for the years 2023 and 2024. So the occasion beckons to forge even closer ties between each other and to work even closer together. I am glad to mention that Malta has joined as an observer the International Organization of La Francophonie, following a favorable decision at the 17th Francophonie Summit in Yerevan, Armenia in October 2018. The potential of La Francophonie lies in the language that unites and brings its members together. It is much more than the French language, however. It moves away from north-south divides or regional or religious conflicts. The very essence of La Francophonie is solidarity and mutual understanding, and represents the shared values of all Francophone countries in the world. There is much scope for Malta to be more visible and active, even at observer status, both in terms of inter-country collaboration, as well in the promotion of the French language in Malta. Admittedly, one of the persistently proven vectors of greater understanding and opportunity is a common spoken language. Despite the fact that French is not the first foreign language learned in upper secondary education in Malta, French comes the fourth after Italian, albeit at a much lower percentage, statistics show that the percentage of pupils learning French has actively gone up since last decade. More intense collaboration is needed between Maltese and French educational institutions to enthuse Maltese pupils to study French at lower secondary level, with the hope that studies in this language will be taken further upwards. The experience of the French language in the education system of other countries shows that this significantly impacted the country's higher education. This resulted in a higher importance being accorded to the French language and a much higher number of French speakers than in other non-Francophone EU countries. Such initiatives have shown a significant impact on the country's student mobility to France, which in turn established a closer network between French and that country's intellectuals. This in turn encouraged scientific collaboration as well as investment, and therefore intensified bilateral and international economic transactions. It can also foster trade and competitiveness and thereby contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. This brings me to my last point about the role of cultural diplomacy in external relations. In his study, Cultural Diplomacy in Europe, commissioned by the Council for Cultural Cooperation of the Council of Europe in 1974, Empine, former Director for Educational, Cultural and Scientific Affairs at the Council of Europe, cites a pertinent question in relation to culture. He asked, what political operation or armed invasion was ever able, with less expenditure, to produce such important results? Cultural diplomacy can be described as the management of exchange of ideas, information, art, and other aspects of culture among nations and their peoples in order to foster mutual understanding. Although not in a coercive approach, cultural diplomacy still permeates influence. It is a soft power tool which helps in the assimilation of people in one joint cultural space, thereby promoting intercultural dialogue and global solidarity. Placing culture at the heart of international cooperation is essential if we are to make bilateral interaction between nations a sustainable process. So let us agree, therefore, that there is no future for sustainable bilateral relations without culture. I thank you.
And with the concluding speech delivered by His Excellency, the Maltese Ambassador to France, we bring this symposium to an end. I would like also to share His Excellency President George Vella's thank you. He was with us throughout the day at various moments throughout the proceedings. Thanks to all those who took part, and we look forward to the next symposium, hopefully to happen in the coming weeks and months. In the meantime, we wish you a good afternoon, good evening to all, and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.